G'day, St John Salter, one of the Queensland Cricket Board members.
G'day, mate.
G'day, how you going?
Take a pew if you want, John.
What's
price? It's a little firm here.
What are they? 2 for 28?
2 for 28. Yep. Exactly 200 behind, 8 wickets
200 behind.
In hand.
What's how long? What we're going to go on a bit earlier or not? No.
I've just got some music playing at the moment.
Okay, cool.
As soon as we're
not going. It's not KO, is it?
No, it's just the
it's just streamed.
We normally only go on mainstream, don't we?
Well, once again,
Wherever we are allowed to go.
I'm not the official historian,
Yes.
Okay.
and I'm relying on that extract of the 1970 annual report from East, which identified the 7 foundation clubs.
This is apparently come from Baisley that I've got there. So I mean, no one fucking knows.
Someone from Queensland Cricket should know, because
they
the
don't.
record should be kept. But
And welcome to Allan Border Field in beautiful southeast Queensland, Albion, for this day 2 of the Queensland Premier Cricket Final between Uni of Queensland and Redlands. Uni of Queensland, 228 in their first innings, and Redlands in reply, 2 for 28. So 200 in arrears and 8 wickets in hand. The not-out batters are Street on 2 and Smith on 14 and Pearson on 3. Michael Price and Evan Bancroft in with you this morning. G'day, bangers.
Good morning, Pricey. How are you?
Yeah, very well, mate. Look, I think we're on parity, aren't we? After day 1, it's Uni. They were in all sorts at 7 for 126 until great partnership from Walker and Willens and good rearguard action. So they got that total to that awkward 228. So,
and mate, I look at is that Crook, I think.
Yeah, Crook.
Open up. Apparently bowled very well yesterday afternoon. I didn't see all of it.
Yep.
I watched a bit early on in the day.
He steamed in from this end, the Catherine Raymond end, newly named, and He steamed in and he got those couple of wickets. He's got 2 for 14 off 5 overs. Here he comes. It's a fair effort to start with. Very watchful Jimmy Pearson.
So Jimmy Pearson came in late yesterday. The Redlands side had lost Hazlitt just before that.
Correct.
And Jimmy guts it out at the end there with Liam Smith, who has had a pretty good year, pretty good last couple of years, Liam Smith, and a big key today, both of these two guys.
Yeah, Liam Smith did very well yesterday. They had to face some really hostile bowling, particularly from Crook. And a couple of interesting overs from Bryce Street in there as well. That's zipping through, just top of off.
Nice strong action. There's John Salter, Queensland board member, rang me yesterday afternoon and said he was watching Crook bowling and bowling very, very well. And Matty Willens, how did he go, Matty? I mean, he's a great big tall prospect.
Yeah, so I enjoyed his rearguard action with the bat. He just let the long levers go, and after being tied down for quite a while, he just let the bat do the talking. He had a couple of lives, but he brought Uni back into the game, he thinks. He and Walker had a great little innings. It's turned around the corner. First runs of the day, only the one.
Harry Walker, his dad's here today. I just saw him down there. Chalker. Good nickname for Walker.
Yeah.
Chalker. Rob
Chalker.
Walker.
Just don't call him Henry. Yeah.
Don't call him. He said it to me. He said, Dave called me only once, though, apparently.
Once, and then I corrected myself. I actually wrote it down as Henry. That's the problem.
Talking about Matty Willens, though, he's had a lot of injury, which has probably helped his batting. He worked very hard on his batting. May have even played a bit of second grade, just as a bat. And quite often you see cricketers, especially fast bowlers, that have an injury work on their batting, and even though the injury, you don't want injuries, but it helps them through in the long term.
So it was an interesting day's play. It could have gone either way. The momentum swings all the way through. Uni had it, and then Redlands wrestled it back. So it's really interesting. I think this session is going to really dictate the rest of the game. Oh, it just beats the outside edge. This is what he did yesterday afternoon, bangers. He just steamed in, same areas, and he just troubled the batters all night.
Looked like a big leg cutter, that one there. So obviously with the Redlands side, a lot of pressure on these two, but then you've got Drennan, who coming off 80 last game. Simon Malenko actually came out of retirement after a few injuries, especially the big one to Bailey Stewart.
His tight bowling yesterday, it was supreme, Malenko. He was dropping it on a 1 cent piece, just the same spot. It was like the water torture.
Hard to get 1 cent pieces.
Well, that's an oldie. Oh, again, turn around the corner, just straying, and it'll be another one.
He's a very good cricketer. So he retired at the trophy night last year, Simon Malenko, and he was just done. He's played so much cricket for Tassie, Queensland, Redlands, and came out. I mean, this is just great for him to come out of retirement to help his club out. And in 2016, when Redlands won the premiership here at this ground against University, he had a huge game. Man of the match, took wickets and runs.
Here's Crook again. That's a strong forward defensive. Finishes his 6th over. And 2 for 16 off the 6, and Redlands 2 for 30.
Malenko coming back is fantastic. There's a big rumour still. I know you talked about it yesterday.
Yeah, it's a chat.
Big rumour about Jimmy Pearson. Not a rumour that Jimmy Pearson is going away with the Australia A side to New Zealand. That is actually fact.
Yes.
So he won't be here next week.
And a fact that he really deserves that too. I'm
a
big fan of Jimmy.
Yeah, he's a big fan. I believe now that he is number 2 to be chosen on that tour. And it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Ashes and what's going on.
Especially given his batting performance for the Bulls over the last few matches as well. We could wax lyrical about Jimmy all day, mate. I'm a big fan.
I wouldn't mind getting odds on him being a Test captain one day, which would be pretty good. There you go. That's throwing it out there.
That's a good set of odds there.
He's a very good captain.
So now you've got your wish, bangers, straight up. So Matt Willens is going to have a crack at the bowling from the Hamilton end. 205 centimetres. Gee, you'd play him in the ruck in AFL. You'd play him under the basket in basketball. What an athlete.
That's tall, isn't it?
Oh, that's tall.
6'8"? 6'7",
close to
6'8"?
6'8", 6'9". Once you get past 200 centimetres, mate, all bets are off. And
he's not only a very good cricketer, he's a lovely fella, really good lad who works so hard on his game. Always, when you run into him, always very polite. And his dad's a good bloke too. That sort of works like that, doesn't it, sometimes?
Well, it certainly does.
Yeah.
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it?
Even though my dad was a good bloke. So it doesn't always work, does it?
Same with mine. He was a good lad. He's a good man.
Matty will be trying to bend his back. I saw him warming up a bit early. This is a very important session, this first one for Uni.
And forward, getting the front foot a long way down the pitch is Liam Smith. So Willens has had a good season. He had his 22 odd matches. Best bowling was 4 for 83. He's got an average of around 30. So the economy rate up there about 4. So that's not, the economy rate doesn't really matter in the final unless you're getting tonged.
So round the wicket, interesting decision.
Well, we saw them change the angles up yesterday afternoon as well. Oh, streaky, just the outside edge just beats Gully, and it's going to go down towards the rope. Good bit of teamwork, and they'll get it back in. No, does it all himself.
How was the outfield yesterday?
A little sluggish.
A bit sluggish, okay,
Well,
because a bit of rain around it. Had been.
Unusual for AB Field, because once you get it through, there were threes run yesterday. Usually it goes through, once it gets through the infield, it's gone, but just held up a bit.
Big boundary over there. I did the ladies' game here last week, the final at the Scorchers one, and they played on that wicket you can see further over.
The brown.
But it was quick. The outfield was super quick then.
It would have been very close to the that fence. Oh, there's a cut back again. And this is with that extra height. He's getting that bounce, a nice bit of cut as well.
A little bit of swing too, I think there. It's so humid at the moment. There would be a lot of swing. The new ball's still pretty new.
Well, we saw Stimson just do some amazing things with the ball. He shaped the ball all over the place yesterday.
Stimson is about 50.
Yeah, mate, we were saying it was like Old Man River, how he comes in. He looked ungainly or whatever, but he did the same action, and then once he hit the crease,
he's a ripper.
Fluent.
A ripper as well. Also works for Queensland Cricket.
But he also dropped it on a dime as well.
That's what he does.
Oh, that's a better shot. Willens looks like he's just warming up into his work this morning.
It's funny calling these guys old and a half our age, isn't it? But at cricket terms, Stimo, he's been around a long time and retired as well. He came out of retirement. There's two bowlers in this side, with Malenko is an all-rounder. But Stimo gave it away for probably a year at least. Came back through injuries that were down there at Redlands.
So Willens' last ball of his 6th over. Oh, that's a good agate. That's just really cut him in half, hasn't it? Just did well to play it down into the ground in the end. Redlands 2 for 32. Pearson's not out on 4 and Smith not out on 7. That's a good over from Willens. He's got 4 maidens out of his 6, none for 10.
It's great bowling. So yesterday Redlands
won the toss.
And they had him 7 for 120 or 30?
It was 7 for 126. So 7 for 126, and then it was 8 for 200. So they literally put on 3 for, 102 in the end. So it's that rear guard action, especially Willens. He let the levers go yesterday. He just opened the shoulders and had a crack at, if it was there to have a crack at. Oh! Tell you what.
That's a fair delivery. If you nick that one, you're in form.
Yes, and that was the thing yesterday. Will Crook's bowling was beating the outside edge so consistently.
That's a great bit of bowling that was. Simon Belson, the Redlands coach, was saying that Harry Walker's innings is what they've been talking about in the Redlands dressing room.
Yeah,
it's that's how you bat on this wicket. And
I'll wax lyrical about Willens, but Walker, and they were the only 50-run partnership of the uni innings, and then Walker continued.
It's a leg by there.
Just off the hip.
Yeah, very good young cricketer. Went to BBC, young Harry Walker, and playing at university now. Different world at uni. I only found this out yesterday, but in the old days, as part of our event we're doing later on today, you had to go to uni to play for uni.
Ah.
Which wouldn't have worried me and you, Pricey.
I was about to say, did they have a high school team?
Yeah, that was it. I reckon they would. I would like to ask a few of the uni people this, but I reckon a few would have snuck through, because I'm sure I played against some uni guys that were definitely not at uni. Here's Crook.
Yeah, he's still zinging it through. That one better outside the off stump, and pretty watchful Liam Smith. So, yeah, there were some sliding doors moments yesterday. There was 7 for 126, and then Willen skied one to the boundary. And Carter Pearson was 12th man, dropped one on the rope. Now, that would have made them 8 for 126. That would have been a lot different. As it was, he went on and added another 40-odd runs. So
I dropped it straight away. Okay, I didn't realise that catch was dropped when they were at that. Okay.
Yeah, so it was more or less straight away, and poor Carter Pearson copped it on the nose. He had blood streaming. And it bounced a little bit as well. Just jagged a bit off the pitch. Well played by Smith.
He played it very well. Smith, he also worked for Queensland Cricket, and then he resigned, and he now works for Energex. He's one of those guys that goes up in those scissor lifts and turns the electricity on and that. I mean,
well played.
You reckon that's dangerous? I mean, cricket's easy compared to that, isn't it?
Compared to that. Could have used him on Friday night at the Gabba, mate.
Yeah, you were commentating there, weren't you? We'll talk about that in a minute too. That was amazing.
I still reckon the PR spin afterwards more amazing than the event. I've talked about that too. Oh, that's well taken down the leg side. Good bit of keeping.
So the PR, so what happened? I was watching it live when it went out. I thought I'd had some problem with my eyes at home, but it wasn't me.
Well, it was an amazing event, but that you're in the middle of a live sporting event with 30,000 people in the stadium. The lights completely just go out. Little pop. And then they just little pop where the bulb blew up and you could see flames there, but transformer outside, and it all was because of the cable outside the Gabba. Crook. Oh, well played down. He kept that down nicely, got right in behind it.
Played it very well. My daughter was actually at the ground. I rang her and said, "There's fire there. You better get out."
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they immediately identified that you didn't have to be evacuated, but I just like the spin in the news afterwards. They must have just rolled out the PR line straight afterwards because every person said, well, it's infrastructure's really dilapidated around the Gabba. Oh, we need to update the infrastructure. So,
that'd be right.
So it was just beautifully done.
How about this one, though? Imagine if you were playing cricket.
Well,
and that bloke running into bowl at about 160k, and as he's in his delivery stride, about to let it go, and the lights go out.
Well, a similar thing happened at the BBL only a year or two ago.
But not at that. Imagine if you went out and you're batting.
Oh, yeah, exactly right.
It'd be that wouldn't be good.
But they've employed a few cricket strategies. Wherever the Sharon was, they left it sitting there. Willens. That's a good delivery. He's coming nicely into the
working very hard now. Very hard, Jimmy Pearson. Again, I mentioned that 2016 premiership. There's quite a few in this side that were part of that. Jimmy Pearson was one of them, a very young Jimmy Pearson. Marnus
was, yes.
Marnus Labuschagne was in that side. And, again, big rumours that he may play next week. If he gets the opportunity, I say he will.
He doesn't mind an extra game. Willens now. Yeah, well, that's very watchful from Jimmy.
The big thing with Marnus, though, now is obviously just been away in India. And he now has got the little daughter. And there's a lot more family time. He doesn't get a lot of time with them. And he's
got an England commitment as well, doesn't he?
I think he'd probably be going back there where he can play cricket. He might have a season in Alice Springs or go out to Dubbo, or he'll play anywhere, Marnus.
I was going to say. So here's Willens now. And we get a bit of cloud cover here at Allan Border Field. I better let you know that it's not as warm as it was yesterday. It's still 28 degrees. The humidity's there. That's a nice shot. Well done, Jimmy Pearson. Compact, just punched it straight up the field. 4 runs.
That's a magnificent drive from Pearson. He waited for that one and just overpitched it a little bit there. Willens just having a bit of trouble getting his right line. I'd like to see him go back over. I just think bowling to a right-hander coming around the wicket, if he's pushing it across, a more chance of getting the nick.
That was on camera too then. All the holidays.
So Harry Walker was the pick of the batters yesterday with 58. Bryce Street with 44. Willens got 32. Max Clayton as well. Some good batting. Turned around the corner, not quite. No run.
So 37 now. So that's a.
But the bowling figures yesterday, Bangers, that we talked about how Uni's bowlers might have bowled beautifully in that last couple of overs to get those 2 wickets. But pick of the bowlers yesterday was Jack Sinfield for Redlands, 7 for 83. But it was a team bowling effort because Stimson and Malenko, they just tied one end up so superbly. Oh, big shout. Struck on the pads. Couple of noises, not out.
I saw Jack here. I thought he only got 6. I said, "Well done with that 6 yesterday." He said, "I got 7 banger."
Yeah.
And he said there was a lot of turn.
Yes.
And I said, "Okay." And he said, He said Nick Sale is a very good bowler, so I'll be interested to see. That'll be a big part of the game when Sale comes into the attack. If there was that much turn for Sinfield.
He's been the pick of the bowlers, Nick Sale. He's had 44 wickets this year. 6 for 55, his best bowling at an average of 21. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do when he gets the opportunity. But Matt Wallens has got the ball in hand now. Last ball of his 7th over. Didn't quite get the bounce there and just left outside off by Jimmy, and that's the end of the over. The end of Wallens' 7th over. He's got none for 14. The not out bats, Pearson on 8 and Smith on 17. So what do we got? 2 for 37 now, Redlands.
So Nick Sale, he has been around. I've just been mentioned the churchy old boy. So how old would he be now? 28. And he's been around for a long time. I'm sure he used to bat a lot higher than he did yesterday.
Actually. So we've got Crook, Will Crook, coming from the Cat Raymond end. He reaches for that and does beautifully, Smith. That's going to roll out for 4 now. Probably yesterday that might have actually just been a little slower, but he struck and timed that beautifully.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. He just waited again for that. A bit like Pearson's straight drive in the last over. Just waited for it. The wicket was getting a good roll this morning. I went out and checked it out. It's still pretty firm.
It didn't have any demons in it yesterday, but it had enough spices to make it interesting. It's just going to get easier to bat on as we go along if we don't get more rain. We had some overnight last night, which they would have sweated under the covers a bit.
Good storm at Kenmore yesterday afternoon.
Oh, yes, indeed. We saw it from here. He absolutely hitting the pitch very hard, Crook.
So you mentioned the Catherine Raymond end. She'll be at the lunch today.
Now, what's this lunch you're talking about, Bangers? This is 125 years.
125 years of grade cricket. So the foundation clubs, some of them were different clubs, like East, who I played for, who are now Redlands, Wool and Gabba.
Yep.
And so there's 4 foundation clubs, but it's 125 years of grade cricket. So there's 140 people downstairs. I'll run through that a bit more in a second.
So that's here in the Stewie Law stand. Here's Crook. Oh, he reached for that. Oh, that's a good bit of fielding.
Yeah, downstairs here, it'll be in the Stewie Law stand, and it'd be a great lunch. There's 140. There's women cricketers, bloke cricketers. There's a heap of people. Some volunteers will be there, and there'll be a lot of stories told that have been told 100 times before.
And they'll be like the fish stories, won't they?
Only cricketers find them interesting.
Plus, the more distance you get from them, the bigger they get. I love it. Crook. Nice soft hands there from Smith, just guided it down.
So there'll be 2 panels. I'm doing one with Andrew Cortis, very, very funny man, one of the funniest blokes you'll ever met, and one of the other funny guys of grade cricket over the years, Dean Tuckwell. So, so have those 2 lads up with me will be great. And then there's the ladies panel with the great Catherine Raymond, as we mentioned her end before, and also Deputy Chair of Queensland Cricket and Australian player as well, Kirsten Pike. So,
wow.
So that'll be a lot of fun. They've done some videos. They've gone around the grounds and spoken to lots of legendary cricketers. So it'll be a lot of fun and good to see.
A little uppish, but he's got it straight back down. Through mid-on. Do you want to get the run? Has
Jimmy got there? Has he got like a little ice thing around his neck, or just to keep him a bit cool? It seems to be.
Well, it's 28 degrees at 10 o'clock in the morning, or 10:19, so... Any help you could get. It's a long...
So I went the ice latte, mate.
Oh, you did? Beautiful.
Yeah, just sometimes when it's a hot day, bit of ice in there. It's good. A little bit of caramel.
Yeah, that's
beautiful.
Nice. Oh, I've got to say, I don't mind the coffee they serve here at Border Field. I recommended it yesterday. That's a beautiful delivery.
All done by the Cricketers Club. Cricketers Club run all the catering here now. They have been doing that for a lot of years. We're all set up by Lockie Furnell.
He's a good man, Lockie.
He's a good man, has changed things. He came from a corporate background to the Cricketers Club a few years ago and has changed up a lot. They've moved on to different areas and has done a great job.
Yeah, the facilities here, second to none. We were talking about how it's just evolved into this magnificent boutique village green of just a wonderful facility. It's I know I shouldn't say it, but I much prefer coming here than the Gabba.
Than the Gabba,
It's just wonderful atmosphere, and it just screams cricket.
It sure does.
It really does. Here's Willens. Oh, he reached for that, but he's got it through. Not quite the classic cover drive, but we'll get a couple.
He does love the drive, Liam Smith. He's a big, tall lad, probably about 6'3", and another cricketer that took a long time to get to first grade and worked his way up. Scored a lot of runs in second grade, and when he got there, he's not going anywhere else now.
He grabbed his chance.
He grabbed his chance, and I still think he can go to the next level. He's a very good cricketer.
Isn't it amazing how many times you see that? The ones that are handed the opportunity perhaps a little bit too prematurely, or the ones that had to work for it, and the ones that really stick. So here's Matt Willens. He's generating some more pace and bounce now. He got right behind that one, Liam Smith.
Yeah, it's interesting, this game with Redlands. The semi-final, it's a little bit opposite to the semi, because in the semi, Redlands scored just over 220, and Northern Suburbs with 7 down, 8 down. They got the last couple of wickets, and this time they're the ones with the runs on the board that they're chasing, and Uni have got the runs on the board, and Redlands have got to chase them down. So opposite to last week.
And being a 4-day game as well, brings a whole different complexion to it.
It sure does, man. And the big change too in the last, I'm not sure when this came about, but when I played the game back in the 1800s or whatever it was, but
I think I was commentating.
You were commentating. You had to win a 4-day final. If you finished on top, the other team had to beat you outright.
Yeah.
And it was a great change, because there were teams coming out and batting and getting 600 and 700 and just batting the first day, and it wasn't good for cricket. So now, which they could still do, but at least it gives them an opportunity to get the runs if they're chasing 700. They've got a couple of days maybe to do it.
Well, the first innings being vital in this 4-day. Now he's hitting the spots there a little bit better now, Willens, and making Smith be very watchful and defensive.
A little bit of cloud around, Pricey.
Yeah, we've got some, we're looking at, there's plenty on the top of Hamilton Hill, looks foreboding, and a little bit over towards Mount Cootha area, but...
Some lovely homes up there, aren't there?
Oh, gee whiz.
Beautiful, yeah, that's...
You wouldn't mind one on the top of Hamilton Hill, would you?
Fantastic. You'd want a car, though.
You want a
walk
car?
up that hill.
Mate, you could, mate.
I think they'd have cars if they got a house on top of Hamilton Hill.
I reckon they might have several. That's a beautiful shot. Just turned it around, very much within himself. Guided it down to the ground, knew he was just going to get a single. So Smith's been very watchful this morning, 25 off 60 in Pearson, 8 off 31. Now Jimmy's been selected for the Australia A, so this will be his last day of this final. And the rumours, as we say, Marnus Labuschagne could be utilised as his replacement. If Marnus doesn't, who does?
Who is lined up for that? Has it actually been lined up? I mean, it's interesting you say that. I mean, Marnus coming back in next week.
He turned that around again. Nicely controlled all the way along the ground. No chance given and 1 run. And Pearson moves to 9. Smith on 25 at the end of the over. Redlands 2 for 46.
I mean, and I think it'll be the state of the game, and whether you can make that decision. I thought in the old days you'd have to name it, before the game started.
Well, Uni have named a replacement. Tom Kellett is only playing this week 1, and Jano Kurtzie's coming in for week 2. So Uni have already named that.
Yep.
But
why didn't Kurtzie play? Was that because of last week?
I've been trying to investigate the reasons why.
He got hit in the head last week in the semi-final.
Perhaps. Well, I'll find out more information.
We'll check that out. I know that Coetzee did cop one and ended up in hospital. I did hear it last week, so maybe there has been a concussion rule.
That could come into it as well. Crook. Oh, straight past the outside edge. He gave it a little flourish, Jimmy, but great delivery from Crook.
I'm impressed by Crook. Just runs in and bends his back.
2 for 21. He's 8.1 overs. He's only the one main, but his economy rate's only 2.5, so he's doing beautifully. And For a fast bowler, he's owned this end since the start of the innings.
Long list of very good fast bowlers, the University of Queensland Cricket Club, all the way back to Muller and Kaspovich, and Scott Walter took 4 million wickets.
About 1 million. Here's Crook again. And he gets a little bit, didn't get all of that either. Jimmy Pearson, just very thickish on the outside edge of the bat.
Jared Keating.
You're getting fed information. You've got stats. You've got stats here.
Big John Eales. John Eales.
Big John Eales.
John Eales.
Nobody.
One of their fast bowlers. Chris Whitey from international quarterback.
You talked about two. Oh, yeah, okay. Gee whiz, now you're pulling some names out now. I just think, I don't.
David Ellis.
Unbelievable.
Some great bowlers at East too.
You've blown me away with John Eales. That's just... Oh, he just pulled out of that one, Jimmy. He saw it. Watchful outside off stump.
Some of the Redlands and East good fast bowlers came through there too in the last few years. Ben Edmondson, Damien McKenzie, Paul Hutchison, the late great Paul Hutchison. Wasn't he a good cricketer? Obviously Malenko, to see the ones that have gone through to state cricket. We go all the way back to Tony Dell, Ross Duncan, Brian Dobinson.
Tell you what, just judging on what you've been talking about, this is going to be a really interesting lunch. Nice shot down the ground. Got right behind it, Jimmy. He might just pull up. No, it's going to hit the rope, and it will be 4. And more or less straight drive, but once again, he just punched that, and that's Redlands 50. Up now, 2 for 50.
The other one was, and this brings it back to finals, but Craig Jesberg, who played for East in the 89-90 premiership side, he took 10 wickets, actually 11 wickets, and scored 100 in the A-grade final that East won.
Get the man of the match?
Yeah, he did.
I would have thought so.
Yeah, well, I didn't get a bowler bat, so he ended up getting it. So.
Will Crook. That's a better shot from Pearson. Just middle of the bat, turned it around, no danger, and 1 run.
A little aside on that one, his opening bowling partner in that game was a guy called Paul Stenhouse. Paul Stenhouse is captaining the 6th grade Redlands side in the final today. So he made a bit of a comeback. So he's gone from 89-90, 23 years later, he's captaining 6th grade in the 6th grade final being played at the Peter Burge Oval. So there you go.
You are a font. An absolute
It's all written down here on the back
font of knowledge. Yeah, I wanted all that writing on the back of your hand. Here's Crook. Well, that was a little uppish. He's end of the over now. So that's Crook's 9th over, 2 for 26 for him. Redlands 2 for 51 in response to Uni's 228.
So yeah, Pricey, it's just great to be here at Allan Border Field. I mean, we're looking across there at the Melissa Bulow Terraces. That's been named recently, the Catherine Raymond end. We've got the Stewie Law stand that we're in at the moment. We've got
Matty Hayden stand.
The Matty Hayden stand. The southern end or the northern end will be named. It hasn't been announced yet, so that won't be mentioned yet. But that'll be named in the next week or two.
You can see the maroon sign has actually got
Crook coming off there. I hope he's okay.
Well, I hope he's not, as his name suggests, he's come off in the 12th man. Well, he's steamed in this morning, and it is, as I say, quite uncomfortable conditions for bowling. Willens get a bit of extra bounce there, and it's just underneath the armpit of Jimmy Pearson. Now, some really dark clouds pretty close to the stadium here.
They're gone, I think, though, Pricey. I think it tends to come across and go. I had been wrong before. My weather forecasting career didn't last too long, but that's sort of heading out towards Stratty.
Okay, so we've got 28.5 degrees. Bureau says it feels like 32, so the humidity's up now to 60%. Just having a look at the rain map, and I think you might be right, Bangers, that
unusual.
It might be south side bound. So here's Willens. I made him jump, but he got right behind it there, Jimmy Pearson, and no run.
Yeah, but it's going back to that. So they've also, over on the other side there where the groundsmen are, there's an honour board for the groundsmen that have been part of Queensland cricket over the years, which is a great idea as well to get behind that. And as I said, this is the Stewie Law stand. We have the Matthew Hayden stand. We've got the Ray Lindwell oval over the other side. And Judy Harris, scoreboard, who was one of the great scorers over the years. And also just a great cricket person.
Where's the sign? The Judy Harris sign?
And I think it's a smaller one just below that. But yeah, it is the Judy Harris scoreboard.
So it was beautiful shot down the ground. And again, that's the third time he's played that shot. He's waited for it to get into the slot and just punched it with his weight. Nice. This is what he did in the Shield games. His batting, he was patient and he dragged his team through a period where they really needed a few extra runs but stability.
And we've also got, I didn't mention too, at the back here, the Graham Dixon Gates, former CEO, late great Graham Dixon. So the Gates were named after him last year as well, so that's fantastic as well.
So Willens in the middle of his 9th over. Once again, Pearce just punches it through covers. Looking for a second and watchfully says no. That's
a great shot. That was just, he waited for that and thought, I'll just get a quick single here, and that's experience of Jimmy Pearson. But a lot of cricketers there would have played it. It was a good delivery. They would have played a forward defensive shot and not scored a run. Jimmy turned a forward defensive shot into a quick single.
And this is, we were talking about how, well, I'm a fan of Jimmy, there's unabashed, but his development as a cricketer, not only as a keeper, his glove work has been sublime, but his batting has just become more and more mature. And I think that's what's going to give him a shot at being in the top job. Watchful there.
There was a time, probably 3-4 years ago, that there was a few people calling, that Jimmy wasn't scoring enough runs at this level. And so, yeah, no, he has taken it to another level.
So this is the last ball of Matt Willen's 9th over. Redlands have negotiated a difficult period, the first half hour of this morning's session, without the loss. So 2 for 56, and Pearson's on 19, and Liam Smith 25. Smith on strike. Right behind this one. End of the over. Redlands 2 for 56 in response to Uni's 228. Liam Smith's on 25. Pearson's on 19. I'm going to take a short break. Hamish Bennett is coming in to join you, Bangers.
Great to catch up, Pricey, as always. Thank you, mate. Little drinks break out here. Not a scheduled drinks break. It's very warm, very, very warm out there. Humid. Hamish Bennett will be joining me, former Kiwi international, test player, one-day player, T20 player, and a bit warm, mate. You've been walking around the ground a bit. Hamish, great to catch up.
Yeah, mate, it's been great to catch up. Good morning, all. It's been a great first half an hour, isn't it? Just Jimmy Pearson playing some lovely shots and building quite nice little partnerships into last night. The first hour was going to be critical for this game, and because Redlands have really owned that first half an hour. There's been a few sort of half chances and plays and misses, but QQ in this next half an hour, they really need a pole to get back into this game.
Henderson coming into the attack. We saw Crook go off at the end of last over, maybe just to get a drink and a bit of a stretch. It has been very warm. Hope he's okay. But Henderson will be bowling to Jimmy Pearson. Pushes that through. Interesting action, quite tight. His left arm doesn't get too high. How did he go? Did he bowl much yesterday?
No, it was only a couple of the Willens, Crook, and then we saw Sale and a little bit of Bryce Street. So Henderson's first ball of this match. So yeah, last night, good little intriguing period. I feel as though we could have one of those little sessions again tonight, the way this game's going. There's no big partnership by any of the Redlands players, but Henderson will just be looking to get into his work.
Here he is again, Henderson to Pearson. Oh, in the air cut, and it goes down for 4. It was a really, really minute chance, but it went past his left hand.
It might be a hell of a grab, absolute hell of a grab. And they say if you're going to play any shots, you've got to go hard. Jimmy Pearson's done that. That's the strength of his, though, any width. So you want him playing his shots. Tell you what. He was at his face. I don't know if he would have got his hands to it.
He did not. He waited and waited. It was like the old pinball machine as you wait. They hit the flipper straight through the gully. And it's 4 more, though. Takes Pearson to 25. To 23. Sorry. Smith 25. Henderson again. Oh, well bowled. Good comeback.
Actually a tough little period here for UQ because this partnership's starting to build, and you can just see by the field having fine leg back, deep square back, but also deep point. So Jack Clayton's also worried about the runs. You've got to try to apply some pressure, but you've got to try that balance right of applying pressure, but not also leaking runs. So there's an easy single there for Pearson through point, sort of cover-ish as well. So if he defends well, defends strong, Henderson looks like he's getting a bit of bounce. If it hits the stickers, he can also get a single. So it's just trying to find that balance of how much to attack and how much to defend.
Oh, nicely played. That's in the gap. Hasn't got enough on it to go for 4, but he'll come back for 2. Well played by Pearson. It's actually interesting you say that, Hamish. I looked at some of the lower grade scores over the last few weekends, and a lot of sides, when they know they only have to draw the game, they've got themselves into trouble by going out and just batting and batting and batting and not scoring runs. Then they lose a couple of wickets, and all of a sudden they've rolled for 150. So it's sometimes it's better to be playing shots if they're there to be played.
My mic's off. Yeah, I think my mic's off there. There we go, I'm back.
You're back?
I'm back, I'm on.
You've given me some of your best too there.
Just giving you some of my best. I'm
Probably
out.
came back through mine. But yeah, no, it's interesting. I will run through some of those lower grade scores as well at some stage, just to see how we've got finals on everywhere at the moment. We had the women's final last week here that the Scorchers had a great win, and that was a great game of cricket too.
High scoring, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Have a look at some of these scores on my cricket. At the moment, the score here, though, is 2 for 63. Henderson now bowling to Liam Smith. Oh, well bowled. A couple of very good deliveries. He knew that was close to getting through the defences of the big, tall Energex worker from Redlands. Mentioned earlier, mate, when you were out, big Liam Smith worked for Queensland Cricket and then took on a role. He's one of those guys that goes up in a scissor lift and sorts out when there's a power outage. So
He would have been busy Friday night then.
he's pretty tall. He doesn't always need the scissor lift, but yeah, he would have been busy. He might have been at the Gabba. He could have been there. Have to check that out. Up in the lights. Let's go through and look at some of these other scores as we're waiting for Bryce Street.
Yeah, interesting bowling change actually. When you look at the pitch when I was out there this morning, obviously all the footmarks are from this Hamilton Road end due to all the pace bowlers coming there, so it could be a short spell from Henderson if not much happens. Get sail on, get into those footmarks that the pace bowlers have produced from this end.
We're bowling to Liam Smith. No run. So over in the second grade final at Felberg Park, South scored 234. They were in a lot of trouble early, and the lower order got some runs. Wells Perris 43, McNay 44, even number 11 chipped in with 18, and 1 for 25. The Gold Coast are in the second grade grand final. Men's third grade we'll come back to in a second. Yeah, nicely played and beautifully just lent on that, Smith. Only be the one, I'd say. Jimmy Pearson looks back. And there's only the one run.
He just looks to be a little bit stiff, Jimmy Pearson, doesn't he? Just a little bit of running there. Doesn't seem to be quite striding out as he usually would, whether that's a little bit of stiffness or maybe a little niggle. But
big season, hasn't it, for Jimmy? So he's getting to a level. Now he's got to go and tour New Zealand with the Australian A side next week.
yeah, so there's been a great opportunity for him to put his name in lights before the Ashes, especially with so many test matches. Australia have got 6 test matches in about 7 weeks, I believe, with the World Test Championship finishing only a couple of days before the first Ashes test.
Yeah, nicely played, no run. So what is that tour? How many games have they got over in New Zealand, do you know?
2 4-day games.
2 4-day
just to
games.
prepare for, I think it's 1st of April it starts, and then 8th of April is the second game, so playing with the Duke's ball. So it'll be an interesting series for everyone involved. I think the people to watch out for would be Renshaw, how he's going to go. Pearson, obviously, with that backup keeping spot, and then Spencer Johnson would be the ones that I'd be keeping an eye on. I think he's my smoky to be in the Ashes squad.
Oh, lovely shot. That's 4. Just lent on that and hit it through the covers for 4. Beautiful shot by Pearson. Didn't overplay the shot.
No, and that's a reason why he could be a backup keeper in Ashes series, beautiful shots like that, straight through the covers, just easy on the eye as well.
How about Spencer Johnson? He played in the T20 comp up here at the beginning of the season. Wasn't even, I'm not sure he was even in the South Australian squad. And all of a sudden, as a great BBL, here's Street again though first. Let someone go through to the keeper. Then he gets in the Shield side, and now we got talked about as a smoky for the Ashes. What a great season.
Well, unbelievable season. I think he's just a body double, isn't he, for Mitchell Starc? I mean, he's tall, left arm, tan, good looking.
He's got it all going for him, hasn't he?
He's got it all going for him, bowls 150. So I think being in that Ashes in the Australian setup would only help increase his game, be able to swing the ball back. Hopefully he can swing the Duke as well. And you think of that, 6 test matches in 7 weeks, it's going to be a lot on the pace bowlers.
He played for Redlands too in that early part of the season. So a lot of the Redlands guys on the socials have been mentioning it, very happy for him and doing that. So are they taking a reserve keeper on the Ashes or not?
Well, not sure. You'd have to talk to Andrew McDonald.
See what's going on. I have heard a rumour that I know that Jimmy is going to be playing some county cricket.
Yep.
And whether he's been asked to do that by Cricket Australia and the selectors, I don't know. But that would probably be, I reckon that'd be a better option to have someone over there or who's playing county cricket, and if something happens to Kerry or, form or injury, you can just pull him in, but he would have been getting plenty of cricket.
Yeah,
So,
you also got Pete Hanscom as well, don't you, who can take the gloves?
He can.
But I guess it depends on what his role's going to be. If he's playing as a genuine batter, you probably don't want him taking the gloves to take his mind off that. So there's probably also an Australian A tour on at the same time.
let's go through to the keeper. So going back to the third grade, so University of Queensland, here's one of those games where 6 for 169, they batted all day yesterday for that. They did the same in the semi-final against Redlands. So they that game's in the balance. That's the third grade, and then we'll look at fourth grade, men's fourth grade competition. North's a 2 for 35, chasing 112 Valleys. Then fifth grade, as Henderson gets ready to bowl his next delivery. Northern Suburbs in fifth grade, 6 for 171. Oh, there's a pull shot. Doesn't get all of it. They'll probably get 2 maybe, or just the 1, only the 1. How about Northern Suburbs in fifth grade, 6 for 171, and not out 14, Jimmy Ma.
Scored a few runs in his life, hasn't he?
Still playing club cricket. That's what you love to see. And not out, Jay Roy. There you go. That's an interesting one. It's and that's the fifth grade. And looking at sixth grade, where Redlands are also in that one, we'll just run with Paul Stenhouse captaining that side. Valley's 5 for 136. But we're here at Allan Border Field for the first grade one, 2 for 70 Redlands. Oh, great shot by Pearson through the covers for 4, just over pitched.
That is a beautiful shot from Jimmy Pearson. Just leant into it. Henderson just over pitches. That's a great way to bring up a 50-run partnership. Stand of 50 between Smith and Pearson. It looks ominous for now for UQ. Looks like Redlands is just really building towards something, but has sort of been the style of this game. Just as one team looks as though they're getting in front and going to take the upper hand, there's either been a wicket just at the right time, so that's what Jack Clayton needs.
Yeah, nicely played. You're right there. And it's a time where they're looking so comfortable at the moment. You've got to be careful that you don't just overplay your hand.
Totally agree with you. And looking back at those other results as well from club cricket and that, from the grade cricket, it's low scoring and it's taking, the run rate isn't high, but I think it's around your mentality. If you're looking to score, you're in good positions, you've got good intent to score, then it's okay. I think it's when you get into that negative mindset of just trying to survive, not wanting to play any deliveries. That's the main thing here. That'll be the main thing for Redlands, especially if they pass the UQ score.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. It won't go for 4 because there is a deep third, a very wide deep third, nearly deep backward point more than deep third. Good shot, though.
Yeah, beautiful shot. I think it's actually a time now to get some spin on. I'll take Henderson off, follow him after Street from the Hamilton Road end and try to get sail on. We saw Sinfield yesterday tie and end up and cause a lot of issues with the bounce and also turn in the surface. So you want to bring your left arm spinner on before sort of the damage gets away from you.
Henderson again this time to Smith. down the leg side. And we just had a few camera issues. We've got the one fixed camera at the moment working. So we'll try and call it in a bit more detail than we normally would. But that's the end of the over, 2 for 75. And Uni of Queensland 228. And probably got let off the hook a bit yesterday afternoon. I wasn't here, Hamish, but a drop catch and good batting as well.
Yeah, some good batting there from the lower order. I think the wicket also got a bit easier as well. But, yeah, Redlands definitely created some opportunities and just couldn't quite take them. I think it was a day where both sides were reflect on and could have done things better.
Yep.
UQ could have obviously batted better and tried to apply themselves a bit more. I think they could have actually been more aggressive. I think they were probably in that mindset of trying to bat a couple of days and try bat Redlands out of the game.
Good defensive shot there. And so, Hamish, what brings you to Oz, mate? Have you moved here or are you over for holiday?
No, so we moved here. So, I mean, I guess unfortunately my other half's Australian. So, as a New Zealander, you'd say that. So,
how good's that?
So just
stealing our chicks as well.
Yeah. So, yeah, it was just a little bit of change, really. I mean, obviously spent a lot of my life in New Zealand and
that's good, mate. Good to be over here. How long you been here for? His street, though, first. Oh, it came back to a bit closer to off stump than Jimmy Pearson would have liked.
Yes, I've been here since October, so obviously landed a job at Queensland Cricket as a coach and talent specialist. So been chipping away with Queensland Cricket, did a lot of coaching in New Zealand as well when I was playing, so something I'm pretty passionate about. So it was good in that regard to come over to the Sunshine, come to the Sunshine State, and also, I guess, learn and see what how Australians play cricket and their mentality is, as opposed to New Zealanders. So it's been quite interesting in that regard.
He's straight again to Pearson. A little outside edge, no run. And whereabouts are you? You're based in Brisbane?
Yeah, so based at Allen Border, so I can thankfully call this my office. So it's pretty privileged to be able to look out here and see this great field and this great facility, which, Queensland and people around it are very lucky to have.
And are you working with the higher squads or more in the juniors, or where are you working?
Yeah, so the job's sort of around that coach education in South East Queensland,
yep.
And then some of the pathway players through there. So it's been good so far. Really enjoyed it. And
here's Bryce Street again. Pearson lets that one go through to the keeper. Concentrating very hard. Your last thing you ever want to do is get out to a part-time medium pacer who is also your Shield teammate.
I know, there's nothing worse there. You're almost concentrating harder, and Pearson will be looking not to score. What we're going through his head is I don't want to get out to this guy.
Because if he gets out to him, it will be talked about for the next 30 years. In the bars, and that's what's going to happen downstairs at this lunch today, at 125-year lunch.
And also he'll be asking for a bowl at Shield cricket too.
Oh, yeah.
If he gets him out, he'll be going, remember that time I snicked you off?
Yeah, you should bring me back on again. But Pearson gets up the other end. He'll come back for two here, running fast and hard. And they say no. Very well fielded.
Well, it's the last thing they want is a run out. Bit of smart play, obviously hitting it to the shorter side as well. It's actually quite short out there. That side of the field, I think you're actually better off instead of, especially if you get a short ball, instead of trying to hit it along the ground, try and hit it over the rope. As we saw a few yesterday going to the Queensland Cricket Building. Be about 2 or 3 balls up there now from Nick Sale. So someone to get up there Monday morning and grab them.
Yeah, nicely played by Smith. Pearson has to run a bit faster than he thought he did first up. Well fielded. One of those ones again, a couple of little jittery bits here. Run out's not good in a final, not good any time.
No, that's the one saying I've learnt over here. Run out, start bushfires apparently. That's what everyone says.
It's not good.
Not good at all. So your lunch today, 125 years. You're obviously MC. You got any sort of material lined up? Who's your sort of targets?
Mate, there's some good ones.
In the audience.
There's some real good ones. As I said, I've got a panel with Andrew Cortis, former Queensland Shield opening batter, and also Dean Tuckwell, who both played a lot of great cricket, but also very well known for their after-dinner speeches and speaking. Andrew Cortis is on Ford TAB these days on the breakfast show, and very, very dry but very funny man. And Dean Tuckwell, equally as funny. So I'll do a panel with those guys, and also got a panel with Catherine Raymont and Kirsten Pike. So talking about women's cricket and grade cricket when it came in, which about 1929 the ladies started playing more in Queensland. But Catherine Raymont came down from the country, nicknamed Farmer, And she's been heavily involved in Kirsten Pike, as we know, Deputy Chair of Queensland Cricket. But there's another 130 blokes in there and ladies that will tell a lot of stories that aren't true.
Well, they have an element of truth to them.
A little bit of truth. They get changed over the years, but
And
a
a lot
few
of
very
tags.
funny ones too, though. So here's a change. Sale, who Jack Sinfield gave a big rap to when I spoke to him earlier on today, and there was a lot of turn, Jack said yesterday, for his 7 wickets. So this is a big change in the game now, isn't it? This will be interesting to see how this goes.
Yeah, it's the right time to bring him on. You don't want the lead disappearing before you can get Sale on. You still want him to have the element of attacking.
Nicely played, but no run.
I think what Sinfield got used to is just the way he gets over the ball can actually generate that bounce out of the surface on day one. That was actually the problem for the UQ batters.
Yeah, nicely played. He got a short leg in just for we only got the one camera, so we have a deep point. We've got a backward point, deep point on the boundary. We've got a short extra cover. We've got a mid-off, mid-on. Here he is again. We have a short leg, obviously the keeper, first slip. We've got a deep mid-wicket, which you can't see obviously on camera. And we've got a square leg, just a backward square, just a little bit behind, about the same distance back as the umpire. Nicely played, but well bowled. Probably nearly beat him in flight, Hamish.
Yeah, that's a better delivery from Sale. First sort of few deliveries, just trying to get into his spell, but I'd like to see him get a little bit of air, try and get that turn, try and get Smith coming forward, catch that outside edge.
Here he is again. Well bowled, little outside edge. Been a good over first up.
That's very well bowled again. And that's the problem with not quite having enough runs on the board. You'd love to see another grabber in there. Someone in on the offside and maybe a second slip. But
Yeah, I'm with you.
trying to find that balance, though, for Jack Clayton of attacking versus defending.
Yeah, well played by Smith again. But yeah, no, there'll be plenty there. There'll be a lot of guys from other clubs and, as I said, ladies and men from both, but all different clubs around Brisbane. A lot of the Terry Svensson will be there. He just got back from India. And having another little quick drinks break here now. But it should be good. No, it's great, Hamish. You're over here and home in New Zealand was where, Wellington at one stage?
Yeah, so Wellington towards the end, then Christchurch for a number of years. So a little bit different weather to Wellington, definitely in Queensland. Probably about 20 degrees hot at most days. So the old body radiator's been melting a little bit. So looking forward to winter, be able to cool down for a few months.
It's a great place, New Zealand. What a beautiful country that is.
Yeah, Queensland isn't the worst spot either, to be fair, with your beaches and obviously pretty good weather most days.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty good spot.
It's been great. It's been great to be outside and get amongst it. So the kids are loving it. So it's been good. You know what they say: happy wife, happy life. So.
Did you meet your wife on tour to Australia at some stage, or she was over there on holidays?
I was
or?
actually over here on holidays and sort of met her and just stayed in touch, and it sort of just worked out really.
That's good. So if you have
those things,
have you got, and your kids are playing cricket or not? Here we go, Bryce Street.
Yeah, the lad is. So the lad's 7, so he's at Norths actually. So
Is it North? So he play for Australia?
wow, he's got 2 options.
He's got 2, hasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, so he trained himself up in Australia and just see how it goes.
And you slip him back over
If
there?
it doesn't quite go to plan, then he can cross the ditch and try his luck. So we've had a few
Yeah.
guys that have sort of like Daryl Mitchell's like that, you know, grew up in Western Australia when his dad was coaching the Western Force and then has come back.
It is interesting how we sometimes sledge other countries, but all of us do. We have to go at the Poms, don't we, about all the South Africans, and it's just the way it is these days. I mean, Marnus Labuschagne, we've got a couple here too now, haven't we?
Yeah, but I guess they grow up in Australia as well, though. That's the difference, you know. So someone else that obviously played for Australia and played for New Zealand, someone that Jimmy Pearson actually reminds me of is Luke Ronke, someone who played for Australia, then came over and played for New Zealand. Jimmy Pearson sort of just reminds me of his setup and his mannerisms of Luke Ronke as well.
Yeah, lovely shot. Oh, through point and away to the boundary for 4. Little misfield. He hit it very well, but at this level it should have been fielded.
Yeah, just timed beautifully from Pearson. Just got great hands, great extension through the ball. And the outfield yesterday was quite slow out towards that longer side. But maybe that's just Jimmy Pearson's bat. That's absolutely raced off. And Redlands now really pushing this game forward in their favour.
2 for 81. You know, New Zealand cricket's in a pretty good place, though, too, Hamish, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Oh, I'd say yes and no. I think that golden era is coming to a run. We're getting some aging players, and you're just trying to find that next tier of players.
Bryce Street. Yeah, good defensive shot from Pearson. Watched that onto the bat. You couldn't have watched it any further.
They didn't have a worse game. They probably had not a bad game last night, bowling, getting 280 odd maybe off the top of my head, and bowling Sri Lanka out for 76.
Well, that's not a bad win.
It's not a bad win,
yeah.
but I mean, a lot of our players were away at IPL. Sri Lanka's few players have gone to IPL as well.
Is that right? I didn't realise that. So now the IPL's taking preference over a New Zealand tour. Here he is again. Nicely played.
Well, it always has for those, smaller nations. I mean, we can't pay our players a fraction of what Australia pays them or England pays them. So IPL has to take preference to keep our players on national contract. You look at what Trent Bolt's done. He left his contract to go chase some overseas leagues to set his life up, which you can't blame him for. But so New Zealand and other countries outside of Australia, England and India probably have to be more flexible around those sort of leagues to keep their players playing for their country.
Here's Street again. Oh, well bowled. Bent his back a bit more there, and it was quicker than anything that Pearson had experienced.
Yeah, maybe he's just hit one of those. There's been a little few divots out there. Maybe they've quite haven't been rolled out. Maybe he's just caught one of those and just bounced a little bit, but it's a beautiful delivery. And saying that UQ, they just need to grab a wee edge there. Just clip an edge and get this game going back in their favour.
Yeah, that's right. A bit of pressure on the incoming batters from Redlands. And actually I ran into Chris Lynn the other day at a lunch on Friday, and he was very rare that you see him back in the country. He's playing in tournaments all over the world, and there's a guy that is just now a professional T20 cricketer, and there's a lot of them now. Sale to Smith this time.
Yeah, it's just the landscape of cricket, how it's changed. Look at someone like Paddy Doolan as well,
Paddy Doolan, yes,
he's probably
right.
not going to play first-class cricket, but he can still make a very, very good living going around the world playing T20 cricket.
Yeah, you're right. Had a very good year last year. Nicely played by Smith. There's a deep mid-wicket you can't see.
I think that's a challenge for all countries, even Australia and England, is, what do the youth want to do today? We're obviously saturating them with T20 cricket. So, like my son, for instance, I don't think he wants to play Test cricket. He's not too interested in it. He wants to get the pyjamas on and hit the ball as hard and as far as he can. But that's a product of what he's seeing on the TV in those prime times. So you can't blame him. So
no, you can't.
The landscape's definitely going to be changing.
Nicely played by Pearson, well bowled by Sarr. Wouldn't mind seeing it's a little bit more air.
Yeah, I think he's got to back himself. I think he's sort of bowling just flat, trying to get those dots, which is understandable, but I think he has to take a bit of a risk, try and be aggressive.
Nicely played by Jimmy Pearson, just for the one.
But straight away you can see they're actually looking to score off the spinner, whereas yesterday, I think, against Sinfield, I think UQ just allowed him to bowl and allowed him to get into his rhythm.
Same thing happened with Norths last week in the semi-final. I was watching it on the screen and on My Cricket, and I see a guy like Nick Chowdhury who smashes the ball. He got Sale again, and I saw that he was 2 off 20 or something. I'm thinking, why is Chowdhury? If Chowdhury could have taken that game away from Redlands last week, and I agree with you. I think sometimes there's players that do play shots. They say, hey, go out. Here's a license. Okay, we just want you to don't be stupid. But if it's there, hit it.
Yeah, they've got to take their high percentage options. I think when you get to finals, and the key when you get into big games and big finals is not actually trying to get people to change the way they play. That's how you get there, by people playing their natural game, and you can't take that away from them. That's why I've always struggled with some coaches who have picked players and they've tried to get them to change the game. If you don't like their game, then pick another player. It's pretty sort of simple. You can't tell Josh Brown to come out in a 4-day final and just block it and back some time. He could take a game away from you straight away and give you the upper hand. So you just got to back your players to do it in the big moments. That's why you're there.
It's the same as when you pick more batters in a. You only have to draw a semi, and you're going to, we'll pick a couple of batters, we'll rest the bowlers, and sometimes you're resting bowlers that can bat and tonk. Here he is against Street. Quick single, easy single, but yeah, you're picking a batsman to come in about 8 or 9, and all of a sudden you're in a position of the game where that 8 or 9 could have been an all-rounder or who could have come in and taken the game away from the opposition. So it's an interesting scenario sometimes, selections.
And it's also easier to win a game when you bowl a team out for not many.
Yes.
So you got
Exactly.
to be aggressive with bat and with ball. It's just that mindset of what you go into the game with.
Rain, I think, has moved out. Hopefully it doesn't come back this way. Let's that go through. Bowling little innings, I reckon, just from watching it from here.
Yeah, well, the ground staff have put the full covers on the practice wickets again. That was the sign yesterday of maybe some rain was coming. So they might be a little bit nervous. I actually think UQ wouldn't mind a few sprinkles on the surface. Just maybe get off for sort of 10, 15 minutes, half an hour, just sort of regroup and maybe freshen the wicket up.
Yeah, 2 for 84 now, Redlands. Their run rate is very good in the first hour. Yeah, nicely played by Smith. So we had 28 when we started today's play. So what's that, 54, 56 runs in nearly run a minute. We'll have a drinks break and at the end of this over, and I'll hand over to Pricey and head down to the lunch. I probably won't come back for any commentary later this arvo. It might be mightn't work too well.
Might be slurring your words.
But we definitely will catch up though. There'll be a sneaky beer down there for you later, Hamish. He goes for the big drive, no run.
It's a good-looking shot, though, isn't it? Unfortunately, it's always tough when you play a good-looking shot and don't get any reward for it.
You don't. They're playing for the Cam Battersby Cup. Dr. Cameron Battersby, a fantastic bloke. His son's one of my best mates, and Dr. Cameron Battersby was a big part of Queensland cricket for many, many a long year, and that's what they play for in the A-grade final here in Brisbane Premier Cricket. Fine doctor too, in his own right. So Bryce Street doing a little job here for his team, but it's sort of just going along at the moment, isn't it, Hamish?
Yeah, it's just they need just to sort of break this game open somehow. They just need a poll somehow. They need to try and create something. Obviously, try and do it through a bit of pressure. Street, he's not the worst cricketer, is he? Opening the batting, scored over 1,200 runs, taking plenty of wickets. He's doing a job, but they sort of need a little bit of X factor.
I was talking about Marnus earlier on. I know you guys were talking about it last week. Just to finish off quickly, it's interesting next week. The state of the game could be that they prefer a bowler to be in next week. It could be something where they don't actually need Marnus. So that's probably why the decision's being taken a bit later on.
Yeah, look, I'd still take Marnus purely for that.
Just having him there.
Yeah, but also that second spin option as well. You think of this surface is actually going to be dry and for another week. It's going to be just sitting there for a week. So how dry it's going to get. I think spin's going to play a big part next week. And if you've got Sinfield with his offies, Marnus with his leggies, and then also if you need to bat to survive the game, if UQ get bowled out and need to chase 200 or whatever, I'd back Marnus to bat some time or get you over the line for the outright result.
It'd be hard to keep him away. Hamish, great to catch up, mate. Great to meet you today. And I'll head downstairs to this lunch and hand it back over to Pricey.
Cool, well, mate.
Drinks break, so I reckon we might do the same for a couple of minutes, bangers. Thanks for that. Talk to you soon. welcome back after the drinks break. Michael Price and Hamish Bennett with you as we bring you the Queensland Premier Cricket Final between Uni and Redlands. It's at a pretty delicate stage now. Jimmy Pearson has taken over in this partnership. He's 41 not out and Smith 30 not out for Redlands. Nick Sale, the bowler for Uni. They're 2 for 84 Redlands and doing it well this morning. They basically put on 56 runs for no loss. So Hamish, they've negotiated this difficult early period quite well.
Yeah. Morning, Pricey. Good to have you back on. Yeah, we spoke about it yesterday, how that first hour is going to be crucial for the result of this game. And Redlands, well, their big players have stood up. They want Pearson, Drennan and Baisley to stand up at the bat. And Pearson's done his job so far.
Great bit of fielding there. Just an extreme short leg, bat pad.
It's a great stop that. Diving loader was right. Be interested to see what Jack Clayton said that drinks break. Try to get his troops together, see what the plan of attack is for this last hour of the first session.
Well, it's beholden on them now because Redlands got 8 wickets in hand. 144 odd to get to exceed that first innings total of Unis. I was just having a chat with some of the boys next door describing how Jack Sinfield was tweaking the ball yesterday. And they were saying that he's got an extreme, bowls a lot of toppies and he really spins the ball hard. And then they were comparing him to this fella. Good bit of fielding that, just a little bit high and wide. Tempting. There's a maiden over from Salo. His 4th over, 2 maidens, none for 4. But they were saying that Nick Sale, he's 44 wickets throughout the Premier League season. He has been really tweaking the ball hard.
Yeah, well, Sinfield seems to get over the ball and get that bounce, really get that dip on it. And sort of like Nathan, you can see obviously Nathan Lyon's a big role model, sort of trying to mimic his action. Whereas with Sale, he does look like he's getting that turn, but he's still got that lower arm, which causes that lower trajectory of the ball. It's almost like white ball bowling sometimes. And you can't blame them with the way that how much white ball cricket people play now growing up, how hard the batters do come, that you naturally get into that more defensive mindset.
So Bryce Street now. Fascinating watching him bowl. I had to fess up that I'd never seen him bowl before because primarily calling him in state cricket. But he's fascinating to watch as far as the bowler goes, and probably only because of the bowling strength of the Bulls that he doesn't get a crack at state level as well. I know he does at second level.
Yeah, I mean, he would be a good handy option, but the problem is when you're playing a surface that's doing something, good luck getting the hand out of the ball out of any of those big fours' hands. So
fair line up in front of him, more than serviceable. Smith can't get that one past the field.
If he was English, you'd say he'd bowl a lot in county cricket, wouldn't you, with that tuke? He'd be able to swing it, bowl nice length, be consistent. He'd probably be a very good captain's sort of dream. As you see here, he's bowled 6.2 overs, none for 14, so you know he can tie an end up. It's just about what's bowling at the other end. You know, I think if Bryce Street can bowl 15 overs, 20 overs in an innings, take 1 wicket, go for about 40, 50, he's done a very good job.
Comes in again. That's another nice straight drive. Just bowl more as a punch down the field again. Smith gets a couple here.
It's just hard for him in the country he sort of bowls in. You know, if he bowled in New Zealand or England or maybe even South Africa to an extent, he'd probably get a bit more assistance out of the wicket. But with the way the wickets are in Australia, ideally you can bowl over 140 kilometres, you'd be 6'4", and you're banging into the wicket. That's sort of what the wickets sort of demand, really. Otherwise you can just get hit and get lent on, as we just saw then.
We've seen that shot employed very well from both Smith and Pearson, where they've just leaned into it and just punched it down the field for several boundaries. They've taken the score on 2 for 86 now.
It always seems like Pricey, I think the outfield's got a bit quicker as well today, whether the groundsmen have cut it or not, but it seems to be a bit more value for shots than, or maybe the quality of the bats are a bit better, but
yeah.
You say, well, probably the ball didn't race through the outfield as we probably imagined it would.
Well, there were a lot of threats yesterday that we thought would have been fours in previous times. It seemed a little sluggish, but the this morning, not so bad. And we did have some overnight rain. So they really looked after the places. They do. The ground started to be magnificent.
Well, the drainage here as well is real world class, isn't it? You
Absolutely.
don't often now, back in our sort of day, especially in my early years, if it rained overnight, it was almost a day off because the ground couldn't drain, whereas you're not going to have that issue here in Allan Border.
No, the redevelopment went from the 4 up, didn't it? Street. Well, that's a good delivery to finish his 7th over, none for 16 for him with a maiden involved. And Redlands 2 for 86, Smith's on 32 and Wickets on 41. 31 overs gone this morning in this innings. It's relevant, I suppose. Look, the fact that first innings points will win it for you if there's no outright result. Win the first points. No outright result to win the trophy.
Do you agree with that or disagree with that? Do you think if you qualify first, you should be beaten outright?
Oh, difficult one. I'm probably 60-40 on that in favour of what's going on now. I don't mind the change. I hated that in Shield cricket where you could basically win the title by 1 point at the top, and then because you hadn't been beaten, you've got 700 in the first inning and you won the game in 2 days. But that's as a punter and as a cricket lover. As a player, you play within whatever rules you give, and like the DRS at the moment, there's little loopholes in the game everywhere.
I guess that's also the reward as well for being the best team during the season.
Yeah.
You have to be beaten, looking at it like that as well. But it's one that,
the evolution of sport results.
Because you look at the World Test Championship, don't you? If that finishes in a draw, they share the title. You almost want that World Test Championship game. I know it's 6 days, they have a 6 day, in case there's a rain out, then you can have another day added in there, but you'd almost like that to be a timeless test, wouldn't you?
Yeah. No, makes a lot of sense. But we're in that sort of
Timeless test.
immediate gratification.
Yeah, or otherwise the top team, if it's a draw, the top team wins, you know?
Yeah.
It's sort of one of those things that...
It's very difficult to have rules that fit all scenario too. So if you were on top of the ladder and won outright by 10 points and you were significantly the best team all year, then that would probably favour you. But if you've just scraped into the top of the ladder, equal on points, just run rate difference or something, make it very difficult to be awarded the trophy just for a draw. And that was uppish. Oh boy, that was a chance nearly for Nick Sale to finish his 5th over, none for 5, 2 maidens. What he's doing with the ball is very interesting from that Cat Raymond end, and maybe we just saw a little something there.
Yeah, well, he's created an opportunity, he's caused a chance. False shot there from Smith, trying to drive through the ball and just not quite there. Better in flight, maybe a little bit more purchase off the surface into those footmarks. Well, there's something for UQ there to get a little bit excited about. Hasn't been many sort of half chances or many oohs or ahs as we heard yesterday. So Sale's just building the pressure from that end with Street as well. So he could find something here. Going to that last half an hour before lunch, 3 down. Try to create something.
So Street, just outside off, very consistent in his 8th over. So good conditions. It looks reasonably dull on screen, but because of the dark cloud that's above Allan Border Field and around at the moment, that rain or misty drizzle could be coming in after lunch. So hopefully it's like yesterday and we just got sprayed and then it's on.
We probably just haven't seen that swing, have we, today? That we saw yesterday, someone like John Stimpson just being able to come back and consistently swing the ball.
Well, it is extremely humid outside, and
Change the t-shirt.
oh, sweating like Elvis in Vegas. Street. That's a good shot. It's a good shot for a single. Sort of like a semi-cut shot, just guiding it.
Yeah, didn't quite overplay his hand, did he? Just looked to stroke it, knowing the guys out there. The easy single, get down the other end. He's a pretty experienced campaigner.
As I said before, his batting is the one thing I've always admired. His glove work and working puts in. His batting over this season in particular has just taken another step forward in maturity. That's a good full defensive from Andrew Smith.
Not only that, I think that's when he scored his runs. Queensland have been in trouble and he stood up, got some significant scores and actually guided Queensland to having some totals that they know they can bowl at. Queensland's obviously the strength is their pace bowling, and for that to be able to flourish, you need a score to be able to bowl at, and that's what Pearson's done. Worked with the tail, coming in there sort of around that 6-7 mark at times.
That's a nice little punch down the ground again from Smith. Well, to see that roll away a little faster, I'm with you, Hamish. That is rolling along the outfield a lot faster than it was yesterday. It seemed to plug and stop. Tasmanian golf ball.
Getting a lot more reward for their sort of getting in behind the ball and their punches down the ground. As opposed to yesterday, we didn't really probably see that from the university.
Well, it's a patient shot. You're waiting for it to get into your slot. And that's again a good shot, just wide of the fielder, so only get the one. But whipped away off the legs through mid-wicket there, and that will finish the over for Sale. Side for Street. None for 20 after his 8 overs, and the Redlands move on to 2 for 91 untroubled this morning at least. So they put on 63 odd for the day.
Well, I don't think Redlands probably won't be looking at that score too much. Well, they'll be looking at it a little bit, but I would just be happy with that 2 number. If they go into lunch still 2 down, knowing that they can build in for a big day, get a couple of guys, either get Smith or Pearson really just to camp out of the wicket all day. And the game for UQ is only going to get tougher.
Nick Sale, only averaging 1 and over as far as leading runs goes. And he has been their premier bowler in this season, 44 wickets as I said. An average of 21. Pretty muffled shouts there. You might see a little bit more of this.
I also think as well, Price is, flicking through the scores of UQ, which they've played, they haven't been behind the game too often this season. So it's going to be their mentality of how they're going to play the game from being behind.
So this is foreign territory for Uni.
Yeah, they've been front runners in all their games with getting big totals on the board. Teams knowing they have to go after a big total, play at a higher run rate, probably take some more chances. Redlands have got time here just to manipulate them. Almost a slow death.
Oh, outside edge from Sale. Through that vacant slip cord. Might have carried too.
Well, if we saw what we saw yesterday, man on his knees, basically right on the edge of the block there with the helmet on, we would have him straight in the stomach. What is showing though, Sale's creating some opportunities. Just needs something to go to hand. It's obviously tough to get away. That left arm spinner to your right hand batter is always a tough matchup.
And again, very watchful Smith. That concludes the over for Sale. Maiden for him. 3 maidens off his 6 and he's got none for 5. So again, as we said, the run rate and the amount of runs probably completely irrelevant for Redlands at the moment. Just keep the wicket down to 2.
I'll have the three Bs on the board at lunch, I'd say. Bat, bat, bat.
That's it. Occupy it and give them a chance of taking that first innings, and that's vital. So that changes the complexion of the game because the wicket then gets thrown back onto UQ to win it outright.
Also, what the difference is from yesterday is that UQ have to be slightly more defensive in their fields, and being slightly more defensive in their fields creates that opportunity to actually rotate the strike. Yes, you may stop the boundaries, but Redlands be happy to go 2 and over for the rest of the day because that's going to get them over the line. So Clayton's got to find that balance of, you know, who he's going to bowl and what sort of fields he's going to have.
So Crook coming in now from the Hamilton end. Changed ends, he steamed in from the Catherine and Raymond end both yesterday afternoon and this morning, and those changed ends with Nick Sale occupying. He was previously bowling out, and he took a little break and obviously feeling good again, so back into the attack.
Yeah, I don't mind this. I think it's a good move, actually. I think he's probably been the bowler of choice, isn't he? He's always made something happen, and you've got to spend your cash before you're all out of cash, and they've only got 137 to play with, so you need something here from Crook. Maybe just 3 or 4 overs of high energy.
Comes in again. Oh, that's a nice shot. Didn't quite get 100% of it, but he's played it through covers. He's going to come back for a couple. 45. Just a little straight outside off, and that was where Jimmy just likes it there. That's in his lane.
Anything outside of sort of off stump has been in his lane, isn't it? He's obviously a high quality player, and so Crook's going to be tested here on his ability to come through the ranks this year of UQ, and he's done pretty well.
The best bowler, 6 for 12, average of 19. Bends to the back and he's lofted that one. Is it in the gap? Oh, great bit of fielding on the ropes. That saved 4. Well, that's the desperation. That's got to get your team lifted on the ropes there. It was belted, not exactly dangerous, but that was 4 runs for all money if it wasn't collected on the half volley there.
Yeah, he saved 3 runs there on the fence. Something that they need to do. Just be committed, diving for everything, especially that short side, and just race away. Pearson will consider himself a little bit unlucky there, not get a boundary, but
it's good cricket. Once again, Smith has it down just a square leg for no run. Interesting to see the approach, especially with this short side. We saw a few big 6s hit yesterday afternoon into the netting. We lost a couple of balls.
yeah, it was great to watch that, but you can also see straight away the tactics that UQ are doing. With Pearson, they're happy for him to get off strike. They're looking to target Smith the most, trying to dot him up, square legs come up, points come up a little bit as well, stop that easy single. So something Clayton's pretty conscious about is how much pressure can he put on Smith from dotting him up, and can he actually put pressure on Pearson from Pearson being at the other end. You see Pearson likes to play his shots, stroke play, he's got a pretty healthy strike rate, and he hasn't looked to have gone after it too much either, Pearson. He's striking it just under 55, so I think if UQ can try dot up Smith, that's going to be their game plan, try to get a false shot out of Pearson.
He's been the batter of the season there. 4 Redlands, 26 innings, his best is 100 not out, but over 1,000 runs.
I'll tell you what, that's taken off. That has gone through nicely to the keeper.
Just one that just went zing.
Smith's actually done well just to leave that straight on the length. I think if Smith's played that, just would have grabbed the outside edge, and I think that would have been a second slip.
He nicked off very quickly though. That's the end of the over. 10 overs for Crook, 2 for 29 for him. Redlands now 2 for 94, untroubled, as I say this morning. There's a couple of little chances, but I think they've been playing really well within themselves, making Uni work for everything.
Even though Smith's left that, Crook's made something happen that over. The UQ can be a little bit excited about up and about. Sale just found the outside edge of Smith last over. That delivery there through the keeper.
Sale, I would. It's very difficult, but with Sale, we saw it with Sinfield yesterday, and you described it just a bit earlier. The guy at first slip on his knees. We had 4. He had a leg slip, regulation first slip, and 2 back pads, 1 leg, 1 off. Put the pressure right on.
It's just that balance for Clayton. He's obviously young as well, young into his captaincy, but how do you find that guy short cover there? Can he come in under the lid to actually get Pearson off the front foot? He's not actually there for the catch. If he gets the catch, it's a bonus, but it's actually getting Pearson off the front foot, being able to defend, get him playing from the crease. But there is encouragement out there for UQ. Just got to find this partnership. Sale and Crook got to create something between them.
Sale.
just there. Pearson's pretty comfortable coming forward, defending, waiting for Sale to miss. If you can get someone out under the lid on that offside, does that step just become a half step and play more with the hands and follow it with the back?
Certainly in the peripherals at all times. And around the corner there.
Here's the thing there. Pearson knows he's a good enough player to be able to get his singles when he needs to. Knows he can put an okay ball away for a single. As you say, that's probably what UQ didn't do. They didn't rotate the strike enough off Sinfield until the tail got in, played some shots and could actually rotate the strike a bit easier.
And Stimson and Malenko at one end just completely were miserly with regards to the runs that they were giving up. So that really assisted Sinfield as well. Good team bowling performance. That's picked the gap beautifully. Quite drive that. Again, he more or less stroked it nicely through covers, and it's nicely saved on the boundary rope. So a couple more there. Smith now moves on to 37 off 105 deliveries, and Jimmy Pearson 47 off 88.
We see that change in the field too. Short leg coming over into a short mid-off, sort of short point, but what it does do is it gives Smith an easy single on the leg side, but can hopefully get him off the front foot, defending off the front foot.
There's plenty of real estate on the leg side. That was a little uppish there as it was played down towards mid-on. That's the end of another sail over. None for 8 off his 7 overs. He's miserly with regards to that and providing chances as well. So you've got the X factor at each end. Like, I didn't mind what Bryce Street was doing, but the X factor wasn't in that bowling equation there. When you put Crook in, Sale at the other end, it's asking more questions.
I think Street's someone who can, if you got someone like, if Willens was to come on and you wanted to take your spinner off, Street would be the option to dot it up.
Yep.
Could get a wicket through the pressure from both ends, but yeah, I like this. UQ just have to attack here. They need something special from Crook.
Will Crook, best figures of 6 for 12 this season. And comes in. Once again, he really bends his back. I just like his action. He's fluent and he just really hurls it down the pitch.
Yeah, and he runs in. He shows some good enthusiasm. And that's all you want from your pace bowlers, is you want effort. Is he going to run in regardless of what the score is, regardless of the conditions? And he's done that. He's sprinted in, put it all on the line, and that's all you can judge, really. You can just judge. You can judge effort. It's pretty easy to judge, and Will Crook's put it in.
He's doing it again. Oh, that's a good take down the leg side. Just straight, but not good enough to get a bat on it, Jimmy, there. He's going through an express pace. Has a look at the bowling crease too, does Crook. Giving it a bit of a scratch, as you can see on the left of screen.
Yeah, we spoke about it yesterday. It's a used wicket with the CA 11 played South Africa here. It's late November, early December, so some of the footmarks can take a wee while to recover. That's why you don't often see once one pitch is used. It's obviously that's the use of the pitch for the season. So those sort of footmarks and around there will crack up a little bit. Will be pretty dry.
Just easily left there by Pearson, watchfully through to the keeper. Yes, they're at a difficult position at the moment, Uni. Having a good chat to, we're talking about Jack Clayton as captain, and had a good chat to his grandmother, Helen, downstairs. I met her. She was a lovely lady, and very proud of both Jack and Max, especially the way Max batted yesterday. And she's also a very big AFL fan, so we talked even longer.
Lions supporter?
Well, yes, indeed. That's a nice shot, clipped off the legs. It will be collected on mid-wicket boundary for just a single. But Jack Clayton was on the Brisbane Lions Academy.
Oh, nice.
He was a Brisbane Lions player. And I had the good fortune to call some second-tier footy, and as a young kid watched him play. He was full of potential, but Helen's claimed that she was the one who talked him into cricket. So, Helen, good on you.
Did she say what was the sales pitch? What got him over the line?
Well, she could go to the games all weekend.
Okay,
both days.
So it's for her. Get her out of the house.
Lovely lady and good family too.
It's well bowled there. Just sort of looks from this angle, maybe just sort of cut back in off the surface. Just spliced Smith. Took him by surprise there.
And that's the little bit of X factor that we haven't been seeing. So Crook provides that.
Yeah, I think, and once Crook's done as well, I'd only like to go Crook here, maybe 3 or 4 overs. I actually can see a little bit of rain now starting as well as I look into the scoreboard. So
it's actually just that misty drizzle we talked about. I thought it might actually come out after lunch, but it's hit us now, Hamish.
And it's actually perfect timing for you, Q. Hopefully spice the wicket up a little bit.
That's the end of the over. The 11th over for Will Crook. 2 for 30. Redlands 2 for 98. 130 behind Uni's first innings total, but they've still got 8 wickets in hand. So Jimmy Pearson, 48 off 92, and Smith, 37 off 108. So they're not in any hurry. They're just looking to bat, as you say, the 3 Bs up until at least lunch and reevaluate, and after that, probably the same thing.
Be the 3 Bs for the rest of the day, I would have thought. But they're playing it well. They're rotating the strike enough. They're not getting quarter ends, whereas you Q batters, we're getting quarter ends a lot.
And that keeps the fielders moving around too. So what we saw was those fielding positions coming in closer and closer and closer and strangling the batters. But
you think the amount of deliveries Baisley bowled yesterday to Bryce Street?
Yeah.
You know, Baisley, you can't really remember Baisley bowling to anyone else.
Turned around the corner. Another single.
So the issue here is if this rain gets any heavier, what it does to the ball.
So it's probably gone beyond that misty drizzle now. It's just light rain. The clouds right above AB Field here.
Ground staff are ready to go.
Yeah,
it's that awkward period for the umpires, isn't it? Do you come off? And they come off, it probably stops. But it does seem to be pretty steady now.
It's a little heavier than it looks.
Probably one of those things they'll probably try to play the rest of the over out, then assess it after that.
Helps that there's a spinner on too. Sale. Again, turned around the corner by Smith. Might be a couple in this. No. That's a good bit of fielding too. Bit of desperation there. That's the 100 runs up for Redlands in 37.3 overs and 146 minutes.
I think we're off here, Pricey. 2 umpires coming together, chatting, and he's given the signal.
That's it. So we're going to take probably an early lunch. I would suggest they'll come off. There's been a rain delay, and on come the groundsmen. So the state of play, it's 2 for 100. Redlands, they're 128 behind Uni's first innings total, but they've got 8 wickets in hand if they win on the first. Whoever wins on the first innings, if there's no outright victory, will be awarded the trophy. While the players are coming off and the ground staff are doing their work in the middle of the field, we'll take a break ourselves and be back when the play resumes here at Allan Border Field. Welcome back to Allan Border Field after the rain delay and extended lunch break. We're back on for this middle session. Redlands 2 for 100 as rain hit just prior to the scheduled lunch break, about 20 minutes early, so lunch extended. And situation now, the umpires have suggested there's no overs been lost because the rain timed out nicely around lunch, but we should be scheduled to finish around about 5:32. That's very precise, Hamish Bennett. 5:32, they say.
Cricket is that sort of game, and the umpires are sort of pretty particular in what they do, so it's good that we haven't lost any time, but I think that rain break probably came at the perfect time for you, Q. Got to get back in the sheds, just regroup a little bit, come off the plan after lunch. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Sale here. Obviously, he'll finish his 3 deliveries, and then after that, maybe a change in the bowling. Just get the 2 big boys back on, get Crook and Willens back on, just see if there's anything in the surface from that rain, see if there's any moisture, see if there's going to be any lateral movement.
Well, that was a fair bit of rain in that, 45 minutes it came through. It had the heavy covers. They pegged them down as well. Still haven't quite managed to get the covers completely off the field. That's why there's a bit of a delay in play. You can see on screen the players are ready to go, but you see those fielders, the one just at short leg there is basically staring at the ground stuff and the covers on the outer side of the ground. The Mel Bulow terraces in front of them, and the big cover is now getting wound onto the equipment and will be underway very shortly. It all started yesterday. Redlands won the toss. They elected to bowl, and Jack Sinfield was the main destroyer for Redlands. Got 7 for 83. Stimson with 2 for 59 and Biggs 1 for 40. But for Uni, Harry Walker with 58. Bryce Street 44. Matthew Willens, the big man, 32. They amassed 228 runs. In reply, Redlands are 2 for 100. They were 2 for 28 at Stumps last night. So 72 without loss this morning. We're halfway through this Nick Sale over. So yeah, that rain did sort of favour UQ as well. And how much did the pitch get sweaty underneath those covers? We'll find out shortly after. We'll probably perhaps after this Nick Sale over is complete. We came off with 3 balls left of his 8th over. And hopefully that's all we're going to get rain-wise. It's a nice shot to start proceedings. Just straying down the leg and just punched through that mid-wicket area. And that's a 50 well compiled for Jimmy Pearson. Been singing his praises all morning, but I just love the way he's matured as a batter.
Yeah, it's a great knock. Seen both keepers get 50 runs. Been the only 2 players bringing their 50s in this game so far. And Jimmy Pearson, well, the signs look good to even go for 50 more, but he's played very well.
Oh, he gave that a little bit more. Tried to punch it through cover. There's got it well covered there with the 3 fielders. It's hard pressed to pick a gap through there. Oh, that's dangerous. Big shout from Sale and ball stuck in the pads there. All sorts of things going on.
That's the old scenario, the old dead ball call. The old trying to man under lid there trying to catch, assuming from the noises we heard there, inside edge onto the pad, gets stuck under that flap and someone trying to be cheeky, trying to catch you out of the flat, which you can't blame them for. But what I like from Pearson as well is that delivery before where he's actually showed some very good intent there. Second ball back into it, trying to drive, trying to get his hands through the ball. I like he's sort of carried on where he's left off.
He's certainly in position now to do the right thing for his team, notwithstanding the fact he won't be here next weekend. Jimmy Pearson, he has been selected in that Australia A team and will be away next weekend, and his replacement yet to be announced. At big buzz going around that it could be Marnus Labuschagne, but we'll see how that plays out here. But while he's here, Jimmy Pearson's doing an extraordinary job. As you say, the only other player to score a 50 was Harry Walker, the keeper. So the wicket keepers union will be fairly happy.
Here we go, though, straight away. Crook just finding that shoulder of the bat. Straight to gully along the ground. Thankfully for Smith, but...
And immediately, though, from this end, the umpire and Crook has called for the ground staff to bring on some sawdust. And we saw this yesterday after that little misty drizzle that it did get a bit sweaty around the foot marks, and I think Sinfield actually was using them to his advantage at one stage.
Yeah, just be a little bit wet on top there. Just try to take that little top layer of soil off to dig in underneath. But if there's a little bit sort of wet on top or a bit of moisture on the surface, that's only a good thing for you, Q. They've just got to try and put the ball in the right areas here for the next half an hour. Try and sniff an opportunity.
Deficit's only 126 now on the first innings.
Wee bang here would make the game interesting. If you get UQ 4 for 110 or even 4 for 120, just send some nerves back into the Redlands dressing room.
They seem comfortable at the minute. Oh, having said that, squared him up and beat the outside edge beautifully, did Crook.
It's the difference as well from Redlands' point of view is they haven't really followed the ball either. They've been happy to be beaten on the outside edge and haven't followed it with their hands. Played just played the original line. Been happy to be beaten. Haven't been too worried about being beaten outside edge, being beaten outside your bat.
Well, we saw that a bit yesterday with the uni line up. A couple of the dismissals where the batter actually didn't move the feet but moved the hands and attracted the chances. That's gone through the gap it covers. It's only going to be a couple here. But once again, just keeping that strike or that runs tally ticking over, albeit a little slower. Run rate's only 2.7, but run rate really irrelevant when you consider Redlands have got 8 wickets in hand. Their deficit's now only 124. So you're going to be desperate now. Desperate for a wicket. And they got the ball in the hands of the right blokes.
Actually a little bit of shape there on that one. Just a hint of a waist swing, so the other thing to be wary of after when you come off for a bit of rain is what condition the ball's going to be in. So you see some work on the ball there, but just trying to keep obviously one side shiny, but how wet the ball can get. They need the ball to stay dry. If the ball can stay dry, then I think they'll be okay.
Just doing a few neck stretching exercises. Here's Crook. That's a beautiful shot. Don't even bother chasing that one. It's rocketed to the rope for 4. Glorious stroke there.
Yeah, lovely shot by Smith. Crook looking to get up there, get some swing. Looks like maybe he could have slipped out of his hand. Some nice away shape and almost like a throwdown to get in the morning.
Beautiful shot.
Just on the full.
Don't even bother chasing
Smith
that one.
Strokes it nicely through the
Rocketed
gap.
to the rope for 4. Glorious stroke there.
Doesn't bother running. It's a nice little confidence builder after a break. It's always nice to get one away early.
So Pearson moves to 51 and Smith to 44. The deficit just creeping down now, 120. Still 8 wickets in hand. Redlands with the upper hand at the moment. Picks the gap nicely. That'll be a single. He's played it through mid-wicket there. No real trouble. He moves to 45, Smith. And that's the end of Crook's over. He's 12th, 2 for 37 with a maiden in there, 2 for 109. Redlands in response to Uni's 228. So eating into this deficit, 119 now. Jimmy Pearson with a welcome piled 51 off 97, and Liam Smith continuing his good form from the year with 45 not out.
You see the big fella, Williams, doing a few stretches in the background there at mid-on, but...
Well, is that trying to convince
What if
Jack Clayton to get him involved?
What I'd like to see him come on now instead of Sale. Maybe just give Sale just a wee breather, just to see if there's something in the surface.
After that rain, yeah.
Especially with his bounce, you're just not sure. There's a few divots in there. If he can get some variable bounce, get some...
Well, he met the pitch of that.
get some balls just to go through steeply to the keeper, catch the outside edge, get the second slip and get Gully into the action. But he's going to have to rev himself up. He's going to have to really... He's the nicest guy in the world, Matty Willens, but he's going to have to get angry, I think.
Releasing the ball from about 3 metres with a bit of anger. He's fielded off his own bowling from Sale. Well done.
Some of the traits, it's the only trait you probably don't want in your fast bowler, for him to be a nice guy. You want him to be the nasty guy on your team. You want him to be the grumpy, angry guy that runs in and just hates the batter.
Didn't quite meet that, and he gesticulates his disappointment there, Liam Smith. He thought it was out there to hit. Gave himself some room, didn't quite get the middle. More or less lean back on that one. He's beat the field, he's split the gap. Timed it nicely for 4 runs. Well done from Smith.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Smith, just leaning back, hitting through the ball. It doesn't look like at all the rain has slowed up the outfield on that shorter side. That is absolutely raced away. Gapped it perfectly, and well, now he's just one away from his half century.
And continuing on his good form, as I say. This season has been extraordinary for Liam Smith. Oh, he's beaten the edge. A lot of reaction behind and around the wickets there.
Well, that's an absolute beauty from Sale. That's what you want to see a bit more of. Absolute rip snorter of a delivery.
Last ball of his 9th over. Asking the questions. Smith on strike. And that's played away to the field for no run at the end of the over. Sale's 9th. He's got none for 16. Redlands are now 2 for 113. That deficit's 115 with 8 wickets in hand on the first innings. So you've got Pearson on 51 and Smith on 49. They seem relatively settled.
We've got some batting to come as well. McBride. And also Baisley as well to come in at 5 and 6, you'd guess, with Lee coming in at 7, the skipper. Sinfield can hold a blade at this level as well, so we've got some batting to come as well. So UQ need a breakthrough.
And definitely they'll be feeling it at the moment. The cloud cover's still around, but I think we've escaped further rain, which is nice. It's kept the humidity up. Here's Crook. Didn't quite meet that one with the full face, but still got the defensive effort in there. Temperatures dropped too nicely to about 25 degrees, which is more comfortable for the players, but the humidity's up to 85%. So
what does it feel like, 30?
Yeah, it's 25, but feels like 29. That's a 4-degree jump, that. But the humidity's oppressive. Let's see what they can do with that. They just jammed down on it there, Jimmy, and played it away for no run. But it's those conditions. That's the tough conditions to field in, I think, for the fielding side, is when that humidity, it's like breathing in soup. I see Willens at the bowling crease now, helping out his partner in crime in Crook with a bit more sawdust and stamping it down a bit. At the top of his mark, Crook's got a nice little pile of sawdust that he can use. Oh, that's a good ball. Extra effort, but right up there, and Pearson had to do well to dig it out. Has a look at the toe of his bat as well.
He's been very deliberate, hasn't he, since he's come back after the rain and lunch break. He's bowled very full. He's getting the ball to shape, slightly away from the right-hander, but I feel as though you need to be able to get needs to be able to pull his length back, get that 3/4 the way up off stump, bring Pearson forward and actually lure him into a drive and hope that away shape can sniff the edge.
He's right in behind that. Good area again.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, that one. Just needs to kick through, a little bit of bounce, or just shape away a touch more. But he's applying the pressure here, Crook. They just need a little bit of luck, Uni. That's all they need, just a touch of luck. He's saying just to go their way, get a new batter in. Looks like one of the wickets that we saw you say, once you get yourself in, you can actually score runs, but getting in seems to be the hard part. Just the old delivery.
Playing your way through.
Yeah, old delivery going sideways or up and down.
Crook. That's nicely played off the pads by Pearson. That's 4. That is magnificent. He got all of that straight out of the middle of the bat through mid-wicket, 4 runs.
Yeah, just shows someone of Pearson's class. Just if you miss, he's going to cash in on any opportunity. Just straying on line there, Crook. Just asking the ball just to do a touch too much. Try and get to swing back too much here and just clips it off his legs. That's easy for Pearson. Another strength of his off his legs. Going to start off the tyres of Jimmy Pearson.
Just straying down leg, Crook. See if he corrects it with the last ball of the 13th over. He does, outside off, and Pearson shouldering arms to let it go through to Walker. End of the over. That's his 13th, Crook. 2 for 41 for him. And Redlands with Smith not out 49, Pearson not out 55, a 2 for 117. Bit of a chat going on in the middle of the... So if you're the Redlands batters in Smith and Pearson, you're just really content to just keep moving the field around, score when you can, stay in.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't even be looking at the scoreboard if I was Smith or Pearson.
Just ignore it.
I'd just be batting. And just know that you're going to try to get down the other end.
Sale now. And that one's just played backward a square. It's saved from the boundary. And that's going to be a 50 for Liam Smith.
Well played, sir. Smith's done well. He's obviously occupied the crease, built a great partnership with Pearson. Got through last night, which was pretty testing for Redlands. Finishing today 2 for 28. He's built a great partnership with Pearson. He's got a well-deserved 50.
Well, Smith has scored 1,300 and... Oh, hang on. 687 runs. It was that with the minutes he was involved. But he's just keeps adding to the total. He was the #1 run scorer for Redlands in this season. 687 runs with a high score of 100 not out. And an average of 32.7. Once again, it's that bounce outside off stump and Smith rocks back. And the scoreboard hasn't ticked over that Smith has got his century as yet.
A few technical issues.
Well, there it goes. Right there. As soon as you said it. Once again, straight back down the pitch. A little bit of turn there. A lot of reaction at first slip.
It's probably the difference between Sale and Sinfield yesterday is the bounce, isn't it? Sinfield's getting that bounce, getting the ball really to climb.
I was talking to a couple of fellas earlier, as I said, and they were saying that he bowls a lot of topspin, does Jack Sinfield, but he's got that third finger work as well, that he really puts a lot of revolutions on the ball, and he extracts a lot out of a pitch that may not have a lot in it. I think they were fans of Jack too.
Yeah, well, pretty easy to be a fan of him. I guess that overspin on the ball that allows you to get those revs for the land on the seam for it to stand up. Sale saw that typical sort of, looks like that white ball sort of left arm bowler of that lower trajectory, trying to be harder to actually get under the hit, but also doesn't quite get the same amount of revs or that same sort of bounce that Sinfield got. And I think in the conditions, especially yesterday, and a little bit today when we've seen some variable steeper bounce, it's actually the bounce that's going to help the spinners, not necessarily the turn. So you say with Bryce Street's dismissal, for instance, not Sinfield's probably best delivery, but it's actually the bounce that got rid of him.
Be very interesting now. We've got a bowling change, and Matt Willens, the 205 centimetre young man, was going to roll his left arm over from the Hamilton end. He's got none for 23 off his 9 overs with 4 maidens. So it'll be interesting to see, will they continue Sale at that opposite end, the Cat Raymond end, or will they roll Crooks back up there? He started at that end, so it'll be very interesting, but we'll concentrate on this over from Willens first. He's 10th. Outside off immediately.
A little bit of shape, though, that we saw from Crooks, so potentially could be a wee chance to give Bryce Street another sniff. Someone who could actually swing the ball. If Crooks get into the swing, you'd back Street to swing the ball as well. Obviously, can bowl in pretty good areas. can dot it up like Sale does. Maybe we'll just break it up as well. Sometimes you get in that rhythm of just bowling guys from one end just because it's the thing you think you should do, whereas actually mixing it up, getting the batters thinking, not being able to get into that rhythm of it.
All beats the outside edge. Leaning forward, not quite meeting the pitch, and that extra bit of bounce and a bit of movement from Willens. Let's have a look at the replay of that one. Oh, he didn't. Well, he actually didn't like the look of that one, did Liam Smith.
It's just that angle across from the big fella. It's just slightly angled across that left arm over the wicket angle. That bounce. Been very unlucky not to grab the edge there. This is one thing you've got to give Smith credit to. He hasn't followed the ball.
And this time he lets it go outside off. But those are the questions you were hoping that Willens would ask.
Yeah, straight away he's been on point. You want him to ask some questions. I think it's someone who you want him to stand up, obviously on a rookie's contract for the Bulls. Someone who wants to try and make a career out of playing cricket. So when these sort of opportunities arise in a final, two in batters, real chance to stand up.
That's that area he's looking at, trying to lure him forward.
I think the one thing I do see from Willens, though, is obviously he's got the skills of the height, can generate that bounce. He looks pretty accurate. I think the one thing I'd like to see him do is he actually starts still in his run-up. I actually like to see him walk or run onto that point of his mark, actually running slightly harder.
Getting a little bit more momentum at the start of the run-up, you're saying?
Yeah, well, if you look at someone 2 metres 05 tall, if he could generate a few more kph, he'd actually be far more difficult to play. You know, we spoke about it before with Spencer Johnson, someone who's obviously tall, runs in, can bowl fast. You look at Willens, front-time bowler, so he has to generate a lot of his pace through his run-up. So if he can generate more speed in his run-up, he's going to get that more kph into his bowling. So he's got to somehow get into that dark spot when you're bowling, of when your team's in trouble, trying to give yourself energy, try and be the leader through your actions. Just got to try running hard here. Hit the keeper's gloves and just grab an edge or hit a pad.
Right in behind that one, Liam Smith. End of the over for Willens, his 10th. None for 23 for him, and Redlands 2 for 118. That was a maiden over to start with for Matt Willens. And Nick Sale's going to continue at the Cat Raymond end.
I guess it's always hard, isn't it, as well, with the opposition spinner taking 7th for being plugged in from one end, bowling really, really well. You always think to yourself, well, we've got a very good spinner as well who could do the same. Hasn't gone for many runs. But you need to keep them guessing. The deficit now only 110 for Redlands. 8 wickets in hand. You got to maybe try something. Have a last throw at the dice. Because if you thought they were trying to occupy the crease now, then once they get past the score of 228, there'll be some real... there'll be permanent tenants moving in.
Sale now. Gave that a little bit more, Jimmy Pearson. Couldn't penetrate the field. No run. He's been very economical. The run's not so much important as the wickets at the minute. And I know they want to restrict the runs. There's only 110 to play with on this first innings. There seems to be a bit more chatter going about the UQ fielder. Oh, he's picked that one up. Goes straight to the man at square leg, though. Only the one run for Pearson.
That's a good shot from Pearson. Something you say that UQ batters didn't actually really do off Sinfield. If you watch Sinfield, they let a lot of deliveries down leg side go. They actually could have pounced on them, put some pressure back on Sinfield. So
and they tied him up.
Yeah, it's good to see they're still playing their shots and trying to put pressure on the bowlers.
Oh, that's just flicked really fine down leg side. I think that came off the bat. Certainly did. Be a couple of runs there. Smith moves to 52. Redlands 2 for 121, and that deficit getting smaller and smaller. Now 107 with 8 wickets in hand. In the first innings, just reiterating that there's no outright result and there's no cancellation with weather. The winner of the first innings will be awarded the points and the trophy, regardless who finished on top of the ladder. Again, they're starting to hear a lot more of those muffled oohs and ahs now as perhaps as the desperation gets a little bit higher too, Hamish.
Yeah, they're certainly a little bit more vocal after the lunch break.
That's the end of Sale's 11th over. Only 3 runs from it, none for 20 for him. 2 for 121, Redlands, Smith not out 52, and Pearson not out 56, untroubled. They were 2 for 28 this morning, and they have basically added 93 runs for the loss of nothing today, and that is that's pivotal in how this game's going to be shaping up for the rest of it.
Yeah, we spoke about last night, a little bit this morning, how we thought the game would be decided in the first hour. They really nullified UQ and established a partnership, and if Redlands do go on to win this final, you'd say this partnership and what they did on the morning of day 2, the first 2 sessions were pretty pivotal in the result.
I don't think the bowling's been bad at all. The bowling's been reasonably good, but these two have just done very, very well. Just put up a bit of a wall. It's ticked the score over at a reasonable rate, but they're staying there, and that's what they were after. And Jimmy Pearson, he's faced a lot of scenarios so far in this season, at least, with the Bulls and in certain areas where he's come in and had to rescue the situation and give them a total to bowl at. So he's matured as a batter particularly in this season, the last couple of seasons, and I think that's coming to the fore here in this Queensland Premier Cricket final.
It's funny you have characters like that, though, in the game, where sometimes guys actually need a situation. They need to either be sort of, the chips need to be down, or
brings the best out of them,
or there needs to be something on the line to bring the best out of them. Whereas, you see that, whereas when sometimes teams are going well and they're ahead of the game, they can't find that battle, they can't find that piece of competition to actually get them going.
Yeah.
Looks like Pearson, when the chips are down, that's the sort of situation he likes to come in, gets them engaged in the game, gets them thinking about it, puts his pride and his team on the line.
He gets right in behind that higher bouncing one from Willens, just plays it away for a single, and that is the partnership of 100 for these two, 40 for Smith and 57 from Pearson. That you just mentioned how pivotal this was as a partnership. 100 runs in 140 minutes off 222 balls, and they've turned the game completely around for Redlands.
Yeah, and quite often when you get a 100-run partnership, 2 guys will come in the middle and shake their hands or do a fist pump, and I don't even know if either of them are looking at the scoreboard then.
Don't think they're aware.
Didn't even blink an eye.
Well, talk about having your head in the game. And as you say, they're just playing each ball on its merits, existing it with each ball on its merits. Not even aware. I'm sure at the end of the over they'll come up, oh yeah, I think we've got it done. Touch gloves, move on.
Talk about something else.
Yeah, probably. Wonder if it's going to rain. What's for lunch? Oh, we've had lunch. What about tea? Maybe
nice.
Cake. Are we talking cake again for tea?
It'd be nice if Alex is listening, just get a little slice of cake or something. Hopefully he's not downstairs at that function.
Oh dear.
Getting carried away, but sure he's not.
Yeah, that's a good line. They loved it behind the stumps.
I think what we have seen as well from the footage and just the top of my head is we've seen Redlands score a lot of runs in the V. Scored a lot of runs straighter than UQ as well. Look to come forward, play with the more fuller face of the bat. They've looked to get behind the ball more.
But not flurrying. It's more that getting behind it with your weight and punching it away.
Just strong defensive pushes.
We've seen that particularly from Pearson, a couple of very good boundaries. Oh, beats the outside edge. Oh, just over the top of the shoulder of the bat. I think Willens thought he might have had his first wicket. Just looking at this one. Oh, boy. No, that was straight past the outside edge.
Gave the look back as well, didn't he? Normally when a batter nicks it, they look back to see if it's carried. And
the whiplash.
The whiplash, all right.
That's the end of the 11th over for Matt Willens, and very close thing at the end of it. None for 24 for him and 2 for 122's Redlands.
That's a good move from Jack Clayton now. He sniffed something, sniffed an opportunity. Seeing Willens beat the edge a couple of times in 2 overs. Decided he's needed a change up. He's going to bring Henderson back on and bowled 2 overs today. Went for 13. Bowled a couple of loose deliveries to Pearson early on that actually got Pearson going. But I think this is a smart move. Henderson looked to run in. I'd like to hope he's going to look to either swing the ball or use some different variations of grip. Either bowl some cross-seam deliveries into those divots or some 3/4 deliveries. Try to get some variation of bounce.
Best bowling this season of 4 for 32 at an average of 34. Played the 15 matches, Callum Henderson. Getting his warm-up happening at the Cat Raymond end. So Jimmy Pearson will face the music to start with. 57 not out. That's a foolish delivery. Just turned around the corner once again easily for 1.
Doesn't look too bad, that. Looks like he ran with a bit of energy. What also those stats tell you from his season, he's got a strike rate of 34. So he's definitely a wicket taker. His economy rate's 5.92, so it's on the higher side. So what I don't mind here is he's willing to spend a bit of cash to make some cash. He's willing to run in, try some different options.
Well, what other choice have they got?
No, they've got no other choice, but I think it's perfect for Clayton here. If he can run in here, maybe concede 10, 12 runs in 2 overs, but get a wicket, take him off, bring Crook on, and go back to your 2 main bowlers.
Just let that one go outside off, no run.
From these numbers here, he looks like someone who could get hot. He could either obviously go for a few runs, but he's someone that looks like he'll take an opportunity. Wouldn't mind seeing some short deliveries either, out to that longer side with the 2 men out. Actually try something a little bit different. Something that Redlands did yesterday quite well, actually. They actually went to the short ball for a couple of overs before dinner, or before lunch, or before tea. Actually tried some different options to try and get Uni out. Which at the moment they're probably playing some conventional cricket just for a touch too long.
Just the effort ball there from Henderson. Just lets out a bit of a grunt as he gets over the crease. Just having a look on the screen, not as bright as it has been. There is still that significant cloud cover in and around the area, but the good news is there's not much chance of rain for the rest of the day. The humidity's right up though. It's 80% even though it's dropped down to 25 degrees. That breeze is giving a little bit of respite to the players. It's coming across the field. Right on target there, Henderson.
Got the long follow through as well, doesn't he? Like Biggs.
Well, sometimes that's a great indicator of how much effort you're putting in on your run up and the release. But they need it here, Uni.
Yeah, they need something to spark them. They need a piece of magic, whether it's a great catch or a bit of a run out, direct hit run out, something that just sparks them back into this game, just puts a little bit more pressure on Redlands.
Well, we've been relatively chanceless so far today. Oh, outside edge and dropped. He says chanceless, and then there was the big chance. Dropped at second slip.
No. It's not what you need.
Well, he's extracted it. Henderson hit the outside edge. Liam Smith. We'll just watch it here on the replay. Yeah. It's just unfortunate there.
Not what you need from Big Henderson, who runs in. Mentioned about his strike rate. Creates opportunities. Gets a wicket every 34 deliveries. And that's what Clayton needed. Need that to be snatched up at second slip. That just could be something that could have given UQ a bit of a sniff.
Is that another sliding doors moment? We had one yesterday. Oh, again, that's the outside edge, but he's softened the hands and played that through the slips cordon just to torture the bowler even more for 4 runs.
This is why we hate batters.
That's the thing. It's a tough gig being a fast bowler. After having one grasped at second slip, in a similar area, just the soft hands played it through the slips for 4 runs with no chance at all.
You find the outside edge again and go straight to ground. Gapped perfectly from Smith. Absolutely frustration. And if you hear something in the background of Henderson throwing his hat or maybe yelling out a word that isn't probably, child safety or kicking a picket, you can understand why, because he deserves to. He's running extremely hard that over, created opportunities, done what he's needed to do. Just hasn't gone to hand, and now Willens has to back this up. It's a little period in the game.
So just a little bit of encouragement there too in the slips cordon for each other after that for Uni. Willens now in his 12th over. It's flayed away. Just fielded at point. Nicely fielded as well.
It's a good shot that though, isn't it? That's a shot of someone who's definitely in, leaning back.
Shot for no run.
Throwing their hands through the ball. So now we see the sun coming out on the wicket as well. And this is what University won't want. Want the wicket to bake up. Feels as though it's a bit of a wicket where the cloud cover comes in. There's something happening. It's definitely a new ball wicket. Stuff's happening with the new ball. When the sun's out, it does seem a lot flatter.
And we saw it with that older ball yesterday afternoon too. Oh, that's an outside edge. That's out. Beautifully taken there by Walker, and he gets a reward, does Willens, and that's the one that Uni wanted. Jimmy Pearson gone. Caught Walker. Bowled Willens for 58. What a wicket.
Yeah, what a wicket. And that's set up by Henderson. No, he got the drop catch, but he provided the energy in that last over. And Uni's just pounced on that, and the big fella has done his job. He needed a wicket after the lunch break. Good partnership bowling. Big fella's come in, just angled away from Pearson, just slightly squared him up, got that back hip round. Little feather through to Walker. And University, they're up and about now. This next 20 minutes, half an hour is a crucial period in this game.
Just see that on replay. That just did square him up, and he's just nodded to the bowler. Good agate. I'm good enough to snick that. Yeah, well, good bowling. I'm off. Well played there, Jimmy Pearson, though. He's put them in a commanding position, and now the skipper, Lee Drennan, might have just completed an episode of his podcast before he walked out here.
He's probably produced it, edited it, had enough time after that partnership. But I tell you what, that would have beaten a lot of batters outside edge. Pearson's in good form. When you're in good form, you do good deliveries. But I think that's set up from Henderson. Henderson provided great energy that last over. Put the team on his back. That's what I was mentioning about Willens and his run-up. I'd like to see him just try running a little bit harder. He needs to take this team, needs to put him on his back and be a leader here. I know he's only young. He's only 21, 22 years of age. But this would be great for his development, to be able to lead a bowling attack.
It'd be nice to see him, as you say, just now put that in the bank, believe and move forward and just give it that extra kilometre.
Yeah, I like this. Three grabbers in. He's just got to get his length right to Drennan, being a shorter player. Bring him forward. Get it halfway. Get it at that knee roll, halfway out the stumps.
Drennan right in behind it and off the mark. He wants out the other end. Does so. Immediately.
It's a good run, that, isn't it? He scampered through, got off strike for a start. Did look a little bit dodgy potentially, but I guess, Pricey, if you had the choice of getting Smith or getting Pearson out,
I reckon I would have taken Pearson.
Yeah, you would have taken Pearson, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. They got the right man out. Now, Smith, there's nothing wrong with the way he's gone
about it. No disrespect to Smith at all. He's played fantastic, but just on reputation, you want to get Pearson out.
Exactly right. I've seen him do it at Shield level over the last several months, where he's actually just put up a wall and he made sure the opposition had no chance to get back into the game. So that's a cracker of a breakthrough from Willens. And it'll lift his confidence as well.
I actually think Clayton's making a little bit of a mistake here. And why I say that is if you got them on the ropes a little bit, get your third slip back into Smith. Try to apply some more pressure to him.
Long.
Yes, Smith is in. He's an in-batter. He's faced 140 deliveries. My eyes aren't that great. That's why I was never a batter. But
yeah.
He's faced 140 deliveries, and he is in. But you can apply pressure to a younger player. Just play some mind games with him.
It's not all about just walking back to your mark and perhaps suggesting some field changes. Or
just let him know that, the job's on you. If Redlands are going to get past this total, it's all on you. And if you can get the two in people out, Georgia Redmayne spoke about it. He said, 2 wickets to the score. all of a sudden it changes.
Played back down the pitch from Smith. And Willen's up and about now, fielding off his own bowling.
What I see is, like, see the mid. So what Willens is bowling to here, he's got 2 slips of gully. He's actually got no point. He's got the cover, the mid off, mid on. He's got the mid wicket. He's got the mid wicket in, and he's got square leg, and then finally, actually, I see the mid wicket come out into third slip. See the square leg come in front into in between position between square leg and mid wicket. Smith looks to play straight. Has to err very leg sideish for Smith to go with the ball. Put the responsibility on Willens. Tell Willens to bowl some good deliveries and he'll get rewards. You back him up by having some grabbers behind.
Oh, outside edge and well fielded at second slip.
There you go there. Imagine that third slip there. Just don't quite know. I don't think it would have carried, but you're just sort of showing him that the game's turned.
Yeah, I reckon it bounced about a foot in front of second slip. Oh, just to the right and just only about a foot in front, so you never know.
Great bit of fielding too, the one-hand pick up and throw.
So that's 100 the deficit now. Redlands are 3 for 128 behind Uni. Their first innings of 228. Not outs. Smith on 56. The new bat in is Lee Drennan. He's 1 not out. Now he's had a pretty good season as well. Just having a look at his 22 innings over this season. High score of 89, 556 runs at 26.48, putting him at the second on the charts behind Smith.
He's also the skipper as well. He's the keeper as well. So he's got a lot on his plate.
Oh, he's relieved of the keeping yesterday because of the inclusion of Jimmy Pearson in the side. It was interesting to see him running around out in the field with no pads on.
Do you think he'd be a bit fresher?
Oh, it's, as Georgia said, about being a keeper, and when you get the pads taken off you, you're like a young colt.
He'll be mentally a bit fresher as well. Probably not just, captaincy does take it out of you. It'd be interesting to talk to him about him being captain in mid-off as opposed to keeping. How he found that, being able to have a better relationship with his bowlers, being able to talk more.
Different view of the game too. So Henderson has the ball picked out by Drennan straight through that mid-wicket area. Will it make it to the rope? It's going to be pulled in and he'll get 3. And once again, that's probably the most rain-affected part of the ground would be those that area outside the Melbulo terraces.
Yeah, there's a little bit of water off the covers. That's where it was drained off, so it could slow up a little bit.
We don't see a lot of 3s at AB Field. Usually once it gets through that infield, it will go for 4. So
Drennan looks good. I like the intent that he's showing straight away. Looking to score. Looks busy.
Well,
it's not letting the game drift along.
Well, the skipper, if he can't project what the team's thinking, you're in trouble, I think. Oh, just reached out for that one a little, did Smith, and almost attracted the outside edge.
This is the matchup, though, isn't it? I think Henderson quite likes bowling to Smith.
He's got his back up. Look,
quite
in his 4th over, I like the way he's going about his business. He was so unlucky not to get that wicket. A catch dropped at second, slipped in his last over.
I quite like Henderson, actually. Just looks like he's got a bit of a ticker on him. Just runs in hard.
Well, I know you're a part of the Fast Bowlers Union, but there is something about those blokes that you can just tell they're putting in 100%.
Yeah, you don't mind that he's leaking a few because you know there's just an opportunity around the corner. He's provided something already. Now he's got to make sure that you take the opportunity.
All down leg side. He had a bit of speed about it as well. Dot ball. Smith couldn't get a bat on it. That's it. A lot of encouragement around the field for Henderson and the pace that he's generating. That wicket's really invigorated them now. They've seen Pearson go. There's a cracker of a delivery from Matt Willens as well to square up a bloke who looked like he was set like a gel. Just
catching the feather, the outside edge. It was a very, very timely wicket.
Henderson right in behind it, Smith. Now there's no doubt as to the role that Smith is adopting in this partnership. He wants to be there. He's occupying. And I think Drennan's going to be the one who's a little bit more on the attacking side. But as you say, Henderson looks like he enjoys bowling at Smith.
I think we're going to give Smith credit for is it looks like he knows his game. Looks like he knows the shots that he wants to play. And a lot of people go up the gears as they face more deliveries, become more established at the crease. And Smith's just stayed within his game plan. So you have to credit him on that. Hasn't got away from what he knows, what's working for him.
What's the cool hand Luke line? A man's got to know his limitations. Oh, outside edge and gone. He gets his wicket, does Henderson. Well, that puts a different complexion on things here. Smith gone for 56. Caught Walker. Bowled Henderson. Game on.
Well, he gets his man. Well bowled Henderson. He's just talking about how he runs in hard, makes something happen. He generated the opportunity in his last over, and Williams backed it up by getting Pearson out. And Henderson, well, bringing him on, was an inspired change by Jack Clayton. He's changed the game. See here, just going away a touch. Smith just followed it. Probably the only delivery he's followed his whole innings. Just got a feather on it. It's a simple catch for Walker. Man, if his class isn't going to drop that. And that's up and about. And this complex, this game has changed. So it looks like we're going to take drinks as well. UQ, Redlands going to be 4 for 131. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back right with you.
So welcome back from that drinks break. Brought on by the loss of the wicket of Liam Smith. Callum Henderson. Well, he had a catch grasped at second slip in his second over, but he had a cracker of a wicket there. And the two dangerous batters in Jimmy Pearson and Liam Smith gone in the space of a couple of overs. That's brought UQ back into the game. Redlands are now 4 for 133. The deficit's still 95 on the first innings with 6 wickets in hand. Drennan now to face Willans. Big slash, oh boy. That's gone through. And that's off the bat. That's gone, I think, between keeper and first slip. Went through. Oh, it's the inside edge, almost the French cut onto the stumps. Boy, oh boy. Well, he showed his intent there, though, Drennan, though. He opened the shoulders.
Yeah, you can't say he's not going at the ball. He's given it everything. This rain has just made a change to the game. UQ in the game just give the service a little bit more in it.
Here's Willans again. This time Drennan punches it down the field. Full face of the bat. It's going to roll towards the rope and get all the way for 4. 10 runs off this over so far from Matt Willens, all off the bat of Lee Drennan. He's now moves to 14. That was a glorious stroke. Just, again, played within himself and just punched it in through the lane.
He looks a busy player. Looks like this is someone who can try to build a few dots. You might try and do something reckless. At the moment, looks like he's all going pretty well.
So Willens now, how does he respond? Oh, that's a pretty good response.
Yeah, it's a lovely delivery there. So it's wrapped him on the back thigh there, squared him up.
Wow.
Actually, don't mind that now. I think Gully, well, maybe he's just coming to talk a bit of rubbish to the 3 slips, but actually wouldn't mind just 4 slips there. Actually try to close that gap up. Looks like Drennan's going to nick it. It's going to be sort of to that second slip. So getting those 4 slips in there would be a better move than the 3 and 1, I reckon.
Well, James Baisley, no slouch with the bat at all. He's in there with Drennan. And Drennan, 14 off 7 deliveries, or off 8 now. And Baisley's worked at an average of 31.6 this season. The high score of 163. So they've still got some batting there.
What is tough to train though, Pricey, sorry, is pressure. And that's what we've got now. We've got some pressure in this game. A few nerves.
It does amazing things to the elite sportsman. And there's a big rep on the pads, big shout. Umpire says no. And that will close the over for Matt Willens. That was an exciting one and a wicket-taking one for him. 13 overs gone, 1 for 35. Just have a quick look at this one. Oh, that's a good ball, just very high. But then again, Lee Drennan's not the tallest.
No, it's sort of the contrast, isn't it, of short and tall.
The long and the short of it, they're both out there at the moment, Drennan and Baisley. So it'll be Henderson taking up the charge again from the Cat Raymond end.
It's happened though, isn't it? The last 4 overs of the game, they've really changed what was happening. You'd say Redlands were cruising, absolutely cruising. Henderson's come on, showed some energy, found the outside edge, but Smith was dropped at second grabber. And then Willens is followed up by nicking Jimmy Pearson off, the Queensland captain. And then Henderson's finally got his man. There's just enough on the surface now. UQ just need to pounce. Just feel they need one more.
Dare I say it, the deficit 87. Easily ducked under there and no ball. So Redlands 4 for 142. They were 2 for 28 at the start of proceedings this morning. So they've lost 2 wickets for 114. Those 2 wickets have just dragged Uni back into the equation. The deficit 86 with 6 wickets in hand on the first innings.
I think that was a frozen rope, was it, Pricey? One through to the keeper on the full for that no ball.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that's soft hands from Baisley. The outside edge through the vacant slip area where you wanted another slip, Hamish Bennett. It goes down to the boundary for 4 runs.
It does my head in. You've got a new batter in. You've got two guys out on the fence for a short ball plan to get them thinking about it. But you need the grabbers in there. That just does my head in that. You need 3 slips to a new batter. The game is on a knife's edge here. They've actually got 3 men out in the rope. Got finally deep square just behind, then a square leg in front. All on the rope to Baisley. You can understand that for the short ball, but early on, feet aren't going to go anywhere. There's plenty in the surface. Henderson has a knack of finding the outside edge. He just loses his run up. We stutter there. But you need 3 slips in there.
Well, it's only the 2 slips in the gully, and that was significantly through the gap there.
It's been the main dismissal in this game so far, though. It's been the outside edge behind, especially off the pace bowlers. Obviously, Sinfield took 7 for in the first innings, bowled incredibly well, the off-spinner. But for the pace bowlers, it's been beating that outside edge. You need those men behind the stumps.
Nicely played off the hips, and that's a run to Baisley.
And also, I think it takes away having those 3 men out on the boundary as well. tells Henderson you have to go upstairs. It takes away the aggressive option of looking at the stumps. It's always hard coming in. Those first few deliveries, you're always vulnerable for your first 20 deliveries in a match. Baisley, big fella as well. How much is he going to get forward?
This is interesting, though. So for Baisley, they only had the 2 slips, but for Drennan, they brought the man into square leg, and now Drennan's got 3 slips, a gully, man at point, man at square leg. So they obviously think he's going to be more of a chance to nick it through.
It was obviously a deliberate short ball plan for Baisley, but the dismissal, I believe, is the man behind. I think having those 3 out there, that becomes after maybe an over or 2, maybe 10 balls or so after Baisley's, you could say arguably he's set. At the moment, he's not set. He's vulnerable. I'm not saying that outside edge would have went to 3rd slip and there would have been a wicket, but you've got to have the men there to stop the runs as well. And you've got to encourage your bowler to nick him off. He's running with some great energy. He deserves those men behind the stumps as catching options.
Oh, that attracted the outside edge there. That squared him right up too.
Yeah, a bit of a leading edge there from Redlands, trying to turn one onto the offside, leg side, sorry. Just gone through the point. He just makes something happen, Henderson, doesn't he? Just runs in, just an energy bowler. Just makes things happen. Someone you look like, for me, you're using shorter spells. Get you a wicket, take him off, bring him back on, ask him to bowl 3 or 4 overs of high energy stuff, and try to get you a breakthrough.
Oh, he had to get on top of that and bring it down. Did Drennan. No run. So 81, the deficit. 6 wickets in hand. That's the intriguing part as we go towards the first innings.
I think one more poll here in the next 10 minutes or so really open this game up. But they need to do it right here, UQ. They need to execute the right plans. Be interested to see with Williams when he bowls to Baisley if they're going to do the bouncer plan or not as well. If they do, I'd be telling Baisley just get under it and hit him on to Queensland cricket.
Dangerous practice on this short side as well. That's the end of Henderson's over, an eventful one. His 5th one for 27. Baisley's not out on 5 and Drennan not out on 14. The deficit is 81. Redlands are 4 for 147.
You can also see Sale as well coming back on here to bowl to Baisley. Bit of a match-up as well to Drennan with some spin. Try and hit Baisley on that front pad, getting Albie douche right in front of middle stump. If you think about it, growing up in Queensland especially, a lot of people will be used to facing pace bowling early on in their innings. Just taking that pace off the ball for Baisley. We know he's a hard-hitting batter, lower order batter at the next level at state cricket. Especially in big bashes come out, trying to hit the rope straight away. So you'd want to test him on his defence to some left arm spin as well. But Henderson definitely deserves one more over, and then I'd be looking to bring Sale on for him. And I'd be telling Crook to get warm as well. So when the big fella Willens is, when you put him on ice, just got to get the pressure on from both ends.
Well, Willens is coming in from the Hamilton end. He's got 3 slips in the gully to assist his efforts behind the wicket. Baisley right in behind that one as it targets the outside off area.
They've also got deep square back as well. So they're willing to give him the easy sort of one on the leg side for Baisley, but there's obviously a short ball plan here. Obviously, maybe you could probably elaborate a bit more, Pricey, from watching some Shield cricket. Baisley, I think he played maybe a couple games this year. If teams have gone upstairs to him early, seen it as maybe he's compulsive.
Well, by the time he actually gets to bat half the time in the Shield games, he's in a defensive mode or just occupying one end while somebody else is trying to farm the strike. But definitely, he's got a vulnerability upstairs. I think most players do have, though, whether they get in that half a mind. Will I go for it? Will I not? Will I duck? Will I not? And perhaps because he does bat a little bit further down.
Sometimes it's a weakness, a genuine weakness, or sometimes it's a strength that you can turn into a weakness. When they play the hook and pull shot so well, hit it in the air and you have the men back on the boundary.
That's right in it.
Yeah, he's
The
just got
body there.
just a touch fuller there from Willens. He's just got to get Baisley just defending from the crease. Not sure whether to go forward or go back. He's been pretty good in his movements so far this over, Baisley.
You want to get him in those 2 minds.
He's obviously a quality cricketer. Bowled very well as well, didn't he?
Yep.
On the surface.
No slouch as a batter, no slouch as a bowler. His figures throughout the year, his best bowling figures are 4 for 11. And that's a beautiful shot through covers. Has he timed it nicely enough to get it to the rope? Perhaps not. There's a run saved. So it's 3 for Baisley. And 150 runs comes up for Redlands in 50 overs. 205 minutes as well. So that puts them 78 behind the UQ first innings total. They still have 6 wickets in hand. 4 for 150. Encouragement for Willens now. Oh, just that. That's the 2 minds there. He got forward, but the bounce just was a little bit more expected.
Bounce just finds the stickers, doesn't it? Especially with Drennan being someone who's a slightly shorter player. Willens being able to track that bounce out of the surface. Just catching the outside half edge with outer half of the bat. He's bowled very well here in the spell. He's done what he's needed to do, but probably they're going to need one more wicket before 2 o'clock.
I reckon you might be right. We're scheduled for tea to run about 3:05. So plenty of cricket to come. That's a good ball too. Well kept out there by Drennan. Lots of appealing to how good that ball was behind the stumps as it finishes the over. 14 overs for Willens, 1 for 38, and Redlands 4 for 150. Been intriguing day's play so far. And Jimmy Pearson was removed, as well as Liam Smith, the overnight not-out batters, and they've taken the score up now to 4 for 150 with Drennan on 14 and Baisley on 8. Baisley's going to be... Well, they've got that same plan for Henderson from the Cat Raymond end with the 2 slips, a gully. Man at point.
Well, if you've got the plan, you've got to bowl to it.
Well, that's it in the 3 leg side catching positions. Deep square, back of the square and fine. And then the ball goes to the outside off. It's interesting.
So he just, basically just there. I don't think he's quite as sure of his movements as he was to Willens. I think Henderson just provides something, and I'd love to see that man just who's in front of square there just come into a 3rd slip. That's where Henderson's been successful, trying to grab the outside edge of the Redlands batters. If he's going to have 3 out on the fence, he has to go upstairs regularly.
There's a fair gap through mid-wicket. Oh, catch! No! It's gone past. Boy, he flew there. I thought he might have snavelled that one. It just went straight past the glove. That's a great effort from Walker.
Tell you something, if he took that, we would have heard George Redlands go on about it.
Oh, anybody in the wicket keepers union that didn't appreciate the effort at least.
It was a great effort. It's something that's just a little bit of luck that UQ needs in this game. He's just missed Walker. Walker, it's a hell of an effort. It's unfortunate not to take, but it's good to see Henderson at least go upstairs. Back as captain, he's been given the field, 3 guys out, so he has to go upstairs, sniff the snot box.
Oh, up-ish and not quite to the fielder, just at mid-on. Oh, dear, oh, dear. He didn't know a lot about that one. He popped it up and almost gave a dolly of a catch.
Yeah, he's just tried to ride the bounce there. No, with the 3 out. Obviously, doesn't want to play the pull hook shot. He's put that away. He's had to go to a defending option, which maybe doesn't quite look as natural for Baisley. Wants to take it on. Henderson just makes something happen. He just runs in and just got a canny knack of just making something happen, providing some opportunities. It's just if UQ can take them, if the ball goes to hand.
Let's see how Baisley responds here too. Oh! Past the bowler. He responded by belting it in the air past the bowler, straight down the field. Almost a spectacular return catch. Again, the effort was there. But the luck not going with UQ at this stage, and the luck going with Baisley.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see a replay there just of... He's sort of just throwing his body out, almost like a goalkeeper, trying to save the shot at goal. You can't fault him on his effort. Can't fault him on his effort at all. Throwing his body on the line. But again, creating something. They just see something go to hand here.
That's the thing. That's the X factor thing we were requiring, and the game was requiring. Oh, and there's the big outside edge. Big appeal. No, umpire says didn't touch it. Everybody around the wicket, including myself, thought he might have got a glove on that. Gee whiz. And, well, you're talking about making stuff happen. This has been an extremely eventful over for Callum Henderson.
Isn't it?
And his figures probably aren't showing how well he's bowling. 1 for 33, and this is his 6th over the last delivery. His economy rate's up around 6, but if there's anybody going to be taking a wicket, it looks like it's going to be him.
Yeah, it doesn't reflect the effort and what he's actually doing in the game. He's had some fingerprints in the game. His figures don't reflect that at all, unfortunately.
Oh, again, I'd love to see somebody a little bit closer to the bat, because that's getting some extraordinary bounce, and he's not keeping it down at all, Baisley. He's not getting on top of the ball.
It's a very good end of a very good over. I actually think you can bring that third guy out, maybe bring him into a short leg, something around there, so Baisley has to take an option on. You can either force him into taking the pull shot on, or actually trying to play that uppercut or some other sort of shot again. And everyone went up for that uppercut as well, for that cut shot. Everyone straight behind ran in towards Henderson. So the umpires, he's obviously pretty certain nothing happened there. It would have been easy to put the finger up. Maybe Baisley could have thrown his head back in disappointment. But if you're UQ, you'd be straight on the boundary trying to give Chris Henderson some sort of energy drink to say, we need one more out of you, mate. We need one more out of you. I don't think he's going to say no. He looks like a wholehearted performer. You see, change the bowling now, Bryce. You have Bryce Street coming on, so... We saw Crook get a little bit of shape after lunch. If Street can get a bit of shape, it's going to really assist him.
This is 9th over, Bryce Street. That kept a little low, and Drennan watches that go outside off. It's taken around the shins by Harry Walker.
Yeah, it looked to be a little bit of shape there. Wanted to shape away and sort of just kiss back towards Walker after the stumps.
Oh, what an intriguing game. When you really thought that yesterday, when you thought Redlands had UQ on toast when they were 7 for 126, they fought back and they made 228. Redlands coasting this morning, and then UQ fought back again. That's a little high and wide for Drennan to be worried about. No run.
Yeah, this is where Street's got to be careful. There's been pressure on at both ends, and that one there, the loose delivery, coming back into his 8th over. Second spell of the day. Easy leave for Drennan. You just need to keep applying some pressure. Yes, Street will bowl a lot of dots, we know that. But it's, are they going to be aggressive dots? Are they going to be dots where Drennan has to make a decision of whether he has to play or whether he has to leave the ball?
Oh, that's a fuller delivery. Just dug that out. A little bit of an in-swing on there.
Yeah, he's going to have plenty of skills. That's for sure.
Let's have a look at this from Bryce Street. I like his economical run-up. Oh, beautiful in-swinger. So that's come from about 6 inches outside off to around about middle and leg on the toe.
Not bad, that, is it?
Good bit of swing there. So he is getting that shape you're after as well. That one a little different, just outside off. So if he can actually just do that water torture, keep the pressure on, make sure Drennan and Baisley can't get that strike rotated, bog them down a tad, then you've got the X factor at the other end who could do anything at the minute. It's Henderson.
Only fear here for UQ is if they bring Sale on and Street at the same time. Two guys that dotted up. How's that going to look for getting a wicket?
Oh, Bryce Street thought he might have had one there. It's off the bat for a run, first run of the over.
Yes, my only fear there, Pricey, I think that Clayton needs to be thinking about bringing Crook back to follow up Henderson. Bring him back from the Raymond end. Otherwise, I feel as though Sale and Street on, they've done a good job, don't get me wrong.
But that will only extend the pain. It's just going to restrict the runs. You need to take the wickets for them to...
You feel as though Redlands haven't really been threatened by either of them.
There's only been the rare chances this morning. Baisley just straight drives, more or less, that one to mid-off. No run. And that's the end of Bryce Street's 9th over, number 21 for him. Redlands 4 for 157. They're still 71 behind UQ's 228 first innings total. Drennan's not out on 15 and Baisley's not out on 14. Now what's going to happen here? Well, let's have a look at the bowling. It will be Henderson still to pick up the ball from the Cat Raymond end. Spectacular over last from Henderson, providing some opportunities and some highlights as well. I think it might just double check the Sheffield Shield final. I think it might be all over. In fact, it is going to be over today. Western Australia only need 65 runs to win with 9 wickets in hand on the second innings to win the Shield final. Victoria were dismissed 195 and 210. Western Australia 315 in their first dig. They're 1 for 26 in their second, only needing 65 runs to win on day 4 of the Marsh Sheffield Shield at the Wacker.
Incredible year Western Australia and Perth have had, really, in the male game.
Oh, as we said yesterday, one of the stunning
seasons,
setups and seasons for all formats. Just a great group and obvious culture. Then they've got their white ball superstars, their red ball superstars.
They'll be just looking for a bar to enjoy their celebrations for a wee Sunday session.
Whoever
into Monday morning.
So regardless of what colour ball you had, you'd be having a ball tonight, just quietly.
Yeah. Now here we go. Now we see the change. So the third man that was out there in front of square has come into under the helmet. So there's going to be interesting to see what Baisley does here, what option he takes, whether he's going to defend or he's going to take the short ball on.
Well, this is what we were after the last over. Henderson. And Baisley right in behind that. But yeah, that's the one that brings the man into your peripheral vision. And it's such a great weapon to have against a player that might be in two minds.
Yeah, just needs probably, slight criticism you said there, just needs to be a touch shorter. Needs to be at that grill. Baisley, obviously a big fella. Like we spoke about, Willens probably hasn't had too many short deliveries in his life to get under. So it doesn't come natural for him to duck it. Wants to defend it. Henderson just needs to keep attacking that face.
Oh, that one cuts back down leg side. Well taken by Walker in the end. No run.
And what you got to love as well, Michael, I think what I love seeing with this is you got a state player who's obviously did pretty well in the Big Bash, played every game for the Brisbane Heat. He's been in and around the Shield side, played some one-day cricket, and he's got a wholehearted grey cricketer running in at a state player, just trying to absolutely give it to him. And that's what you got to love to see. Opportunity for him to, see that here that lunch shot is on downstairs, be able to tell a story in 20 years of how he bounced out Baisley in the final.
See what he can do here, Callum Henderson. That's a good shot, but nicely fielded there too at mid-off. No run.
It's well bowled too, just to pitch the ball up. Try to see where his feet are at. Baisley, he answered the task nicely. Put his weight into the ball nicely and played that nice drive.
Just while he enticed the drive. There's a massive gap. Only the 2 slips in the gully. There's a huge gap there, and Baisley's already gone through there at least once. Dropped at second slip. A little earlier off Henderson's bowling as well. Yeah, that's the ball. Ended up controlling it down nicely and taking the single. That brings Lee Drennan on strike, not out 16, and Baisley at the bowler's end on 15, not out.
He's rode that nicely, Baisley. Just hasn't quite got up either from Henderson. Baisley just rode it nicely and got off strike. He's actually played it far better this over, hasn't he? Almost that guy underneath the helmet has made him more certain about his defence and about his options he's going to take. Probably let the ball come to the bat a bit more. Whereas that over before, he's probably just gone at the ball, touched too much, which has made it pop up.
Well, notice the field just went back to the rope at deep square leg, or backward a square for Drennan, and he punches it straight down the field. They've employed that shot beautifully today, Redlands, as a team. Several of the batters not trying to flog the ball forward, just leaning into it when it's in the lane and using the full face of the bat. And that gets another few runs there for Drennan, who's now 19 not out. Baisley's 15 not out. The end of Henderson's 7th over, 1 for 38, his figures. And Redlands are 4 for 162, 66 behind Uni's first innings total of 228. Still 6 wickets in hand. And after Pearson and Smith were removed in quick succession after a 50 or 100 run partnership, Drennan and Baisley rescuing it again for Redlands.
Yeah, they've done a nice little counter punch. You'd say UQ probably had them with that bang bang, had them out for a standing 8 count. UQ have just failed to put them on the canvas, really, when you look at it. It's a great little counter punch here from Drennan and Baisley. Just put on 40 odd, or pretty much close to 30 oddish. It's just taking a little bit of steam out of UQ.
So Bryce Street's back on from the Hamilton end. Strong forward defensive from Drennan. Streets has a bit of a look straight down the pitch back at him. Trying to enter the fast bowlers union with a little glare down the pitch at the batter.
Yeah, he's an opening batter at heart though, isn't he? So I don't know if it's going to quite work, but good on him.
Yep, got to have a crack. And I suppose it shows UQ now 66 runs in Redlands in arrears, but they've got 6 wickets in hand on this first innings. It's well left outside off there. It's not going to trouble the batter at all in Drennan.
Nah, well left from Drennan. Made some good decisions.
And how good are Queensland Cricket just delivering us a couple of drinks here, mate?
No, they've done well there. Well done to Alex.
Thanks, Alex.
Looking forward to... he just texted me no treat at tea, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, well, sometimes you're too busy to attract the cake and everything at tea. He's got a lot of work to do, Alex.
Yeah.
Do the staff around here.
Only takes a couple of minutes, though.
So this game now, delicately poised. Bryce Street now coming in from the Hamilton end. Drennan on strike. Oh, that popped up a little bit too. Surprised Drennan a bit. Came off the shoulder of the bat, outside edge, out to gully for no run. Sorry.
That's just bit in the surface, isn't it? Just spat off the surface. There is a few little divots in there from yesterday. Maybe it's just hit one of them, but it's good signs as well. Just shows the wicket. There's just something in it. It's a hard wicket to start on. We've seen most players have come in since yesterday when Bryce Street's second ball that he nicked for 4 through the slips. Everyone's always had a little bit of a dodgy start. It's how can you get through that start and build an innings?
Well, you've got to be patient. We've seen that the batters have shown patience early and patience with shot selection as well, like that. And they're the ones surviving for longer and ticking the scoreboard over when required. It's a good over from Street. Again, 5 dot balls, but could be building that pressure up for Henderson at the other end. He's had 7 overs. Do you think Henderson will be continuing for a bit longer, or they might give Crook a run?
I think Henderson's done. I would look to Crook. A great bit of advice I was given when I was my short little stint in captaincy was whenever a bowler asks for one more,
Never give it to them.
Nah. Always leave them wanting more, is that correct?
Yeah, always leave
From
them.
a bowling perspective?
Yeah, always leave them wanting more. It was always hard because I was obviously a bowler, so I always gave myself one more. But it was more the fact of the energy levels. You know, if you bowl someone 5 or 6, you don't want them. Excuse me. You don't want them wasting or bowling it over when you know they're actually cooked, and then it's harder for them to come back. You want to keep them going for the whole day. So Henderson's bowled a good little 5 over stint there. I actually think that's his max. If I was Clayton, I'd be looking at using 3 or 4 over stints, looking to come provide some energy, lift the team up, and use them sort of 4 spells in a day between that 12 to 16 over mark, but of high energy.
And that's Crook coming in as predicted by your good self at the Cat Raymond end.
Crook will go their bouncer plan as well. He's got not bad wheels. He's ran in pretty hard all day. They might not do it for a start, but wouldn't mind seeing the man under the helmet. It's the only thing, if you're going to have a plan, you're better off to commit to it. Actually try it out for a decent period of time, as opposed to just trying out for 3 or 4 balls and then rejecting the plan.
Here he comes now, Crook. Oh, over the top, lofted. It's a lofted cover drive that it's gone over the head of mid-off for 4.
Yeah, maybe Baisley thought maybe Crook was going to be a bit quicker in his first delivery back, or maybe just held on the surface a bit, but he's committed to the shot. The bottom hands come through and just over mid-off's left hand. A couple of bounces into the pickets onto that shorter side. But I don't mind seeing Baisley play like that. He's an aggressive player, hits the ball hard, can't go away from his strengths.
That provides more questions for the bowlers as well as Crook comes in. Once again, plays it through to mid-off and just gets a single. Well played there, rotates the strike. He moves on to 20, Baisley.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Very solid movement. Very dominant movement on the front foot there.
Now that deficit 61 now on the first innings. It's just creeping down lower and lower. 6 wickets in hand. Redlands in the box seat with regards to the first innings.
Yeah, they need something to happen here.
It's watchfully played out by Drennan.
Saw the
It's
partnership.
very compact.
It's the partnership here where you actually feel as though, wouldn't surprise if you see a wicket, but they also wouldn't surprise you if they can take this game away from UQ very quickly. The way they bat, they're always looking to score, put pressure back on the bowler. So you know if these two get in, the runs are going to flow quickly. So how can UQ build a few dots, make them take a higher risk option that they don't want to take to score some runs?
Oh, that popped up a bit too. Just off the shoulder of the bat, down the pitch, safe, but he's still hitting the pitch pretty hard. Will Crook. He's still chirpy in the field too, UQ, and you need to be. It's good captaincy, good chat from Jack Clayton, keeping his players bubbling around. Got to keep them up to be in this game. Oh, and again, that bit of extra bounce there. Well handled by Drennan into the ground.
He didn't look too impressed though, did he, after that?
Mm-mm.
Maybe something just, whether it didn't quite come on or whether he wasn't happy with the way he played it, squared him up, almost played it front on.
Well, Crook seems to have done that to a couple of players. Just squared them up. Made them feel awkward in how they're going about the shot. That's stronger. Back down the pitch at the end of Crook's 14th over, 2 for 46. His figures with 1 maiden. He's got an economy rate of 3.3 at the moment, so he's dragged that down as well. Redlands, 4 for 167, still 61 behind UQ's first innings of 228. Into the over, we'll have Bryce Street coming back on from the Hamilton end. So once again, this Redland batting lineup just frustrating the UQ bowling lineup. Baisley's going to be on strike here to Bryce Street. of course, Queensland Bulls teammates. He would have done a fair bit of net bowling too, Street, wouldn't he?
You'd say he looks like he enjoys it. I tell you what, we haven't seen Street though. We haven't seen Street bowl a bumper so far in his 10 overs. Well, nothing that comes to mind. So it'll be interesting to see with the 2 men back whether he does try to go upstairs.
That's good, strong forward defensive from Baisley.
He doesn't quite look like the bowler that is going to bowl many bumpers. He sort of looks like someone who wants to get it up there, swing it, see what's happening.
I agree with your assessment, though. I'd love to see him in county cricket in England. He'd be swinging that duke about a metre.
Yeah, imagine some of the conditions he'd have. He'd probably score a truckload of runs as well.
Yeah, exactly right. He'd be an all-rounder in the Botham mould.
He wouldn't be the worst overseas player to get for a county once he establishes himself a bit more on the state scene, and maybe can get himself on some regular Australia A tours, or maybe a game after, you never know, with once Warner and Usman, and there's a lot of batters to go. Street's only sort of mid-20s, I believe, so there's a lot of batters to come out of that Australian side after probably the next World Test Championship cycle.
Well, that's it. Those opportunities don't come along very often when you've got a bunch of players retiring at the same time. And that looks like that will be the scenario for the Australian cricket team. He's 25 years old. Just turned 25 in January, did Bryce Street.
Yeah, so he's got a few more years to sort of...
For a bloke who only made his first class debut 4 years ago, he's established himself well inside the Bull system.
Yeah, he's someone that can really work on his craft over the next 2 or 3 seasons. You say over the next World Test Championship cycle, then after that, which will finish in probably about 25 or 26, then in 2025 or 2026, then maybe that next sort of 27 to 31 cycle or 27 to 30 cycle of the World Test Championship could be his time. You look after the Ashes, you probably assume David Warner's going to retire. You wonder how long Usman Khawaja's going to play for. Steve Smith.
Well, they've got a quandary at the moment with Steve Smith with regards to the captaincy for the World Cup, haven't they, too?
Yeah.
He captained beautifully in the absence of Pat Cummins, who, of course, had to return home. Sad news about his mum. Back to the game here at AB Field, and you've got Baisley's having a chat to the umpire here, and what's he doing there? Just saying, I've got a little bit of stuff on my...
Probably just trying to get a bit of assistance there.
Yeah, from the umpire. Yeah, what's going on with my helmet, I think he was saying. See, that was a sharper rising ball and dealt with by Drennan into the ground, but straight to the man at point.
I'll tell you something though, if Street could develop a bouncer, not necessarily as a wicket-taking option, obviously, but just a bouncer, because there's a batter when you watch him, you know you're just going to be off the front foot the majority of the time. How can he create an option where the batters can have to feel as though they actually can't just jump on the front foot to nullify what's happening?
Yeah, it's a good call. Good quick running as well from Drennan. He knew that it was in the middle of the gap between the two fielders and took off immediately. And that ends the 11th over for Street. His figures none for 23 with a couple of maidens in there. And Redlands have moved on to 4 for 169. Drennan's not out on 20. Baisley's not out 21. That deficit on the first innings now only 59 runs. So the runs are becoming an issue for UQ. Need to crack through this partnership. Well established so far.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, it looks like T's too far away as well. They do need a bit of a break here just to try and stop the flow of runs. A bit of a longer session here. They need to try and just somehow stall this momentum.
So T around about 305. So, oh, that's a good ball. No reaction at all immediately from the bowler. He reacted when the players behind the stumps did. Let's have a look at this. Oh dear, Drennan's got squared up by that one. So he's getting across, and Crook.
It's a beautiful delivery to square Drennan up. Fortunately for Crook, just couldn't find that edge.
think both Crook and Henderson, both their figures are not as good as they bowling has been. Let's put it that way. Once again, that's almost through the defences of Drennan.
Actually, wouldn't mind seeing Willens have a go from the Raymond end either. Just seems as though there just seems to be just a little bit more happening from that end.
Well, that's where the sawdust has been distributed today in the footmarks as well. Only at that end. Only at the Hamilton end being the one the batter Drennan is standing at.
So you just wonder if there's a little bit more moisture through on that end, just creating a little bit more bounce, zip off the surface.
They reached out for that one, outside off, and jumped a bit as well. But into the ground, no run. So negotiating this period for about the next 45, 50 minutes until tea. Vital for Redlands. A wicket or two for Uni would set up this final session very nicely.
Yeah, it'd be great. They definitely need one more wicket before tea to go in and feel as though they can come out after tea and knock them over before that amount.
Oh, beat the outside edge again, and the hands went up. But no run. Just looking at from the side angle as well. Oh, again, that's a good height as well.
Yeah, just played out in front of his body there, Drennan. Just gone with the hands. Feet went straight, not towards the ball. His weight didn't go towards the ball, and just throws his hands at it. And again, Crook unlucky not to grab the edge. Something here, he just feels as though something's going to happen.
Well, both he and Henderson from this end, as you've said. Oh, outside edge, way past the gully, and that's going to scream down to the boundary for 4. It was in the air. A second gully might have got it. That's about it.
Well bowled, Crook. Very unlucky. Did feel as though something's going to happen in this over.
Oh.
Drennan goes for the drive, catches the edge. Fortunately, just wide to the right of gully. Too wide even for a dive. It's unlucky for UQ. They see something to go their way. That goes to hand. Then it's absolutely game on.
Yeah, they've bowled with no luck. I don't think they've bowled with any luck at all this morning, UQ. Some chances, of course, they've had a drop catch, but some of those other chances didn't come in, and as Drennan pulls away, as Crook was halfway through his run up there.
Yeah, it's just been unfortunate. Crook could just get a dismissal to go his way. Saw the wicket it is. It's sort of a bang-bang type wicket. Looks hard to get established. Once you get established, even Drennan, his 40 deliveries in, you'd say he's established. He's played pretty well. But even this over, it's just been a little bit difficult for him. Crook created the chance, but unfortunately no fielder to take it.
Oh, cut back in, and he let that go, Drennan. They liked it behind the stumps. That's the end of Crook's 15th over, 2 for 50. Looks like they're going to be having a little bit of a drinks break, so we might do the same. Hamish should be back in a couple of minutes here at AB Field. So we're back from the drinks break. Players back out in the field here at Allan Border Field. Redlands 4 for 173. Uni, their first innings was 228. So Redlands have got a deficit of 55, but they've got 6 wickets in hand. Just having a chat with some people next door. And the rumour about Marnus taking over from Jimmy Pearson is more than.
Trumour.
He's been named in the side. He's on the actual website of Redlands as playing next weekend. Oh, that's beaten the outside edge and hit the pad. Big shout. Or has it beaten the outside edge? Well, a bit high and wide anyway. We'll have a look at the replay. But there you go. Redlands have actually got it on their website that Marnus will be filling in for Jimmy Pearson next week.
Well, that's great for us. Watch a world-class international cricketer.
Handy replacement, though, when you're in the top 5 batters on the planet and you can walk into a grade final. It'll be interesting to see how that works out. But anyway, we've got a lot of cricket to play before that, about 44 minutes before tea break, and it's vital. Uni need to crack through this, well, this brick wall of Redlands batters, the last couple, 100 partnership between Pearson and Smith. They were both knocked over in quick succession, but Baisley and Drennan, 21 and 24 respectively.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see what situation Marnus comes back to. You'll probably say he obviously won't be able to bat in the first innings, so he'll probably be coming out for a little bit of a bowl for the UQ. So it'll be interesting to see if he bowls a few leggies next week.
Street. Baisley. Oh, he's given that plenty. 2 bounces, 3 bounces straight down the field over the rope, 4 runs.
Yeah, I like this from Baisley. He's an aggressive player. You don't want to go away from what your strengths are. Street's not going to trouble him for pace or trouble him upstairs. So anything over pitched, he knows the wicket's good enough. He can hit through the line the ball. He's got enough power. He doesn't have to get much of it to go away to the fence. As we've seen there, he's just followed through nicely. Brings that deficit to 51. For UQ, it's squeaky bum time.
Absolutely.
They need something here.
It's almost now or never for UQ. They've got to crack it before tea. Bryce Street now. Once again, Baisley. Big stride down the pitch too, meeting it. Tried to get it through covers and straight to the fielder.
You see, the unfortunate thing for UQ is at the Raymond end, we've seen a little bit of variable bounce and movement off the surface of the pace bowlers. But bringing Sale on from the Hamilton Road end, it just exposes them to the short side of the ground for Baisley and Drennan just to have a not a free hit onto the league side, but almost.
You see on the outside edge straight through the vacant third slip. It's only going to be a couple of runs, but attracting the outside edge there did Bryce Street, and it to no avail.
Yeah, it's well bowled from Street, but Baisley just played with soft hands to go straight down the ground and grab an easy deuce. But for me, I would actually take the risk of bowling Sale from this Hamilton Road end for an over or 2. You could get a wicket. You can't take Crook off from their Raymond end with what he's doing, especially his last over to Drennan was a fantastic over.
Last ball of the over for Bryce Street. Well left by Baisley, and 12 overs done by Street, 9 for 29 for him. Deficit down to 49 now. Redlands are 4 for 179. Baisley's moved to 27 off 29, and Drennan's 24 off 41. So he's actually done it at a reasonable clip, has Baisley. Some streaky shots, nonetheless.
That's sort of the style he plays, though, isn't it? You live by the sword, you die by the sword. He's done it very well. He's played very well. What I like is you could easily go into your shell here and just think about batting time. But he's actually trying to take it to UQ. Still playing to his strengths. And I hope once they actually pass the total, if he's still in, he looks to accelerate on.
Take the game completely away. That's a good delivery from Crook again. He's very watchful, Drennan, of the way Crook's bending his back, as he should be.
Yeah, just getting back to that point, because once you do pass the total, yes, it's about occupying time in these sort of games, but if UQ come in and they've got a deficit of 100, 150, you're actually taking almost 40 overs, 35 to 50 overs out of the game. straight away just by that deficit.
So Crook again. Oh, back down the pitch there.
Just squeeze him up again. Just a bit of touch and movement away. Drennan just going at it, looking to clip that on the leg side and just squeeze it up again into an outside half of the edge of the bat.
He's been forced into that position several times now. It's been Crook and Henderson who've done that to him. As I say, with the figures of 2 for 50 off his 15.2 overs, the economy rate's not bad for Crook at 3.3, but those figures still don't think reflect how good he's bowled, how well he's bowled. That's a beautiful shot. Drennan punched it through mid-wicket, beat the fielder. He's going to come back for 3. Yes, indeed. He'll come back for 3 on the arm, and a good decision made. So he moves on to 27. It's a partnership of 51 runs. Following up from that 100-run partnership between Smith and Pearson this morning, that's extraordinary batting. Well done from the Redlands players.
I think UQ only had the 150-run partnership, didn't they, between Walker and Willens? And
correct.
Yeah, Redlands go past 50 twice. Just shows that's what you need as a batting group. One big partnership and a couple other little ones.
27 apiece, not out now.
And they came in when the pressure was on as well. You got to remember that. 4 for 131.
They just lost their 2 entrenched batters in Smith and Pearson, and they've recovered for a 50-run partnership outside the edge. Oh, Walker took it now. It's a dead ball.
It's a no ball somehow.
Well, he's actually signalled a dead ball with the arms. There's going to be a bit of a conference going on between the umpires here. No,
because he's nicked that. He's definitely nicked that, by the way. The UQ slip call is appealing. And the disappointment of some head and hands. I'm just trying to wonder why it's a no ball. The umpire's going to come over to Clayton.
But if you signal a dead ball, what?
Well, what is going on here?
Well, now there's going to be a bit of a conference here. I'd love to see what's going on. And they're asking the question. Hang on, there's a wave to the crowd. What's that? He's signalling here.
I've got no idea.
Just having a look, there's a little bit of confusion going on here. And there's still a conference going on between umpire.
I've actually never seen that signal before.
Because the fieldsman moved back while he's walking the bowl.
Bingo. Okay, so there's been conjecture, but I've just had the great John Devine told me because the fielder walked in as the walked backwards as he was coming into bowl.
He nicked it though, didn't he?
All right, well, we'll find out. Hamish, you've just got some intel as well. As Baisley faces another.
It's actually the first time I've actually ever seen that. So
give us the intel you just got.
Well, they've dropped deep square on purpose with intent whilst the bowler was running into bowl.
So he was moving backwards while the bowler came in.
Yeah, to deceive the batsman. And Baisley's definitely nicked that to Walker. And he's been no balled there and given 5 penalty runs.
Oh!
Was that
That was the signal. Well. Oh, outside edge Baisley just to add a little bit of salt into that open wound. Oh dear, outside edge just past the outstretched arm of Gully. And Baisley moves on to 31, Drennan on 27, and that deficit now 37 runs on the first inning, 6 wickets in hand. And, oh boy, talk about heartbreaking for the bowling team. You've got the nick that you wanted, and perhaps a little gamesmanship cost you.
Yeah, it's just not going UQ's way.
No, there's no luck. There is no luck at the moment. You do, and that's been flicked down the leg side off the pad. No catch, no, not out. End of the 16th over, yet another eventful one. It all happens when Will Crook is bowling 2 for 57 off 16. I still reckon his figures are well, they don't look as good as his bowling performance has been. And you can see that the UQ players still having a discussion with the umpires just to get further clarification. But thanks very much to the umpiring fraternity who came into our box and let us know exactly what that decision was. Greatly appreciate that. So 5 penalty runs because the fielder moved backwards behind square while the bowler was coming in, resulted in a nick. He was out, but it's a no ball and 5 penalty runs. Amazing.
What it does do now, though, is now you've got to be consistent with it. I've never ever seen that actually happen in a game.
Well, here's Bryce Street. As Drennan pumps forward. But
guys are constantly moving back and forth from that. Obviously, that was seen as being too deliberate from the square leg umpire.
Yep.
What does sort of cause a little bit of controversy now is obviously when you cue bat and they see anyone walking backwards, they'll be asking for the 5 penalty runs straight away. And it's a big moment in the game because I believe Baisley's nicked that. He's got a feather through the keeper Walker. There'd been no balled. That would have been 5 for 180 odd.
Oh, there's a big shout. And he's been given. Drennan caught on the crease, LBW. And Bryce Street gets a very timely wicket.
Yeah, well bowled Bryce Street. We know he can bowl a lot of dots. He's got a bit of skill. We spoke about that English type style of bowler. I believe he's bowled the in-swinger here. He's wrapped Drennan in front. Drennan, don't know if he's that happy with the decision. Probably felt it good though, got him a bit high. But Street doesn't really extract that much bounce. You got a feeling that's hitting the stumps. And UQ, well, just when we thought the game was just a little bit over, and maybe they were out of it, they've had a bit of a counter punch. And now it's going to be key of what they can follow up here. As we see on the replay, Street coming in, great slow motion work there. Just nip back in, definitely. And you could argue maybe that is missing leg stump and a touch high on Drennan, but UQ deserves some luck. Swings and roundabouts. Redlands had a lot of luck this inning, especially the Baisley dismissal and the 5 penalty runs just happening in the last over. Actually look like their height's actually not too bad. Maybe it's just a line, but I don't mind that. UQ needed some luck and it opens the game up. McBride comes in now, the Scottish international, with a bit of pressure.
5 for 191, Redlands. Now that deficit is only 37. There's 5 wickets in hand, but the tail's up.
She looks pretty good live, again on that replay there when you see it. Slowed down. When it's slowed down, it can make it look a touch worse than it is, but live there, it looks pretty good. You can see why the umpire did put the finger up. Being a bowler myself, I don't mind it. Batters have too much luck these days, too many rules in their favour.
Well, just the weight of the bats now.
So I don't mind that.
Carry a bat that's 12 inches wide and it weighs about a gram. Just amazing, isn't it? The almost balsa wood now it's made of. But you got to beat that bat.
Yep.
And they certainly did that. Bryce Street beat the bat of Drennan and whapped him on the pads.
This is where the conundrum for Clayton is again, though. You've just taken a pole. You'd love to have another grabber in there, but you can't afford an easy single.
Well, he can't afford the runs, can he, really? He's got very few runs to play with now, as far as the first innings total is concerned, 37. It's a big balancing act. That was a good delivery to start with. Just let it go, McBride.
Guess what Street offers is, you just see there as the Walker takes on the one bounce, which was the first time I've actually seen this game. What Street does offer is something, just a little bit of lack of bounce. So it just goes through to the keeper, doesn't go through a steep bounce like we've seen from Willens and Crook and from Henderson. So it just keeps that lower trajectory after it bounces. So it could be good for a wee chop on here if the batter doesn't move his feet.
So Street again. Just plays it nicely. Strokes it through the cover area. We'll get a couple out of that. It's a nice shot. It's a nice bit of fluency there. He's only 23 years old. I say you wouldn't get these temperatures and humidity in Dumfries, would you? I doubt it. street, and met with the full face of the bat there too from Chris McBride.
You feel as though he's probably come over here and he's probably never applied so much sunscreen in his life in the last sort of 6 months, probably a lifetime's worth.
Nice little market town, Dumfries as well, if you've ever been to Scotland.
I've been to Scotland, been to Edinburgh when the festival was on. It was
Oh, that would have been interesting. Never been to Edinburgh Festival. That would have been fantastic.
a great time to be there.
Oh, yeah. We get there for Hogmanay. It'll be fantastic as well. But that's the end of the over for Bryce Street. It was a successful one for him. He took the wicket of Drennan, 1 for 31. Now, Redlands are 5 for 193, only 35 behind Uni's 228 first innings total. We've got the new batter in McBride, the Scottish lad, and James Baisley, who has batted quite well, if not streakily, 31 off 32. But they did employ that. I mean, these cricketers know each other backwards. They've been playing each other for years. As soon as he walked onto the pitch, they were setting up for those high deliveries. So they know he's susceptible, obviously.
Yeah, word gets round as well. People talk about dismissals, which have been popular.
So Crook again. Oh, beats the outside edge. He's got 2 for 57. I reckon he's bowled with very, very little luck, Will Crook.
What I found interesting as well in this innings is UQ have always struck after something's happened. So the drop catch of Smith from Henderson, and then Baisley nicked one, but it was the no ball. Then the next over, there's always been a wicket. So they've had those bang opportunities. They just haven't been able to take them. That's what they need now. They need Crook to take a wicket this over. If Crook can get Baisley, it's absolutely game on.
Oh, he's lofted it. Oh, just over the head of the man who was standing at mid-on. Couple of bounces into the fence. James Baisley taking his life into his hands, but he's actually taking the game away from UQ at the same time. 35 off 34 now.
He's a brave man, James Baisley, but what he does do, he does follow through with his shots. He's just over mid-on's head. He's tried to jump and get it, but it's just out of his reach.
There's a couple of times Baisley's done that, and with the lofted drives, just not quite meeting the length. Crook now, how will he respond? With one straight at him.
Be fair, he's a big lad though, Baisley. He's got plenty of power. Mid-on has always just suddenly been dropping deeper and deeper. He's obviously got to do that between deliveries now, otherwise he's going to get the 5 penalty runs. But just trying to just stop himself. There's lots of scoring options for Baisley on that league side. Crook's done well to control his line. Keep it outside off stump, 4th stump. As soon as he's strayed, Baisley's looked to punish him. But you still feel it's game on here with Crook to Baisley. It's a good matchup.
It's a good, strong forward defensive from Baisley as well. Crook has been magnificent, just providing some opportunities. I'm not sure whether the percentage of opportunities given and taken have been the same for both sides.
I actually feel as though as well, I know we talked a lot about the first innings, taking that lead, but the way this wicket's playing, if they can get Baisley out, you don't know what the Redlands lead's actually going to be. Still going to be game on into that 4th innings.
Well, it's being a 4-dayer. Oh, he's leapt up and belted that down into the ground. Walker takes off and grabs it from behind the stumps. And just a single, it is a run, so Baisley moves on to 36. He's a big boy. I didn't realise he was that tall, James Baisley, at 200 centimetres, so he's a 2-metre Peter. Good 95 Ks as well. It's a significant athletic build. Now what's going to happen for Will Crook here? A bit of a chat. He steams in the last ball of his 17th over. Oh, he had to jam that one down, did McBride?
He's gone pole hunting.
Well, once the start of the tail's been exposed, you're quite entitled to do so. End of the over. 17 overs gone for Crook and 2 for 62. Deficit now 30 runs, 5 for 198. Now might be we're going to get Bryce Street to continue from the Hamilton end. Having a bit of a chat. Of course, he got the vital wicket last over. There you go. I wonder who's on that. Big flight over the top here of AB Field. There's a lot of chat going on, a lot of field changes going on here for Bryce Street with James Baisley on strike. It looks like they're going to employ the 2 slips, a gully, and the player just forward of square, deep square on the boundary.
He's just in it. It's just awkward for Clayton now, isn't it? Baisley's obviously a little bit set and scoring at a good clip. How can he build pressure on Baisley but also not give away that boundary option? McBride has only faced the 5 deliveries. He actually fancies himself the crook. If Crook can bowl to McBride as well, but get 3 slips in there. Crook to either of these batters has looked a good matchup. And if Street does get the chance to bowl to McBride, you feel as though he's going to try that big in swinger again. Try to wrap McBride on the pad. Test the umpire again. It's an awkward little period as well for, I think Baisley just has to keep batting the way he's batting, keep taking the game on.
Well, it's worked for him so far. He's offered a few chances up, but he's survived. 36 runs now. Oh, outside edge. Or outside the outside edge. No run. Yeah, Bryce Street putting them in the right areas. Just having a look at this replay here. Oh, that's just cut back a little bit.
It's a well bowled
Straightened
delivery.
up.
Very unlucky to not get the edge. They've beaten the edge a lot today.
That's been their day. Just unlucky in certain aspects. Oh, that's a good ball. You can see the reaction of Street as he goes down onto his haunches. That's almost through and under. Just dug out there by Baisley.
It's a great in-swinging delivery. He's nearly wrapped him on the pad there. I tell you what, if they wrapped him on the pad, I think Street could have just celebrated straight through to Walker and not even bothered to look back at the umpire. The finger would have been slowly coming out of the umpire's pocket when he saw that swing back in. Baisley's done well.
Street with his tail up a little bit now. Got a wicket in the last over of Drennan that could have dragged UQ back into it. Up-ish. Oh, and just past the man. It's basically at mid-wicket. Short mid-wicket. And that was a halfer. 5 for 199 now, Redlands. Difficult 20 minutes now to negotiate until the tea break. And UQ would love another E before that tea break to put the Frighteners into Redlands as they negotiate the final session. Still a little bit of cricket to go there. Street.
Did he play your World Cup?
And that's the end of the over. Good one for Bryce Street, 1 for 32, his figures. Redlands 5 for 199, 29 behind on the first innings. And we've got Baisley still not out, 37. McBride not out on 2. Makes it easier to identify the 2 batters out there when McBride's wearing the helmet that closely matches his nationality, as is Baisley.
Yeah. It's also reasonably easy as well. Drennan and Baisley as well. The old height difference there.
Oh, yeah, just a little. It's only about a foot.
Bride, obviously, a bit bigger. Plenty of haggis in those bones. Crook here. Needs a bit of energy. Hopefully he can get a couple up round the ears.
And up-ish and past the field again, straight down the field from Baisley. He struck that quite well, but it was up-ish again off Crook, and that's Redlands 200 off 63.1 overs in 266 minutes.
Yeah, he's just committed to the shot.
Oh, nice.
Probably just got a little bit of the toe of the bat. He's looking at the bottom of his bat after he hit the shot, but he's committed through it. It's lovely shape, and he's got all the power in the world, as we've seen on the biggest stage. And he is taking this game away from UQ.
Well, Baisley's now moved to 41 as Crook comes in and bends his back and throws it down the pitch as hard as he can. But he's settled a little bit now, 41 off 44.
Tell you what this game is set up for, though. A little bit of Henderson before tea.
Ah, yes. A little bit of wild thing before tea.
Just
That'd be good.
1 or 2 overs. 2 overs probably. You don't want to cook Crook here. You might need him after tea. Maybe make this Crook's last over. Go street one more, then bring Henderson in from that end.
Once again, Baisley right in behind that.
What I have liked from Baisley is anything over pitched, he's just decided to commit, and it's going to go to the boundary, whether it's low on the ground or in the air. What we've seen is a reaction, and Clayton's had to do it purely for the runs that he's got on the board. Mid on and mid off for 3/4 of the way back now. So Baisley can defend straight and defend strong, or just punch it. He's going to get the easy single as well, which slightly just ticks the scoreboard over.
Crook now, goes down with the effort ball. He bent the back and lost a little bit of footing there. Just wondering if he's okay as he gets up. He's a little bit sore, but
He'll be right, the big fella.
he's got a big ticker. So Baisley on to 42 or 46 now. McBride will face Crook.
This is where they actually need to attack now, though. Pricey, Phil, got 2 deliveries left in the over. You got to take cover out, put him in a third slip. This is a chance to pounce. 4T. Give him 6 for 210 going into the tea break. But you need grabbers behind. If you're going to grab the outside edge, you need someone there to catch it.
Still a really big gap between second slip and gully. You got a man there at, just backward a point. Can't see McBride trying to cut it through.
Crook just looks like he's in a little bit of discomfort there after that delivery. Maybe he fell over, whether he rolled his ankle or hurt his calf a little bit.
He's put in a mountain of work. It's his 18th over. And it's not as if he's been trundling in either. He's been motoring in and really bending his back.
Yeah, he's got a nice little run up. He built up some steam, but he just looks a little bit of discomfort in that left sort of ankle calf. Maybe slipping on the crease, that little bit of moisture that we've had. Maybe he's made a little bit in his shoe. Maybe his foot's just hitting the end of the shoe, which is causing a little bit of discomfort. Hopefully he can put that aside for this last delivery.
And well played by McBride. No run into the field. 5 for 204 Redlands. McBride's on 2. Baisley's on 42. The end of Will Crook's 18th over. He's got 2 wickets for 67.
And with that discomfort there straight away, Crook's walking off. So unsure of if he just needs a rest from the amount of effort he's put in. He's put in a mountain of work today, but or if it's sore. I hope so. I hope for his sake and for UQ's sake and the game's sake that it's not sore. See his action there. Gets nice and over the top. But he just looks a little bit sore on that left ankle, left calf. You see him pull up just a little bit lame there. And you hope that just doesn't affect the game.
Well, he's been their X factor. As I say, his figure's blown out a bit, but a lot worse than they actually have been, methinks, and that's a fantastic shot. James Baisley's seeing it like a watermelon at the moment.
Yeah.
He has belted that straight down the pitch, over pitch by street.
Shot boy. That's all you can say. Anything over pitched. Baisley's hit through the line of the ball. He's hit it well, as you see here. Slow motion. Just slightly over pitched.
Well, not far past the bowler's hand either.
I'll tell you what, that would have been a screamer.
Oh.
Baisley just hitting through the line of the ball, showing us his power. He's raced to 46.
But it's not as if he hasn't been a little streaky like that. He's taking the field on. He's hitting it just in the air past the fielders, and he's got away with it so far.
But what we've seen is Clayton has to manipulate things now, and he's taking a second slip out. So you look at that, and you think of when Baisley defends forward. If he does, if Street can't grab the edge, he's only got the gully in the first slip there. He's brought a short cover in and then regulation cover in for Street now.
That's a good delivery. Good response from Street. That's the 8th 4 from James Baisley in his innings of 46.
Yeah, he doesn't look like a man that's going to muck around, does he?
He's not going to go for the quick singles all the time.
No, he can't. He obviously goes for the quick singles when he hits it to those fielders that are slightly deeper, but he's looking to go at the ball, and I don't mind that. He's a hard-hitting batter, and you don't want to go away from his game. He can take this game away from UQ. He could get Redlands 300 plus here.
Oh, here it comes. I'll catch this one. It's over the fence. It's for 6. It's straight at us. Here he comes. And what a way to bring up your 50, James Baisley. 52 off 49 deliveries. This almost wrenched the game away from UQ as far as the first innings points goes.
What a lovely shot. He's just picked it up off his pads. You see here, Street coming in, trying to nibble the ball off both ways in the air as well as swing, and just over pitched, and Baisley said just have a bit of that. It's a great way to bring up your half century by hitting half a dozen. But just look at that power into that short side. Just the flow of the bat. I tell you what, he's hit it that hard off the GM. The two umpires come together. They're not happy with the state of the ball.
Well, he's absolutely flogged a few of these.
He's coming in to look at the ball as well.
Yeah. What have I done to it?
Sometimes
I reckon, yeah, that's me. That's me. That one's me.
Sometimes, though, just when you change the ball, funny things does happen in the game. But you feel as though I'm pretty confident to say that Redlands going to win. Or not win, sorry, but
on the first
they're going to get the first innings lead. With the deficit being 14, UQ are going to have to put out some magic to get 5 wickets for under 14 runs here.
It's invaluable, this innings from Baisley. It's reminiscent of the rearguard action from Harry Walker yesterday. Just taking the game to a different level for his team. Or to a different place.
Well, he bowled very well as well without luck, so he's probably getting his luck back now with the bat. I think he has led Redlands very well. He led them with the ball.
Well,
now he's doing it with the stick. He's just showing the class that he is and why he's a state contracted player.
As one of the umpires comes out and says, I have this case full of like-for-like balls. Please choose.
So they're carrying the most important case in the world, isn't it?
It's like if they had the handcuffs on and the little blue ink that explodes if you rip it out of their arms. I used to carry one of those.
A few fake balls in there.
That's it, a couple of the agates that'll never be seen. But there's a slight delay as we've chosen the replacement ball. Only got about 11 minutes until the tea break was scheduled at 3:05. It'd be a nice little psychological thing for Redlands to tip those 14 runs over just prior to tea, to know that they've walked in final session, we're in front, they can have a good yak about it. But then again, you could skittle a couple of wickets and put the speed wobbles on Redlands. That's what they'd be after.
Yeah, they want this. They want to try and knock Redlands over for about 250. Ideal world.
So the lead, even if they take the first innings lead, it's an insignificant lead to a degree.
You feel as though if Redlands can get above 300, if they can bat the rest of this day, then I think they're going to take the game away from them, especially with the surface being up for another week.
Accurate, but once again, Baisley right in behind it. He's set.
Yeah, he's picked his deliveries well, isn't he? He's got a pretty certain game plan. If anything short, he's not going to take on to those sweepers. He's going to defend and look to deflect and ride with it. Anything on a length, he's going to look to defend strong or leave well. Anything over pitched, well, he's either going to go straight, and if it's wide, he can go through the covers on the offside. But if it's just angled in, as we've seen, he's going to go over mid-wicket. He's going to go over mid-wicket strong.
Oh, you just go for the quick single. Nicely taken too. A good quick call. Just dabbed it and run. So he moves to 53.
That's the intent we've seen from Redlands with the bat. I've wanted to rotate the strike and do it well. It's probably something we're critical. We used to have Uni. Probably didn't really look to run those quick singles. Just looked to block, stay and occupy the crease. You have to get the scoreboard moving.
And the fielder's moving too. That was the thing, but you had one bowler blocked at one batter at each end for significant periods of time. And it led to their being put in a trough run-wise as well. Street. McBride deals with that. It's the end of his 15th over. Bryce Street, 1 for 43. Redlands, 5 for 215. So the deficit's only 13 runs with 5 wickets in hand. You can just see here at AB Field the clouds are relatively cleared. We've got some nice blue skies and shouldn't be interrupted by weather for the rest of the day with any luck. Sure, we had a little bit of a rain delay earlier as an early lunch was declared at around about 11:50. But we won't have lost any overs here. We've got 44 remaining for the day's play. At a minimum, we have been scheduled to go through to 5:30, 5:32 because of that rain delay. Now they're spreading the field again.
We've got our man back on, Henderson. So like there's just 4T, couple of overburst. Looking to sprint in, make something happen.
It's exactly what you wanted. It's what the game requires. Oh, struck on the pad. It'll go down leg side. Big shout from behind the stumps. Umpire unmoved, but it is a leg by. 5 for 216. That deficit now 12.
We see on the replay here, just on that angle on the crease, just sliding down. But he's up and about. He's got good energy. That's what he's going to need here. I think you fancy Henderson to McBride here just before the tea interval.
Just been amended. 310 is tea. We had a 305, but we lost a few minutes as well. So that's come the outside edge of McBride's bat. Goes out to the fielder at point for no run. So 310. So another 12 minutes of play before the tea break. So
you fancy Henderson here for a couple of overs. Maybe bring Sale on from the other end. Just to test out what Baisley's going to do before the tea break. If he's going to take him on to that shorter side or not.
straight into the ground from McBride. No chance of giving away a catch there. So delicate situation here in the game. Redlands won the toss yesterday. They elected to bowl. Uni skittled out for 228, with Jack Sinfield being the main destroyer for Redlands with 7 for 83. Curled around the corner from McBride. It's going to bounce in front of the fielder easy for one single. And some generous applause for the young man managing to negotiate that one.
Yeah, well, I think he scored off a second delivery. A little punch through the covers for 2. He's had sort of about 10 or so dot balls up until then. 9 dot balls, so he'll be relieved to be down the other end. His job's just to get Baisley on strike. Try and occupy the crease through this partnership.
So Henderson. Oh, big swing and a miss from Baisley. He gave that one the full set of shoulders. Missed it completely.
They got deep point back as well. Try and stop Baisley from obviously hitting a boundary, so you never know, mate. I think maybe deep point could come maybe just a touch finer behind square, especially for a shot like that. But you feel as though if he gets anything on that, it's going to fly off for 6. Just that shorter side. Don't mind him giving it everything.
He gave it the full swing. Oh, nice reply from Henderson. He has bowled with very little luck, Callum Henderson. He had one catch dropped. He ends his 8th over with the figures of 1-4-39. Could have been much better. Given an ounce of luck.
See on the replay here. Look at that.
Oh.
Just slided away a little bit. Unlucky not to catch the edge. Just a little feather. He's definitely made stuff happen.
So once again, it's going to be Bryce Street. He's coming in for over number 16 from the Hamilton end. Bright sunshine here at LEB Field. No chance of any inclement weather anymore. So that temperature's risen a little bit too. We were up to about 26, 27 degrees. Humidity still significant. Nicely played by McBride. Getting himself off strike and putting Baisley back in. So 26 degrees feels like 28.5, but
28.5.
But the humidity.
It's very particular, isn't it?
That's the Bureau. Not my good self. 75% humidity. So still very warm. And if you're Chris McBride, probably the antithesis of Scottish weather right now.
Yeah, well, his radiator will be overheating, you would have thought. He'd be a bit like me, looking forward to a 15-degree day if we can ever get one, just to reset the thermometer.
Once again, Street. Baisley tries to punch that through. No chance to the man at point.
You can understand what Clayton's doing here because of Street's bowled well, but I feel as though just 4T, you've got to try and change things up a little bit, that 10-minute period. I think you've got to, if you are Clayton, you've got to say to yourself, right, well, we're probably going to be in a deficit in the first innings, so I can handle that, but how can I actually make the deficit less? I think bringing Sale on would have been the attacking option for the last 4 overs, just change it up.
Oh. Didn't quite get all of that, Baisley, but enough to actually get a single.
You know Baisley's going to play aggressive, but he hasn't faced one delivery of spin this innings so far. He's faced 56 deliveries. It's all been pace. So just that change of speed. Maybe just going away from the bat as well. A couple sliding on to the pad. So what options would he take? It obviously it looks a strong lad, obviously, so he'd look to be hitting hard and hitting straight. But would he be looking to take that deliberate risk with the fast bowling? He can just look and react to it. Whereas the spin bowling's got to be a little bit more deliberate in his movements.
Oh, that's an outside edge, claimed. Finger goes up. He's gone, McBride, and Street gets his second wicket. Well taken by Walker.
Just say that. Well done, Bryce Street. Very, very well done. Taking that. Excuse me, getting that pole just before tee. That's what they needed to be 6 down. It's a good catch by Walker, good low catch. Street is bowling just a touch of a waist swing there. Catches the outside edge of McBride. He throws his head back. It's not quite game on, but it's going to make this game a lot more interesting as we go into the last session of the day.
So that deficit's only 9 runs now. Just look at the replay here. And that's stump to stump, outside edge. Not a lot of deviation there. Just played inside it a little.
Just a feather. That's all you need. That's all the umpire needs to hear. And that's a great catch as well by Walker. That's low. He hasn't had too many low catches today off the other 3 big boys. Tell you what, this game is just, it always is just given something, isn't it? One side just does not want to grab it by the collar and take it away from the other side. It's like a little Jack Russell just nipping at the heels. Both sides have done that. And you feel as though if Henderson can bowl to Malenko, you just don't know what can happen just before tea again as well. But they do bat deep, Redlands. Got to give them that credit.
Certainly do. About that breakthrough. What was required.
We should see if Stimson bats as well. With his knee that we saw yesterday, had a few body issues with that right patella. But also, if he does bat, he's going to probably have to be pretty aggressive. Because he wasn't moving too freely yesterday, the big fella, unfortunately.
Malenko's got a high score this season of 81, can hold a bat. Very experienced campaigner as well.
Well, he was a good all-round player, wasn't he, for Tasmania and for the Hobart Hurricanes. The situation's not going to get the best of him. It's just going to be getting to the crease, getting his movements going, getting into the ball, leaving well. 5 minutes before the tea break. It's always just that hard. What do I play at? What do I leave? I want to be here after tea.
Once again, straight. Oh, I will catch this. It's straight at me. It's just nearly bounced on the roof in front of us here in the Stuart Law stand. Belted for 6.
Well, just sit there. What will I play? What will I leave? What will he play? Well, he's going to play the shot over mid-wicket. That's a big 6 there from Malenko's second rock. He's just said, Bryce Street, I'm not having any of you. He's put him straight. Look at that.
Cop that.
Only slightly short. I'll tell you what, we could see some fireworks between Baisley and Malenko. Be a great little partnership to watch if they can get going.
Well, can hold a bat, can swing one too. That was middled. Glorious shot. Now the deficit's only 3. 4 wickets in hand. I don't think there's any dispute that Redlands will take that first innings lead. But after tea, that final session of the day. Wow, how important. Just the opening few overs after tea.
I love that there on camera there, just practicing his front forward defence. I don't think that's required there.
That's well played too, into the gap. We'll take the single.
Now this is actually where you try to test out that bouncer plan that they did for Baisley earlier. They had the 3 out there, but she looks like Malenko's a pretty aggressive player. He looks like he'll take it on, be more instinctive than Baisley, who's deliberately defending it.
Well, his strike rate's been 86 over this season, over 8 matches and 8 innings.
Yeah, they've got the 3 men out there now as well. So they've got fine leg, square leg behind, and the square leg in front. They're also going to take first slip out and put him down to a fly slip. So it is going to be the bouncer plan. They know Malenko's going to take it on. Then we could either see one straight up here or a very, very powerful shot. They've also got point as well, just behind coming. You say a wide, between a wide third man and sort of point behind square. So 5 men on the rope for someone that's faced 2 balls tells me he's an aggressive player.
Well, that was very high. I think, has he feathered that through? No. Big question asked. Malenko ignored it, so did the umpire.
Straight away, though, making something happen. He's going to take it on. Umpire will signal 1 bouncer for the over, which is a bit of a shame. Because you want to see a few more deliveries up there. And it's a good bumper. Good bumper. You want to bowl it at the badge. It's just at his left shoulder. Just down the leg side there. It's a very good bouncer. Hopefully Henderson can follow it up.
Interesting mid-pitch chat there between Baisley and Malenko after that.
Yeah, it'll just be Baisley just making sure that he's okay. He's clear in his thoughts. But if you're Malenko, it looks like he's someone, you just got to take it on. The deficit's only 2. Don't worry about that. Let him play his natural game.
Easily turns that one around the corner for a 1 run. Gets himself down the bowler's end. So Henderson now, this will be the last over before tea, which is declared at 3:10, so 3 deliveries left. That deficit is 1 run. I still reckon that's a good psychological thing to have it tip over so you know you've gone into the sheds at tea break. You're in front on the first innings, so you've got the upper hand. Refresh, come out and see what damage you can do to the bowling lineup. So I think they're still obviously box seat Redlands, but Uni haven't given up the ghost. They've been bowling manfully. Oh, big outside edge over the top of gully for 4. But they're the chances. There's no luck. They've had no luck, Hamish Bennett, all day, Uni bowlers. And seriously, James Baisley has batted very well. But he's offered up chance after chance after chance. Nearly.
Yeah, it's probably Henderson's poorest delivery of the day. Wide delivery. But Baisley's just got that outside edge there. But he's a powerful man, throws everything at it, goes over top of gully, 1 bounce into the fence.
Well, they're half chances, really, aren't they? They're not full chances because they're just clearing the fielder or just wide of the fielder. Henderson again. This time Baisley just dabs it down and gets himself off strike.
More importantly, if that outside edge as well, Michael, it's put your Redlands in front. Now lead by 4. Got that psychological barrier, as you spoke about, going to tee ahead. 6 for 2-3-2.
So they now lead by 4 on the first innings, Redlands. 4 wickets in hand. It's a great position for them to be in. And UQ, just the one delivery before tee, get to regroup and come out and formulate their strategy for the final session. He leans back and lets that one go. No, it's wide, was it? It's called a wide.
Yeah, just wide on height there over the head of Malenko. There's 2 bumpers for the over.
So we will have that one re-bowled.
Actually, wouldn't mind seeing Henderson bowl a sly ball here to Malenko. A bit of a, looks like, tries to hit the ball hard. Obviously, one pace hitter, you could say, at times. Just bowl something different this last ball before tee. You got nothing to lose, really. You're behind by 5. He's obviously an aggressive player. Just bowl something that just gets him thinking, gets him out of his rhythm.
And he plays it down into the ground. That will be the end of the over. And that should be the tea break, and it is. Redlands, 6 for 233, now leading by 5 runs on the first innings. You've got James Baisley, who's 60 not out, top scorer of the match. And you've got Malenko on 7 not out. We'll be back after the tea break with the final session. This is an intriguing Queensland Premier Cricket final between Uni and Redlands. Welcome back here to Allan Border Field after the tea break for the final session of this Queensland Premier Cricket final between University of Queensland and Redlands Cricket Club. Uni scored 228 in their first dig after they were sent into bat by Redlands, who won the toss. But Redlands have just exceeded that first innings total pre-tea. 6 for 233. They've got a lead of 5 with 4 wickets in hand. James Baisley's on 60, not out of 59. Going the tonk a little. And Malenko's announced the fact that he's going to be a little bit aggressive as well by swinging the bat. Michael Price and Hamish Bennett with you for the final session. Hamish, this is intriguing. Obviously, Redlands have got the first innings points in their pocket, which could work out for them if there's no outright by the end of next weekend. But the game's still up for grabs.
Yeah, definitely. The game is up for grabs for sure. I think there will be an outright result looking at this wicket. I think he's going to start playing a few tricks, especially next week. Meant to have some warmer weather, so it could dry out. Especially bring the spinners more into the game, some variable bounce as well into that fourth innings. But I think we could see some fireworks here from Baisley and Malenko. Malenko does look like he's going to muck around, likes to play his shots. Baisley as well, hits through the line the ball, especially well. Might look, as we see the big fella Matt Willens coming on. 2 men on the boundary as well, so might be a little bit of music upstairs. Try and test Baisley's bravery around the short delivery.
Deep square leg in the shadows of the Queensland Cricket Club. And right on the ropes. Good first up delivery from Willens though. It'll be interesting to see what Baisley does. He's got a man at deep fine on the rope as well. So there's only the 2 slips. There's a point. Sort of like a short cover and a reasonable mid-on, but oh, he's come off the hips. He's played that down nicely though. It was uppish, but no fielder there, and he'll get off the mark with a run.
Yeah, it's just that steep bounce that Willens creates with his height. Just had to try and ride it a bit. Sometimes be uncomfortable. Just that steep bounce just keep coming at you. Obviously the 2 men back on the fence, fine leg and deep square. No chance for catch or a dismissal. When we see a third man go out, we see a wicket go out. Creating 3 men on the leg side
Oh,
boundary. We see Gully come out actually into a fly slip. And then Point's going to drop about 3/4 of the way back. So could see some shorter bowling here. It's to that short side, so it'll be interesting to see what Malenko does.
Oh, he showed his intent. That's what he's going to do. He's lofted it in the air. It's going to go between the 2 fielders and land. It bisected the 2 fielders and landed about 10 metres in between the 2 of them. They both looked at each other. They looked up in the air. Both were not going to get that ball. So Malenko's announced his intent, Hamish.
He definitely has. I actually think, looking at that replay, you won't be able to see what's happened on the fence there, but I actually think both fielders thought the ball was going to carry further than it did. Sort of held back on the fence. No one ran in. No one really called mine and committed to it. It's just landed there, and another opportunity, really, you'd say, that Uni's let go.
Well, they've been fairly luckless today. Willens, oh, that's a good full delivery. It's taken off the toes. That'll just be the 1 run. Brings Malenko back on strike. It'll be interesting to see what he does.
I wouldn't take your eyes off the screen with Malenko on strike. Looks like something's going to happen. That shot was predetermined. He got the front leg out of the way and was looking to go the leg side regardless of the delivery.
So do you think that indicates that Redlands have gone into the tea break knowing that they've got the first innings in the back pocket? Let's accelerate and really put this game to bed, or break their hearts almost they can in this session.
Yeah, I think Malenko's just naturally aggressive player. You don't want to take that away from him.
Just go to your strengths.
Yeah, if he's at the crease for half an hour, he's going to take the game away from University.
He just waited for that one and guided it effortlessly through that gap all along the carpet for a run. So 4 singles in the last 4 balls for Redlands, just ticking that.
But it's funny though, isn't it? He showed a bit of intent. All of a sudden, now University actually want to bowl to Baisley. Want to try and get Malenko off strike just in case he does hit a couple of half a dozens and take the game away.
And Baisley has got 62 off 62, which makes it a perfect 100 strike rate as well. So both batters announcing their intent. Willens, that's a good delivery to follow up to Baisley. He has to prod it down the pitch for no run. And that finishes the 15th over for Willens. 1 for 42 for him. The lead now 9. Redlands 6 for 237. And Malenko's not out on 9. Baisley's not out on 62.
It's actually surprising they've started with Willens. They probably have to, though. Maybe just a couple of overs before that second new ball. Obviously, Sale will come on now at the Raymond end, which is a good decision before the second new ball. Give him 6 overs before the second new cherry. But we actually see who they bring on at that other end. Obviously, in an ideal world, you'd bowl Willens a couple, then finish off with Street. But he might just attack with Willens and Sale for this period till he gets to the 80 over mark, and then bring on Crook and Henderson with a new ball. Try his luck. 2 guys that can make stuff happen. Run with plenty of energy. Get the new ball in their hands. It'll be a bit more steeper bounce, a bit more movement off the wicket. And we've seen it's been a new ball wicket. There's been wickets with the new ball whenever it's been taken in this game. And you get the new ball to the tail end, University could just run through them and have that awkward period of batting as Redlands did have last night going into next weekend.
It's almost that poison chalice, isn't it? The great reward for you skittling them out is to get some awkward 10 over period that you got to negotiate, but in the big picture, that's how you're going to win the game. That's just nicely turned around the corner with ease by Malenko for 1 run.
I think both these players as well, like pace coming onto the ball, they'd actually rather face seam to hit their boundaries. So we actually see how they negotiate with Sale here. See if Baisley wants to use his feet. There is a big space over mid-wicket if he's to charge it through the line.
Well, he's been very economical, Sale, at 1.9. He's in his 12th over, only 21 runs taken, but no wickets. Been a prolific wicket taker this season in Queensland Premier Cricket with 44. Been overshadowed in the spin side of things by Jack Sinfield in the first innings for Redlands, who got 7 for 83. That's well struck by Baisley. It'll be straight down to the man at deep mid-off. It's long off.
It's a bit of a dangerous period, this for University. Field's almost set like a one-day field through those middle overs. Singles to be had. You just don't want them to go through the new ball, get 30, 40 easy runs.
Well, he gives that a little bit more of the full face. Doesn't quite meet it. Straight to the field and no run. So he does look, he's being a little bit more watchful with Sale trundling in. Malenko. Once again, just trying to place it through the gaps there. I think you're right. He does like the ball coming onto the bat a little harder than this. Interesting to see how he negotiates this. Only 2 runs from this 12th over of Nick Sale. And that one picks the gap, and he'll just trundle through for a single. Well played.
That's good delivery from Sale, though. He's actually given it a little bit more flight. Said to Malenko, right, I'll give you some flight and see what you're going to do. Malenko a little bit in 2 minds, it looked like. He wanted to go for it, then just pulled out, punched it down the ground for 1. But if I sailed to Malenko, I'll be giving a little bit of air, but a little bit wider on the off stump. Make him drag it to the leg side or see if he can hit over the offside. Potential for a stumping, but I think Sale has to take a little bit of a risk to Malenko. Try to draw him into something. Draw him into a false shot.
6 for 240 Redlands now with the lead of 12 on the first innings. Still got 4 wickets in hand and 1 entrenched batter in Baisley, and Malenko's joined him. He's on 11, not out. So it's Matt Willens from the Hamilton end. It's down on 1 knee, not quite there. Malenko. No run. Bright sunshine here at AB Field, so I reckon we'll get to 5:32, which is the projected Stumps time after we lost a little bit of time through rain. No overs though. We've still got 38 odd to negotiate today. Oh, bowling! Off stump, rocked back, Malenko gone, good delivery, Willens.
Yeah, knocks him over. Knocks over the castle. Malenko's gone for that big shot over mid-wicket. You almost called a slog, cleared that front leg, trying to hit him back over the Matthew Hayden or Stuart Law stand. And Willens is struck after tee. That's the breakthrough as well that they need before that second new ball. Be able to apply some more pressure. See it there. Just knocks him over. A little bit fuller than he thought. Just couldn't get under that one. Uni now, just as again, you think Redlands could take the game away from University. They've just got that pole. 7 for 240.
So that leads only 12 runs now. 3 wickets in hand. So if they can make that lead, even though it does put them behind the 8 ball as far as the result goes, and they have to chase that outright with a lead of only, well, let's say 20-30, it's not quite as formidable.
Well, the perfect result for University would be bowling Redlands out, obviously, tonight, and then finishing the night at parity or just above.
Maybe a couple of wickets tonight as well could even scare them to death.
They would scare, they'd definitely scare University to death, but the perfect result for Uni would be able to knock Redlands over here for 250, 260, and be able to go in overnight, 50, 60 for none, turn up next week and start again.
So it's Jack Sinfield, who was the star with the ball, now batting for Redlands. Got in behind that one from Willens and played to mid-on for no run.
He's taking his confidence from his bowling straight into his batting. It's a confident shot, that one. First up, like this, he's got 3 slips in the gully. More of that traditional field. They've dropped square leg, but you feel as though that's... no, and they've taken this 3rd slip out.
Okay, so that's...
Which I'm not a fan of.
It's not your preferred attacking option, is it?
No.
New batter.
Way you're going to win this game is by taking poles. Especially with only 3 or 4 deliveries to go in the over.
Just danced around the crease and let that one go through to the keeper, but I have to agree with you there, Hamish. The pressure is on Redlands to a degree. They know they've got but they love to get a few more runs under their belt to put the pressure back on Uni. So yeah, that 3rd slip maybe.
Maybe Clayton's thinking he doesn't want to have a wee bat tonight, wants to try drag the game out as long as possible, but why don't we try bowl them out here?
That just squared him up a little on the outside edge. No run.
He just squared Sinfield up there. That's good delivery, but I can understand why Clayton's done what he's done, but I'd like to see the 3rd slip in there. Really encourage your bowler to hit the wicket and kind of try to grab the outside edge. I think when you got more slips in behind there as a bowler, you feel more encouragement. You feel that backing from your captain. You can take a wicket.
So Willens. Nice delivery. End of the over, 16th, a wicket maiden for Willens. 6 maidens, 2 for 42. And he removed the dangerous Malenko during that over. And that puts Redlands at 7 for 240 with a lead of only 12 on the first innings. Baisley still out there on 63, not out off 65 deliveries though. Sinfield yet to score off his 4. Let's have a look now as Nick Sale is going to resume hostilities from the Cat Raymont end. And the field fairly spread for James Baisley. Deep mid-on, deep mid-off, as well as a mid-on, mid-off. More or less long on, long off. Just waiting for that straight down the field. And there it comes, straight to the man past mid-off on the ropes. Easy single for Baisley to get off strike. And allow Sale against Sinfield. Spinner versus spinner. This is always an intriguing battle, this.
First time he's had the chance to bowl a left-hander as well in the innings. First left-hander for Redlands. See if we can get any of that turn in towards the left-handed Sinfield. But again, no encouragement for him really, just for that one grabber. Thoughts of maybe getting someone in there. He's only faced the 4 deliveries. You just want to keep the pressure on.
Just one slip. Bit of protection out in the deep, but yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more intimidation, I suppose. One under the lid, maybe an extra catcher in slips.
You think about the amount of bowling they've had right arm over the wicket from that end as well. With the footmarks Sale can land it into.
Oh, he's tried to belt that one, but leaned back and only just managed to get the toe of the bat back to the bowler.
You see Sinfield there, sort of signalling to Baisley about how it's come back in, spun back in, so there's definite footmarks there he can hit.
Oh, gee, he left that. That's a game effort too. Like an intelligent leave outside off. Well, if anybody's going to be able to read how the ball's spinning off the pitch, it'll be a bloke who just took 7 for off the same pitch. Oh, he went across and dabbed at that one. Almost gave the little feather to the keeper and Walker. Intriguing battle. I always love watching fast bowlers bowl to fast bowlers and spinners bowl to spinners. It's a slightly different mind game than bowling at recognised batters as well. That's the end of a nice over from Nick Sale, none for 24. 3 maidens off his 13. And Redlands 7 for 241, leading by 13 on the first innings. Matt Willens is going to resume hostilities from the Hamilton end.
Yeah, it's the big 4 that they have to use it till this really been successful.
So this is over number 73 for today. When's the new ball due?
80 overs.
80 overs, of course.
So we're not too far away. It's just about how much. I think Clayton's just trying to limit the runs. I just think he's got Sinfield on strike. He's got to think about taking his wicket.
72 overs in this innings, I should say, which started last night. Willens. Oh, that's flayed through covers. Well, actually caressed through covers, let's say. Just the 1 run.
They've got the result they want. If Baisley get 1 run and over till the new ball, you're only going to be 20, just over 20 runs behind going into that second new ball. So you've got to attack. Got the 2 slips here, but I'd love to see 3. Something you need to attack here. Need to try and take this wicket.
So Willens. Oh, beats the outside edge of Sinfield there. That's the 10th delivery he's faced. Still to get off the mark, Jack Sinfield.
So you'd hate to see that grab the edge and for it to go between that gap between second slip and gully. You need someone there. Take your mid-wicket out, bring your square leg up. Yes, it's the threat of the short ball, but I would back Willens if he bowls a short ball to Sinfield to duck under it.
And that's just watchfully played back into the pitch for no run.
So you get the feeling here, don't you, that Baisley's going to hit 1 off the first ball of every over, then you're going to get at least 3 or 4 dots to Sinfield. You might get a single or edge a boundary, but so the way he's batting, you don't feel as though he's going to threaten the scoreboard much. It's about how can you apply pressure and actually take his wicket.
All playing a miss, outside edge. Just missed by the ball. Through to Walker and no run.
It's beautifully bowled from Willens again. It should be encouraging to get someone else in there. He's obviously got the big gap at cover, which is encouraging Sinfield to play some shots, but you need someone, another catcher there, whether it's another gully or what it is. I know I keep going on about it, but something that's really irritating me.
Well, you think that most of the wickets taken have been behind the stumps in slips, ordered by the keeper with catches. Oh, and again, that's in the right spot for Sinfield to be really watchful of that. Another dot.
It's the same when Sale bowled that last over. Yes, he got some nice length deliveries and something happened, but it was too wide, and that was purely because there's no short leg in there. It feels as though if he goes too straight, Sinfield can just clip it off and get a single out to deep square. So Sale as well needs an aggressive option to stop that dot, who's also a catcher. As we see it now, as we see mid-wicket coming out. He's sort of hobbling slowly. Whether that's straight, I think it is. It's a little bit stiff and sore coming into third slip.
Well, there you go. You got your wish.
Hopefully it goes to him.
Let's see whether he drops it here, Willens. Just a little straightish and just tucked around the corner by Sinfield to farm the strike away from Baisley at the end of the 17th over from Willens. He's got 2 for 44. Sinfield off the mark with 1. Baisley 65 off his 67 delivery so far.
That's the result as well. It feels like they're going to bring that guy into third slip every last ball of the over to give Sinfield the single. Still think you got to look to get him out, that last delivery of the over. You know, yes, you want to face as many balls and a lot more balls than Baisley, but you actually want to bowl competitive deliveries. That's what Sale needs to do here. And you see someone under the lid on that leg side, where he comes from. Probably Point. Point's going to come across into a 45, but it's more of a run-saving option. You actually need a guy under the lid there. Stop that easy single. So Sal can attack the off stump.
Interesting. Oh, just taken a big slash outside off stump there from Sinfield. Very watchful Sinfield on Sale. A little bit more aggressive there from Sinfield. Picked the gap, coming back for 2, well run. So he moves on to 3. Redlands 7 for 245, and their lead on the first innings now 17 with 3 wickets in hand. Intriguing battle here, the 2 spinners, Nick Sale and Jack Sinfield with bat in hand. A little bit of chat there as Sinfield had the jam down on that one. Big stride forward to meet that one as well from Sinfield. So, yeah, they're not in any hurry, Redlands. They just want to survive through and frustrate the hell out of the UQ's bowlers. I can understand that. The game's in a position where UQ have to wrestle it back. And Redlands look like they're going to make them. It's interesting. Walker gesticulating behind the stumps as to how that one might have gone, and Sinfield doing the same on the pitch, and both were different. So the end of the sale's over, none for 26 after 14, and Redlands 7 for 245. They're going to keep rolling Willens out from the Hamilton end. Yes, they are. He'll come in for his 18th over.
Yeah, I think he's going to keep going until the second year rock. Maybe if he does come off, they might give 1 over, maybe to Bryce Street or maybe a Smokey in their lineup who can bowl an over. Till they can get their second new ball. You feel as though Crook and Henderson are going to have their second new ball. They've got the 1 wicket after the tea break. They probably need 1 more going to their second new ball just to wrap the tail up quickly, get the pads on and get rid of the deficit.
More or less straight down the ground from Baisley again. 66 off 68 for him and 7 for 246 Redlands. So just to run through the scorers for UQ in their first innings. Harry Walker top scored, 58 not out. Bryce Street with 44, and Matthew Willens himself, the big man with the ball, bowling from Hamilton end. Amassed 32. The bowling for Redlands. Sinfield was 7 for 83. Stimson 2 for 59, and Tom Biggs chimed in with 1 for 40. Right now, Redlands leading by 18 after some good batting from them, especially this morning, a 100-run partnership between Jimmy Pearson and Liam Smith. Pearson out for 58, Smith out for 56. Drennan chipped in with 27 runs before he was bowled by Bryce Street, and James Baisley, well, he's the top of the pops with regards to batting. 66 not out. Batted with a bit of luck, and adding to that, the UQ bowlers bowling without a lot of luck. And a bit of a swing at that. No run. Just the umpire standing at point instead of square leg because he'd be looking straight at the sun. You see the light pole, the shadows from the light tower going straight across the crease in front of Jack Sinfield, standing on that shadow. Once again, shouldered arms, no run.
Sinfield does have a 50 this season. So you know you can back his ability enough. Baisley can back him with the bat. All it's going to matter is how frustrated Baisley gets with not having the strike. He obviously likes to score. A lot of people that like to score feel bad on ball. They like regular strike. So Clayton's just trying to strangle Baisley by giving Sinfield all the strike. So we actually see when Baisley what point he gets to. He needs to take some more aggressive options. You feel the second new ball coming on soon. When it actually does come, the second new ball, Baisley needs to actually fight fire with fire, show some courage and actually go after the second new ball. So this wicket has played tricks with the new ball. It's been a new ball wicket. The wickets have always been falling regularly. So I'd like to see Baisley definitely fight fire with fire once the new rock comes on. Till then, they're probably just going to slowly tick over the score.
Well, he seems to have slowed down a little. He's just getting down the other end, exposing Sinfield, but Sinfield negotiating things reasonably well so far and taking the singles when he can get them. Case in point there. That's the end of Willen's 18th over, 2 for 46. Redlands lead 19 on the first innings at 7 for 247. Baisley 66 and Sinfield's 4 not out. Going to have Nick Sale coming in from the Cat Raymont end. It's a beautiful picture of the Allan Border Field you can see on screen there.
Albion Park in the background.
Yeah, have they got the lights on? No. Just to the left of screen up the top there. Some luxury residences on Hamilton Hill. Interesting delivery. That Sinfield left that one. Some snappy work with the gloves by Harry Walker behind the stumps today. A little bit more aggression there, but no run. Now they're up and about in the field, UQ. Getting a little bit of encouragement from Nick Sale. And the fact that his economy rate is extraordinary. Oh, there's a big swing and a miss and a semi-appeal from Walker.
Yeah, a bit of drift away there from Sale that time. Away from left-handed batter. Whether it was an arm ball or just drifted away there. Sinfield not about to execute his cut shot.
He saw that one bouncing high, let it go. No run.
See the field spread now. Almost everyone pushed back. 3/4. So they give Sinfield the one. Keep Baisley off strike.
And that's the end of a maiden over. Another one for Nick Sale, his 4th maiden of 15. None for 26, his figures. You've got Redlands 7 for 247 in reply to UQ's first innings of 228. So they've got a lead of 19 runs at the moment. Let's have a look and see what's going to happen with the bowling here. Or will they continue with Willen's? They come up and have a chat.
I think the Redlands...
I think they might be changing bowling here.
You think
Might be Henderson coming in.
Oh, just before the second new rock.
Interesting, getting warmed up, hey? So this will be his 10th over. He was negotiating the Cat Raymont end, the other end of the ground. Now he's coming in from the Hamilton end.
Don't mind it, but if Willens does take the new ball, I think you probably need more than 4 overs off. Probably could have given Henderson 3 before the second new ball. Just give Willens a bit more of a rest, because when he comes on that second new ball, Willens is going to have to make an impact. He's going to have to take at least 1 or 2 wickets Henderson is a wicket taker, so Clayton will be hoping for 1 wicket before the second new ball from Henderson. Try to get him to create something. I was just going to say, Pricey, do you think the Redlands sort of committee and players and board and fans are already looking at the long-range forecast?
Oh, they'd be... Well, if it does go pear-shaped and next weekend's rained out, they collect the chocolates. If they're in front on the first innings, so perhaps they might have. But then again, have they taken their eyes up from the feed they're enjoying downstairs at the 125-year lunch? Bangers was telling us about that earlier. It sounded like it was a good little effort.
Could be a very long lunch.
Still going. Good partnerships being formed downstairs.
Yeah.
A few stories of legendary tales and...
Yeah, plenty of text on those stories, I would have thought.
So here's Henderson again. Once again, Baisley he's playing well within himself now. He's comfortable. He's just turned that around the corner for another single, 67 off 70. Keeps giving the strike back to Sinfield. Not a problem.
Well, it doesn't really bother Redlands, does it? They just keep taking the score over, taking their time. Not like they need to manufacture a result. They just need to make sure they're ahead enough to take some more time out of the game. Try to get Uni 1 or 2 behind before they can actually pass their deficit.
So Sinfield's going to be on strike, so the field adjusting for the left-hander. We're going to have 3 slips in the gully. Or, hang on. That third slip is being moved out again now. Where's he moving to? Probably backward a square leg. No, he's going towards the umpire at point. Just watch that outside off stump. So Baisley just giving him a little bit of a signal there. Don't worry about it. So 20-run lead.
It's been a great game so far, though, hasn't it?
Well,
No matter who you're supporting, you've got to enjoy the quality of cricket we've seen and the contest we've seen so far.
No, absolutely. Oh, just poked at that one, didn't he? Just outside off stump did Sinfield, and not quite good enough to get the edge on it.
Yeah, Henderson's not quite warm. A little bit later in the day and taking a little bit to get into a spell. But he's still making things happen. Just going across and field the left-hander. Again, unlucky not to find the edge. He just creates something out of nothing, doesn't he, just when he comes on?
Well, he's made a lot happen. I think his figures aren't looking quite as good as they should, given the quality of his bowling and the chances that he's actually had. He's had one dropped at second slip and a couple of semi-chances that didn't quite go to hand. And he's found the outside edge a few times and beaten it many. This is the last ball of his 10th over, 1 for 48 so far for Callum Henderson. This is over number 77 in this inning, so only 3 more till you get that new ball chance. And left by Sinfield, go through to the keeper, and that's the end of the over. Redlands 7 for 248. They lead by 20 on the first innings. Baisley 67 and Sinfield 4 not out. And just see a little bit of the body language of the UQ fielders. It's been a long day and a long afternoon yesterday. It's been quite humid and sticky. So Sale. Oh, playing a miss there from Baisley. That was almost a late decision to play at that one.
Well, that's just been neglected of the strike from Baisley. Look at the partnership. Seen how many deliveries Sinfield's faced. He's faced 35 deliveries. Baisley probably would have faced less than 10 deliveries, so just playing at deliveries that he doesn't have to. Just wanting to feel that bat on ball. That's just style of batter he is. Likes to keep rotating it. He was beginning a little bit frustrated that Sinfield can't rotate the strike in the previous partnerships he's had with Malenko and Drennan.
Just backing across and back up the wicket block for no run. So yeah, Sinfield's now, he's standing at the bowler's end, but he's faced 35 deliveries for 4 runs, holding up his end of the bargain with regards to occupying the crease. Baisley steps back and across and just dabs it down for no run.
You feel as though there's a big shot coming, don't you?
I'm just waiting for him
yeah.
to step aside, give himself some room and go for a wild cut shot, but
Just break the shackles.
he's got a man on the boundary there, and he's sensible batting. He's farmed the strike and only exposing Sinfield for the one delivery from this, from Sale. He moves on to 68.
League slipping now, though. At least there's another man around the back. Give Sale another dismissal option.
Once again, that single easily offered up for Sinfield, and that's the 250 up for Redlands. 77.6 overs, 329 minutes, 250 runs for the loss of only 7 wickets, and that gives them a lead of 22.
Yeah, they've done well to reach that mark. They can thank Smith, Pearson and Baisley for that. Big contributors towards that 250 runs.
So Henderson's coming back on. Just left that one out to hang, Sinfield.
Looks like the way just Henderson shapes up with his bowling, with his action. Just pushes it across the left-handers. Like to see him come around the wicket here. Actually change the angle. See if he can get it straightened from around the wicket. Get Sinfield playing a few more deliveries. Get him playing at deliveries he doesn't think he has to play at. Just poking the bat at one and feed the cord in there.
Just jumping at shadows a bit, perhaps.
See there, it just starts wide and just goes wider. I don't mind the length there, but it's just a line. If he comes around the wicket, he'll be targeting that middle to off stump more, and then he just needs it straightened away, can touch the shape away with his action. I think he'd be hard to play for Sinfield. I think he'd be playing a lot more deliveries, and that's what you want. Hopefully someone can have a little word in his ear.
Yeah, too easy for Sinfield to leave those. Providing dot balls, but it's not necessarily dots you're after.
You want Sinfield playing it as many deliveries as possible. At the moment, they're just easy leaves, especially the angle. And it looks like Henderson's just angled the ball across the left hand. He's either got to start his line a lot straighter, or I personally think come around the wicket, but can't yell out from up here, can you?
Well, you can. Whether they listen or not's the other thing. I've learnt with my experience they don't listen to you much.
See, that's such a good delivery there. But if that's around the wicket, he's going to commit to that because he thinks with the angle it's going to hit his stumps. But he's trusting the angle from Henderson being touched wider on the crease than someone like Bryce Street for the ball just to angle across and be an easy leave. But it's a great area from Henderson. Just needs to figure out how he's going to get Sinfield to play more deliveries. You just don't want 6 leaves here from Sinfield. Nearly made the mistake you made. You said Price, you calling him Seinfeld.
Yes. Oh, it's easy to do. But then again, yeah, that's 5 dot balls in a row. I don't think Sinfield gives a rat's. 5 runs off his 41, he'll let him go through all day.
What, mate? He'll love next week being able to tell everyone he's got a 7th for and then not out overnight, over the weekend.
Yeah. Make you feel good for the next week,
Wouldn't it?
knowing you're going into that second week of the final with that performance under your belt already. The Redlands will be feeling good about their work today. That 100-run partnership between Pearson and Smith gave them the chance to overtake that first innings total, and then a 50-run partnership between Baisley.
See there, a made no from Henderson. It's actually really good over lengthwise. He's actually hit some really good lengths. It's just his line. So if anyone from university is listening, just maybe suggest for him to come around the wicket.
Just change the angle up a little bit.
Yep.
Sort of jam the left-hander up a bit.
And that's what probably, when Willens bowled to him as well, he probably played a few deliveries he could have left. Because that left-arm angle, coming left-arm over to the left-hand batter, you feel as though with the ball not shaping, it's going to swing in or angle and target your stumps a lot more. Coming over, the angle going across, you feel as though you can just leave the ball, let it go through the keeper. No threat of hitting the stumps and no threat of LBW either. With the ball either pitching outside leg or pitching outside off.
So 79 overs gone. Sale. Last over before the new ball. Straight down the ground, single. Won't mind that, Baisley. Moves to 69. The field is now changing for the left right-hander. So what's Sinfield facing here, the left-hander? He's fielder just behind point. Want it cover, want it on, want it off. Mid-wicket and just dabbed it. Just past. It's cleverly done. Just the soft hands and dabbed it past first slip to take a run.
He just rode it with the bounce. It's probably the loudest Baisley's called all day as well to get back on strike.
Well,
maybe wanting to target the spinner before the second new rock.
69 not out. This last over before the new ball is due at 80. Just beat the outside edge. Long way down the pitch.
He's got a big stride, doesn't he?
He's 200 odd centimetres. That's 6'5", 6'6".
6 foot plenty.
6 foot plenty. It's taller than me. I know that. Just off the back foot, he's just seeing the ball nicely, Baisley too. Some of his shot selection has been quite good. It's just as far as picking the gaps and very comfortably caressing the ball through those gaps. So Sale again. Just off the back foot there and played it out through to cover, no run. So with the new ball due next over, this might be the last you see of Nick Sale for the evening. With about an hour and 15 left of today's play. Back down the pitch, only 2 runs off that over from Sale, none for 30. Redlands 7 for 252. They lead by 24. But James Baisley is the star of the show batting-wise. 69 off 80, and Sinfield 6 runs off 43 deliveries. Who's occupying the crease well at the other end. So I wonder what odds you would have got on James Baisley being the top scorer so far in this match, given the strength of the batting lineups.
He would have been an outsider definitely, but wouldn't have been the worst person to put $20 on. That's for sure.
Would have been a reasonable price, mids. But now we see Willens coming in from the Hamilton end with the new rock in hand.
It's good to see he's got 3 slips in that square leg up. More the traditional start of a game sort of field to a left-hand batter. This is where he's got to pitch it up, try and find that edge. He's got to be aggressive. Got to be aggressive in his length. Can't afford to waste any deliveries to Sinfield.
3 eagerly awaiting slips in the gully there. Watchfully left and no run. So the difference in attitude from Willens here too. Bowling with that softer, older ball only an over or 2 ago, and then coming in with the new rock. What's the adjustment you make as a bowler?
Well, you surely should be excited, and your mindset isn't as defensive. You're thinking about trying to take a pole. He needs to be trying to get Baisley out as well. He needs to not be thinking about just getting Baisley the single, because you can knock Baisley over. You can take 3 wickets pretty quickly if you get Baisley out. He's got to be aggressive in his length. Think about how he can nick him off.
Well, he's the danger man, isn't he, Baisley, at the moment? He looks like he's very well set, 69 not out, top scorer in the match so far.
Doesn't seem to be much shake there, but it's more about the little bit of nibble you can get off the surface, but also the bounce. With that older ball, trajectory's going to be pretty consistent. With the new ball, you feel as though from Williamson's height, the bounce should be a lot steeper. Trying to catch that shoulder, maybe the glove, going through the cordon. But he's just got to make sure he gets his line right. His length's been pretty good. He's just got to get his line right. He's got to get Sinfield playing at the ball.
Play at that. It's a mid-on, nicely fielded, no run. Yeah, he's got to make Sinfield do something. He's very happy, Jack, to sit there at the crease and occupy. 46 deliveries so far. He's got a strike rate of 13. It's irrelevant to him what the strike rate is. He's going to be there as long as he can and support Baisley. So very frustrating for the UQ bowlers who, as I said earlier a couple of times, have bowled without a lot of luck today. You just let that one go through. But make him play. That's what I keep saying. Don't allow him to shoulder arms. He's still a player who's young in his career. There's got to be some pressure in his mind, regardless of how good he thinks about how well he bowled, especially with the new agate in hand. So just make him play. Target the poles, as you call them, mate.
Well, I think one of his strengths, obviously, as a tailender is he's got pretty good off-stump awareness. So you're going to have to be willing to pitch the ball up there. That last second delivery go, Willens actually pitched up, and he did square up a little bit.
Oh, that did too. A little bit of movement off pitch there. No run.
Just going down leg side, but Willens going to start one on about middle and off and get a little bit of shape away. He's going to be in the business. So we see the replay here. Just trying to get, just keeps going on with the arm. But at least he's playing at it. Sinfield, he shapes up quite nicely and just looks like he just wants to let it go through the keeper. Just want him to nibble at one when he doesn't have to.
He jams down on this one. Maiden over to start with the new ball for Matt Willens. His 19th over. 7 maidens for him, 2 for 46. Got Redlands now, 7 for 252. And they're leading by 24 runs on the first innings over UQ. Now we'll see Crook come in from the Cat Raymond end. See what he can provide. He bent his back. I still reckon his figures do not show the effort and the actual trouble he caused the batters when he was putting in those effort balls. He had a couple of hot chances not taken. And Baisley gave him a little bit of stuff when he strayed, but again, they were half chances too, just past fielders. So he's got the new ball in hand, and Willens has just had the first over with the new ball for a maiden. So put a little bit of pressure back on Redlands and be right up the alley for UQ.
Yeah, look at this partnership. It's only been 12, the partnership, but what it's done is it's just added, just taken almost 10 overs out of the game.
And that's a factor itself, as Baisley just leans back and puts it through covers for a single and puts Sinfield back on strike.
So the partnership's 13, and you think Malenko got out first over after tea almost 10 overs ago. So you look at that, and the game hasn't really gone anywhere. But Redlands won't really mind because it's more important taking the overs out of the game. If UQ can't bowl Redlands out tonight, there's going to be a little bit of trouble heading into next week.
Absolutely. They'll have a more restful week, Redlands, than Uni would, if that's the case. Now, Crook. Sinfield didn't quite get all of that while fielded. And again, Crook's overextended there, and the effort, and he's trundled over the crease and landed awkwardly. And we saw him get up a little sore and ginger after the last time he did that from this end, and the umpire's checking out the bowling crease.
He did go off for a little bit of period of time in that second session. Hopefully he's okay with his ankle, his calf, just the way he's sticking into the crease there. The footmarks are probably pretty dry. It says he used surface used in December, so maybe they're not as firm under that top layer of turf as he would like.
Oh, lofted and just over the head of the fielder. It's going to go towards the boundary. That's the first shot with anger I've seen from Jack Sinfield, and it'll go to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he's got a bit of confidence up Sinfield with his 50th delivery up.
Oh, gee,
Just
that was
an
close, though. That was so close to the fielder. That has happened again. It's happened to Crook, where it's been a lofted drive. It's just evaded the fielder over the head. That's happened 3 times to this man.
Yeah, he's just cleared the front leg out as well. Put the hands through the ball. It's raced away because it's a new ball. Hard off the bat.
But they would be encouraged by that as well. They've still got the, well, 1, 2, 4, 4 slips now. That's Sedfield. He doesn't look like a man who's got no confidence at all. It was well fielded, and he was coming back for second if Baisley had let him.
He definitely enjoys the right arm over the wicket, doesn't he? He appeared to coming around the wicket, or the angle of left arm over. He's a lot more tentative with that. Just puts that front leg sort of down the wicket, almost on the leg side line, and then just looks at his hands through the ball. I don't mind him taking the new ball on, actually.
Well, maybe he's taken a leaf out of Baisley's book. He knows his limitations, he knows his strengths, and he's just playing to them at the moment.
Oh, dead ball. That was lucky. He didn't want to see another penalty runs.
No, he walked away there. Did Baisley. Umpire had no option as Crook was halfway through his run-up. Of course, we saw that extraordinary decision earlier. Might have a bit of a chat about that. Full face of the bat, straight to fielder at cover, no run. Yeah, where we had the fielder moving backwards while the bowler was coming in. And we do believe that Baisley nicked one off to the keeper, but it was a no ball as a result of that fielder coming back. And just to add insult into injury, it was a 5-run penalty as well. So that could have changed the game.
Crazy times, you think. When that happened to Baisley, he was putting on about 30-odd from memory, and it was off Crook as well.
Yeah, he bowled with no luck, Crook. Oh, well, you can bowl with no luck, and then you can just get slashed down the ground as well because you put it too deep in the slot. And Baisley's seeing it like a soccer ball at the moment, 74 off 83, and he's pushed Redlands to 7 for 262 at the end of the over from Crook. They've got a lead of 34 now.
That's one of those shots. If you're going to watch your highlights, you're going to watch that one again. That's a hell of a shot. Firm, down the ground. Just decisive. Didn't even move. Just stayed there just to show Crook. Look at that, mate. Come bowl to me. Just asserting his dominance on the innings. Unfortunately for Crook, when he's come back there, he's been a little bit expensive. 10 off his first over, but he's got to try and get into this game straight away.
Tell you who's in this game is James Baisley. He bowled beautifully for little reward, but he was so tight and economical with his bowling. What was his figures in the end? He had no wickets, but he had 13 overs for only 30 runs with 5 maidens as a bowler. So he did his part there, and he's come on now with the bat, 74 off 83 balls. He's hit 10 fours and a 6 at a strike rate of 89. That's a man of the match type performance, even given a fella who's got 7 for in the first innings, if he keeps going the way he's going.
Yeah,
You'd have to steal it off Sinfield for 7.
Sinfield, if he didn't get man the match, if the match stopped now, you'd say he'd be pretty dirty.
Oh, he would be dirty. Yeah. But perhaps just projecting into the future here.
But I agree with your comments.
Oh, that was a nice shot there. His confidence is growing with every ball he faces to Sinfield. It's actually like when we saw him debut for the Bulls. Every ball that he got on the track, his confidence grew. And yet the fielders around him were rewarding him with applause and great, geeing up every time he hit the right spot. You could see him growing. He's a 19-year-old guy. 19-year-old people love a little bit of positive reinforcement.
Just seems as though it takes 50 balls to get him in. After that 50th ball, he's good to go.
13 off 53, and Willens, he lets that one go. Willens put his hands to his head. A little bit of frustration there.
You can tell by the way he shapes up. He obviously batted reasonably high growing up through his age group cricket. He knows where his off-stump is. He's got very good off-stump awareness. Just letting it go through, not letting the moment get the best of him. He's obviously dominated the partnership with the striker, with the amount of deliveries he's faced.
High score of 51 in Premier Cricket this year. Oh, and that is a beautiful straight drive. And that has gone for 4. Well, Willens there just putting it into that slot. The man growing with confidence with each ball he faces. He moves to 17 now, Sinfield. That's just a down on the one knee classic straight.
Well, it's a great reply to Baisley. Baisley played that beautiful straight drive last over off Crook, and he said, anything you can do, I can do better. There's a beautiful shot down the ground. And they're just taking the game away from UQ here. It's a crucial partnership.
All of a sudden, the lead's 40 as Willens comes in, gives him some chin music, and he gets easily underneath that one to close the over. Well, no, 4 gone, sorry. But that was just the umpire signalling that one was well over the shoulder. So Sinfield, 17 off 56. But you're right, it took him about 50 balls to get moving. But once he's got moving, he's doing okay.
Well, I think he was 6 off about 48, 49 deliveries. Since then, he's really motored down. Whether he feels more comfortable with the new ball coming onto the bat.
Well, throughout the season, left too. Throughout the season, he's only batted at a strike rate of 37. So he's not going to go out there and smash the attack. So he obviously likes to get himself a little bit of time at the crease too.
He may have ran out of partners before he got the chance to face 50 deliveries.
Quite a chance too, just quietly, if you're batting down there. But now the lead of 40, that's starting to get into territory where it's worrisome beyond this for UQ, especially leading into the next weekend. There's plenty of time left in this session. Oh, play and a miss. Good delivery from Willens, and you can see him put his shirt up and put it in his mouth. And that frustrated. He probably wanted to say something he probably couldn't have. So the end of his 20th over, 2 for 52. Redlands are 7 for 268 here. The lead's now 40. They've still got 3 wickets in hand. I suppose the interest from a Redlands and from an independent cricket watcher's point of view is James Baisley. Can he knock over the 3 figures?
Yeah, it's a really cool. Love the optimism.
74 off 83. He's been doing it on the bit so far. He's rode his luck, though. He has ridden his luck, put it close to fielders, above fielders, but he's hit it with enough intent that it would have been a screamer to take it anyway.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit sad as well. Crook's come off, unfortunately.
Oh, he's injured, isn't he?
Must have some discomfort in that ankle, that calf.
Such a shame.
Which is a shame because he's bowled well and he deserves a pole for second new ball.
Oh, he's been the unluckiest bowler in this game, without a doubt. Henderson a close second, but Crook, the amount of work he's put in, just unfortunate for him. Street now, Bryce Street, and Baisley's put it up in the air. 6! That's his second 6 of the innings. 80 off 84 for James Baisley. Oh, 46 runs now the lead. He's seeing it like a soccer ball. There's no doubt.
Well, welcome to the crease, Bryce Street. First over is bowled from the Raymond end. Over cover for 6. Swung away as well. It's just the length. Baisley could get under, but just that swing, just hit the outer half of the bat. The deep point, he was almost in business there for a second.
Almost. a good response from Street and well played.
Clayton's obviously gone to Street to tie it up a little bit. Maybe Lewis Sinfield into some more strokes with a lack of pace compared to Crook and Willens that Street has. I wouldn't mind seeing Henderson with the second new rock. Maybe a bit of a risk because he can leak runs, but he does create chances. So it's weighing that up now. That deficit's obviously on Clayton's mind.
They need wickets. UQ need wickets. He might save 20, 30 odd runs, but the 3 wickets is going to get a lot more, or be a lot more advantageous to you to go into the last. Well, we've still got an hour or so of play. There's 25 overs minimum required. Not sure we'll fit them in, but 5:32 we had. Have they extended that, Alex? Nope. Getting the word from Alex from Queensland Cricket. So about an hour's play. Intriguing. I'm almost barracking for James Baisley to get a century. Not that I'm a Redlands fan, but I just love cricket, and he's doing it for me today. Oh, and there you go. As soon as I said it, he's just had a swing and a miss, and Walker takes it behind the stumps. I'll shut up now, Hamish.
I'll tell you something though. Street's getting more bounce from this end. This does seem the end for your pace bowls to bowl from the Catherine Raymond end. It's seeing more bounce. It's a bit steeper. I think that's the end.
Would you entertain putting Willens on with that extra bounce, swapping ends for him, even though he's going to have to control that bounce well? I don't know. It's just you got to try a few things, don't you? Oh, another swing and a miss. Price Street's probably looking at Baisley saying, "You're kidding me, aren't you?"
He's probably saying something a little bit stronger than that, but at least Baisley, when he does go, he goes hard, and that's what I like to see. But you're right about Willens. I'd like to see him from this end. Also, use the bigger boundary to Baisley as well to use that bouncer. It's actually a very big hit over towards the terraces. It's actually a massive hit, so I wouldn't actually mind seeing it.
We're almost at the right-hand edge of the wicket block as we're looking at it, closer to the grandstand. So that's a good 30 metres or 25 metres extra. And this time he just tucks it around the corner easily for a single, and that will be the end of the over for Bryce Street, his 17th over. Bookended by a 6 and a single for James Baisley. And looks like we're going to have a little bit of a drinks break. Give Hamish and I an opportunity to do the same thing. Back very shortly here from Allan Border Field. So we're back here at Allan Border Field after the quick drinks break. Redlands still occupying the crease in the first innings, 7 for 275, as opposed to UQ's 228 first innings. That gives them a lead of 47. Well, the star of the show right now for Redlands with the bat is James Baisley, 81 off 89. That makes him the top scorer for the match. And Jack Sinfield, he took a little while to get going. He's got 17 off 58. It's Michael Price and Hamish Bennett with you at AB Field. And this has been an intriguing game of cricket. New ball only taken 4 overs ago, Hamish. And if UQ are going to extract something out of this weekend's section of the game, they need a wicket or two early here. Only less than an hour's play left in the day. Once again, Willens is bowling from this Hamilton end. We were just talking just prior to the drinks break about how we wouldn't mind seeing him operating from the other end, the Cat Raymond end, because Will Crook, who dominated down that end and obviously carrying some kind of injury. We saw him go down after the effort balls a couple of times at the crease. But Willens now. Straight down the field, not a problem, just ambling through for a single.
Cricket can be a funny game as well. I don't know. Certain bowlers enjoy certain ends. Maybe Clayton has thrown out to Willens and said, love you. Have a go from the other end, and maybe said, no, I don't like the other end, I only like this.
There you go.
Road end, you just don't know. Sometimes that sort of happens. Bowlers get stuck into ends, but definitely looks like there's been more bounce on the Raymond end consistently, whether that's from Baisley hitting the wicket. First day, first session was a few divots. And they haven't been able to roll those divots out. Maybe that's what's caused some inconsistent, well, not inconsistent, but more steeper bounce from that end. You feel as though a little roll of the dice is something different. Wouldn't be a bad option. I think for UQ though, those people I'm a little bit worried about if they brought Sale on from Hamilton Road end with Baisley with that short leg side boundary.
And it is significantly shorter. It's a good 20 metres shorter than the other side of the field. It's on the edge of the wicket block, this pitch. Oh, wrapped on the pads, big shout. Willens turns back only half-heartedly, though. The rest of the fielders were going right off. But no, the umpire says.
Yeah, look at the replay here. Oh, can I see side on really about the height? Height looks okay. Obviously, he looks like
that line again.
Yeah, what Sinfield's just showed Baisley there. Just looks like he's cut back. So it's probably missing leg stump. But the length looked good. Just about trying to get a little bit of a way shape there. Get the LBW hitting the stumps or just grab an edge.
Well, he slashes at that one. And that's gone backwards a point for 4. Rocketed into the pickets.
Tell you what, he's got his confidence up now, the left-hander. He's looking very good.
I think that man of the match is looking closer to his already.
Yeah, take it to the engravers.
7 for and 21 to follow up.
He's almost
really good support for Baisley here, though.
He's almost scored 15 runs off 11 balls. When you look at his numbers there, get 21 off 61, where he's about 6 off about 50. High 40s anyway.
Yep. It took a while to get in, but maybe the instruction as well from Baisley is to get into it a bit more. And that's the end of Willens' 21st over. 2 for 57 for him, and Baisley's not out 82. And Sinfield's not out on 21. So Redlands have got a lead now of 52 on the first innings. And the bigger that gets, the more pressure that will apply to UQ starting next weekend for the final 2 days of this Queensland Premier Cricket final.
I'll tell you something, but you probably can't do it. But with John Stimpson being injured, could he get replaced next week?
Well, that's something I'd have to ask
for Marnus.
Our
and maybe he comes in for Marnus instead of Pearson. Marnus comes in at number 10. Wouldn't that be interesting?
That would be interesting, how they played with that.
I think Stimpson would have to play, though, regardless. If you've got to name your substitutions surely before the game, so he'll have to play.
And he was brilliant with the ball, John Stimpson. He, as you say, we almost claimed him as being Old Man River the way he ran in, but he just hit the same spot over and over and over. He got 2 wickets for 59 off 16, but probably bowled with less luck. As I said, most UQ bowlers have. That's dabbed down. That's a dangerous run, but Street had to give it the old underhand flick as Sinfield was diving with the bat towards the crease.
Yeah, it's one of those things, I guess. Stimson as well went for a few runs in his first spell, but a little bit of shape there from Street as well. Bit of outswing, but Stimson came back and actually took a couple of key wickets when Redlands needed them. When UQ just were getting away and building a partnership.
Yeah, he was shaping
Came
the
on.
ball.
Yeah, came on, got
He got Kellett straight up, but he had Lovell. That was the vital wicket. Getting Angus Lovell, he removed him.
so he did his job with the new rock and swung the ball nicely.
And he did get lots of good movement too.
I like this from Street coming around the wicket. See if he can shape one away.
Can he tempt Sinfield into a false shot? He hasn't played many false shots.
He's had a hell of a weekend.
For a young man, he showed a lot of maturity at the crease today. I'll be very impressed. The bowling was great. He did have assistance. It was a good team bowling effort, I thought, from Redlands yesterday with the tightness of Stimson and Malenko. And Sinfield occupied one end and really fizzed the ball down. Yeah, it's good shape there from Street, but it was well left again from Sinfield. He's seeing it well now.
Yeah, Redlands just understood their roles, just did it in partnerships. Look at Malenko as well. A lot of overs for not many runs. Probably 12 overs for 8 runs. A few no balls in there as well. So actually not many runs off the bat. So it's pretty impressive. And that has strangled UQ.
That did, didn't it? 12 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 8, Malenko. That was vital. His body language. I'm enjoying Sinfield's body language here. You're actually watching a cricketer grow in front of you.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive so far.
It's great when you can see that, you know, that upward movement in belief, in confidence, because if you've got the skills to match, that can take you anywhere. It's all about belief, all about knowing that you belong. And I think he gets the hint that he really does belong, Jack Sinfield. He gets behind that one for no run.
Well, it's a great time to improve as well. You make your biggest improvements in games as a cricketer. That's what he's doing now. He's going to get close to facing as many balls as Baisley as well, which is a great effort. He's probably just recently in his last 16 or so runs, Baisley's got going as well, because he's been able to give more strike back to Baisley.
Yeah, you mentioned at the early part, Baisley got sort of stranded down the other end after he farmed the strike, and Sinfield couldn't return the favour. Oh, he left that, and that was a game leave, let's put it that way.
He's got very good off-stump awareness, leaving very well on length. There's a quality of someone you can probably see. He has batted higher up when he was younger. It's really paying off for Redlands now. The oil was and the mail was Redlands to bat deep, and he's seeing it now.
We are seeing it. 7 for 282. The lead's now 54. Baisley not out 83. You can see on the scoreboard here at AB Field. Sinfield's 21 off 67. Minimum overs around 23. 532 was the projected finish here. I suppose it only depends on the shadows from the stands encroaching across the pitch. As we can see, the light pole shadow goes straight across the middle of the field at the moment. Oh, middle of the pitch, I should say. Willens and Baisley just looking comfortable. He's looking completely and utterly untroubled. 84 now. And he gives the strike back to young Sinfield.
He's just happy to get to the other end, just defend strongly, get to the other end, almost running singles like T20s and one-day games.
We saw the Australians do that in India a lot. It's the best form of not getting out, is get the hell down the other end. And they just tick the scoreboard very slowly over, just mindful. But I'm really enjoying this. This is mature cricket from a young man, and James Baisley's really impressed me today. Willens. Oh, he's just got the outside edge there. He had a big fling at it. Probably the first false stroke I've seen him play. And that's probably confidence growing with it. And it just was fielded at the man at, oh, where was he? More or less gully. Didn't quite offer a chance. It bounced in front of him, but did attract the outside edge.
Yeah, just a little bit of shape away.
This is his 22nd over, Matt Willens. Going through a power of work. 7 maidens involved as well. He puts that one on the stumps, makes him play at it.
It's probably just what we saw yesterday as well, didn't we? The last session did look good to bat. That's where UQ got a few runs. Willens was dining out himself with the bat as well when he was batting 9, the big left-hander, till he was unfortunately caught off Sinfield. So it's a good time to bat for Redlands. They've got to try just build something, try get through to overnight, start again next weekend.
Well, he gave that one a full swing into the ground, no problem as far as safety goes, and no run. Yeah, Williams batted beautifully for 32 as well. Great partnership there, the 50-run partnership with Harry Walker, who was 58 not out in the end.
It was the best commentator's curse Georgia Redmayne's ever given.
Absolutely.
Absolute stitch
torched
up.
him completely.
Absolutely torched him. Poor fella.
Yep. Never give him a rap, you learn this.
You're better off just slagging everyone, aren't you?
Exactly right, then you're never wrong. Willens. There's a fair bit of reaction as he shouldered arms there, Sinfield, and a bit of movement there. But again, Sinfield's not troubled by that. Only the 1 run off this over so far. But again, relatively chanceless. Baisley got the single early. Sinfield faced the last 4 dots.
The lead now 55.
It's just creeping up, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just getting a touch out of hand. You think on the surface, you think 55's almost 14, 15 overs of batting with UQ taking it out. So,
and that's a great way of looking at it too, Hamish. You mentioned that before, and it's not something I was thinking of, but equating that amount of runs to how many overs it's going to take you to actually knock it back, and you take that off the 2 days play and do your math, and it makes it very difficult. So the bigger that lead, obviously, the harder it's going to be for UQ, especially if they can't knock over these last 3. James Baisley, only 16 off a century.
They need to knock these 3 over by tonight. UQ need to be batting tonight. I know it's going to be awkward, but
that would be horrible.
They'd love to face at least 1, 2 overs.
But if you were the UQ opening batters, yeah, it's a poison chalice. You want to be in, but you don't want to be in then.
Get the 2 night watchmen in.
Get a couple of Nighthawks in, mate. Swing like garden gates.
You reckon get the Nighthawk in with 1 over to go? That would be brave.
Extremely brave. Was it Bryce Street?
First,
2 for 60. He's in his 19th now.
First bumper from Street as well, from memory today. I quite like that. Using the bigger boundary. Yeah.
Again, is it that extra bounce coming down from the Cat Raymond end? It's almost pronounced. Unfortunately, I'd love to get an update. I'll see if we can get an update on Crook as well. Once again, just caressing that through just behind point for 1 run.
Played very nicely.
But he's so within himself at the moment. They're really sucking the air out of the UQ fielders and bowlers, even with the new agate, as you say, that every minute, every over, every run is just, there's the oxygen getting sucked out of their confidence.
Well, he would have been 70 off 71, 72 deliveries, so the last few runs have actually been quite difficult for him. Taking a lot of time.
Again, a lot of that too. I'd like to see them make Sinfield play more. He's quite happy to let it go. And as you said, he's got some great off-stump awareness, so he's letting it go in situations others might not, but he hasn't been overtly troubled at all.
He's got
it on the poles, make him play.
He's got that great motivation every bowler has when you're out batting. You don't want to bowl again.
Yeah, good point. That's a really good point.
He's thinking to himself, I do not want to bowl again tonight.
Do you think Baisley's in the same
He's definitely condition? In that boat.
That's a nice stroke, but not quite getting all of it. And Bryce Street gives him a nice little glare. He wants to be part of that fast bowlers union, Bryce Street. He's giving them the eyeball down the pitch. But then again, untroubled. See, you can just imagine the stress levels that the UQ pavilion have got right now.
Well, they're not used to being in this position, are they? Being behind the game. Normally used to making the play, controlling what happens.
And turned around the corner easily from Sinfield, and you could just see Bryce Street think, threw his head back then, too short, too far down leg, easily got him on for another run and down the other end.
Well, these sort of situations where, first innings can determine a game, every run that they can add to the lead is heartbreaking. It does just make the situation a lot worse, and as UQ will be looking up the lead at the end of every over and going, now we need to get 60 runs, now we need to get 70 runs. Just thinking that time that's going to take out and how they're going to have to bat next week.
Last ball of Bryce Street's over. Turned around the corner there from base. He's belted that. He's pulled that to square leg boundary for a mighty 4. 89 now from James Baisley. That is 11th 4. He's hit 2 sixes as well.
That's a great side-on shot here. It actually doesn't matter. He's hit that so nice. He doesn't matter about the boundary length. He's held the pose. He knows as soon as he hit that, didn't matter as to the bigger side. It was going to beat square leg in front of him.
It did rocket there, didn't it?
It's a beautiful
belted that.
shot.
Timed it nicely. Well, that's the end of the over, and we'll see Matt Willens, the big man, come on now again from the Hamilton end as Redlands finish that over at 7 for 2, 89. The lead 61, 3 wickets in hand. And we've got about 40 minutes of play left today.
I think, unfortunately, seeing that screen, I think that shadow's going to play a part. It's just a matter of when.
It might do so. Nice, bright, sunny conditions. Whipped it off his legs. Sinfield, will he beat the fielder? Not quite. He's coming back for a second. He'll just say, nah, take it easy, James. 2 will do.
And that 2, they bring up the 50-run partnership. 51 runs and 107 deliveries. Sinfield's faced 76 of those.
But he's also scored 24 of the 51 runs of the partnership, so he's kind of dominated the strike there, but Baisley's allowed him to do that, and it's worked greatly to Redlands' advantage. 89 not out, and Sinfield's now 24 not out. He replies by giving him one to think about. Easily ducked under, though.
Fair enough, too, from Willens. Giving him the bumper, put him back into his box, try to stop a little bit of the momentum. But
what was the phrase you used earlier?
The snot box.
There. Sizzle it around the snot box. I love that.
Got to get it up around there.
Great big bit of English use there. I love it. Colourful ways of describing things. It's kind of stock in trade. But Willens, let's see what he can provide here against Sinfield. Oh, he has grown with confidence. Straight to the field and no run, but he saw that one in his lane and went for it.
Yeah, he's good when especially when it's over pitched. He does give it everything. Loves the drive. He has looked good. Again, as we said, he's about 6 off about 48 deliveries now, 24 off 78. He's really just accelerated his innings. Had a strike rate of 13 or 12 at one point. Now nearly up to 31.
So as you pointed out earlier, UQ only had that 150-run partnership. Redlands, the wonderful 100-run partnership between Pearson and Smith. Then you've had 50 partnerships since then. Baisley involved as well in both of them. Sinfield, the second. So it was Drennan who had the other one with him.
You got Drennan, then you also got, yeah.
So Drennan was 27 runs. He came in and played a nice little cameo there with Baisley as well.
He was busy, wasn't he, Drennan, after that bang, bang.
Because it was 2 very important wickets, very quick succession. Pearson, then Smith. And then all of a sudden you thought, here we go, UQ back in the game. All of a sudden, Drennan appeared with Baisley and they just stopped the rot.
Yeah, Drennan got the scoreboard moving early. He had a high strike rate.
Yes.
His intent was very good. Busy, had a lot of 2s, couple of 3s, some singles as well. Played some lovely shots down the ground. That's what Redlands have done in this innings.
Well, as the captain too, he wanted to lead the charge mindset-wise. Here's the way we're doing it, lads. Let's cut him out of the game. Willens, last ball of his 28th over. Oh, that's a good one too. That cut back a bit and that provided a little bit of awkward situation for Sinfield, who actually negotiated reasonably well in the end. That's the end of the over. 7 for 291. Redlands, they lead by 63 on the first innings. Baisley's 89 not out and Sinfield 24 not out. 2 for 60. Willens off 23 overs. We're going to get another bowling change here, are we? Are they going to bring Street on back on, or are they bringing in Nick Sale?
Sale.
Interesting.
We're going to go back to Sale.
So, okay.
I think
We've only had 9 overs with the new ball, or 10 overs with the new ball, and goodness gracious, didn't expect to see the ball back in his hands so quickly.
Might just be able to get one to skid though. That's the thing with the new ball. Maybe a bit of bounce. Maybe you just wanted to go on with the arm.
And doing the same thing for the same result is a sign of losing your mind. So try something different. Might as well. They're in that position where they've got to try something, Hamish. They've got to pull a rabbit out of the hat somewhere here, UQ.
Seeing those shadows as well coming across the ground. It's almost, they've probably only got another 10, 15 minutes as well to try pull something out. So one little last burst.
Pat, is that one of the reasons why they might have brought Sale on, to extend that possibility of the light? The slower deliveries? Who knows?
Possibly. We'll find out once the shadows get closer to covering the whole wicket. Not sure of their playing condition, but as soon as the umpires deem it to be unsafe, unfit for anyone on the field, then they'll make that decision. As we've seen, the umpires are pretty firm and, well, pretty confident in the decisions they make. Especially around the penalty 5 runs, which has actually been huge. That was Baisley that was out off the 5-run penalty. And now look at the result.
Oh, top. That really came off the shoulder of the bat. I'm not sure whether that was meant or not. He went for the soft hands, but the extra bounce did him in a little bit there. And Sinfield, he gets a couple of runs off it, but he moves to 26.
It's just that new ball, bit of bounce, skidding on, just catching the shoulder of the bat. Unfortunately, just going a bit wider, grabbing too much of the edge. Going wider and Sinfield getting a couple of runs.
So we can see those shadows extending across the pitch now. Sale comes in and Sinfield gets right behind it. So you were projected Stumps to finish at 5:32, but with those shadows coming across, as you can see on screen, the shadows from the players going straight across the field, but you've also got at the batter's end, the top of the building, and the shadows there coming across the pitch. So it'll be up to the umpire's discretion. I don't think Redlands will care at the moment. If they called it with light, they'd be saying, no worries, see you next weekend, not a problem.
I'll be the first ones to get off the field.
Oh, here we go. I thought he might have lofted that one. No, he played along the ground, did Sinfield, but not a lot of foot movement there.
Well, a bit of a long hop there from Sale, just trying to push one through a bit quicker. Fortunately, he's pitched a bit short. Sinfield probably unlucky not to get that away for runs.
Good partnership here. Oh, he's launched into that. He's given it plenty. 4 runs straight down the field. Talk about a young man growing in confidence. He moves to 30 off 86 to get that over from Sale. Spinner on spinner. I told you they love it, don't they?
They do love it. I actually reckon the battle from spinner versus spinner is like worse than pace bowler versus pace bowler. There's almost years of agreement of pace bowlers not wanting to hurt each other, and spinners, they just want to hit each other for the biggest sixes that they can. And Sinfield there a little bit unlucky not to get under and actually hit it for half a dozen, but he'll be happy there. And it just deflates UQ. You can see them now just in the field, just look a little bit deflated. That lead up to 70.
So that's psychologically damaging. You're getting up closer and closer to those 3 figures, and you know you've got to reel that back. And how many overs is that going to take to start with on the weekend? You
look at it, if they can get that lead to 100, you're almost looking next week it's a 5-session game, because it's going to take 1 session for UQ to knock those runs off. And they're going to need overs to bowl Redlands out as well. So
they'll be forced to go harder earlier, giving them more chance of getting out. And
forced to play some Baisley. Yeah. Dare I say it. Come out, look to score 4 or 5 runs and over.
You played with Baz, right?
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to play with him.
But he is as he seems. He's just that bundle of energy, positive dude, yeah?
Yep, totally. Just about taking the game on. He's all about putting pressure on the bowler or putting pressure on the batter. And like he says, like if your strength's hitting the ball, then why are you leaving it?
It's gone there. We lost a ball here. We actually have lost the ball. One of the players has gone. It's gone through the pickets. and it's gone into the car park.
Into the car park.
And so one of the players is in the car park as we speak. We can't see him, but that's why you're seeing on screen the players sitting on the deck, even though the shadows slowly encroach across. They're not wasting any time. They're trying to find the red pill.
Not great for UQ, this little time delay.
No, everything. I think the universe is conspiring against UQ at the moment. They bowled with little luck. Little things like this are working out for Redlands, like that 5-run penalty, even though it was there, probably a harsh, litigious call perhaps, but it was there, and they have to be on the rest of them. But things just seem to be falling into place for the Tigers.
They might get some luck next week. Who knows?
Well,
but
maybe they've used up all their luck this week, and next week
next
it'll be
week's
UQ's turn.
Could be their week, but...
Well, the ball's gone. It's Toodles. We've lost it. So the umpires... And that's a new rock that's only 10 overs old.
That's blowing Queensland Cricket's ball
Blowing
allowance
the
budget. That's about the fifth ball change we've had this match. 3 on the roof, 1 out of shape, and now 1 lost in the car park.
Did anybody get on the roof and have a look at it last night?
No, that'll be tomorrow morning's job.
When everybody's cleared and the workplace health and safety people aren't watching, we'll climb up and have a go through the air conditioning. But we're having this break because we just lost the ball, and that's why we're talking about it. It was tonked along the ground. It didn't go over the fence. It bounced over the fence and went into the car park. Actually, my car's only about 5 metres from there, so hopefully it's around there somewhere. I'll find it.
Have a look under the car just before you get in there.
Hope it didn't go through the... Actually, if it went through the windscreen, I think I'm covered. Get 1 a year. That's not bad. But they've finally chosen a ball that will match that one. I think all we're waiting for is now the player who was searching for the ball to come back.
You got to yell out to them that we're actually waiting on you now. Got a player over there trying to find the 2 players that have been looking for the ball.
Just don't send another player out to look for them. It starts off an awful chain.
Almost needed over the loudspeaker if the two
hang
university
Found
players
the
could come back. Oh, they found it.
Yep. He's gone. Yep, there it is. He's got it. So the umpire will probably remove that ball unless we'll probably investigate it to see what it looks like after it's been in the car park for a few minutes. And the umpire underarms it to the other umpire.
Who drops it with not much skill.
I better say that's why they're umpires, not cricketers.
So was I.
Vital to the game. No umpires, no game. I do say that as well.
I can tell you something, if there's player umpires, Lee Drennan wouldn't have been out LBW, that's for sure.
You see, that's why I reckon you're probably right. You shouldn't have players as umpires because you will be getting those calls that do favour your position to some degree, even if it's not intended. It's a human condition. Okay, so we're back with the correct ball. We'll get back into this over. Now, it's going to be Henderson coming in.
I don't actually understand what the stoppage is now. Looks like UQ's having a wee meeting at the slips there.
Not quite sure.
The boardroom.
Are we still missing a player who's searching for the pill? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we're missing a player.
Yeah, well, you just see there on screen the boardroom's having a meeting, just seeing what the story is, whether it's dinner tonight or trying to make a little plan for the next 10 or so minutes. But
we're missing 2 players. There's only 9 UQ players out there.
we need a loudspeaker here, don't we,
1,
at the
2,
ground.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The other 2 are in the car park looking for the agate we've already found.
It's almost like we're at a shopping mall.
It's a little comical as the shadows go across the pitch. But look, we've seen a whole bunch of stuff of these 2 days, Hamish. It's been an intriguing game of cricket. When you consider there they come. The 2 of them have come out from the car park. Yeah, we've got it, fellas. We're just about to trundle it down the end here.
Not sure where they've gone because they found the ball almost behind the sight screen and they've almost come out from the NCC, so it's a little odd.
Anyway, we're back on the field. I thought I could only count 9 players there and 2 emerged from the car park. So here we go. It's 5:05 and the shadows are now, as you can see on screen, across the feet of the umpire, across the middle of the pitch, And from each fielder and player, they're extending across the pitch. So as the sun sets behind the buildings and the Matthew Hayden stand beside us.
A little break and play though for UQ isn't a bad thing. Henderson coming on, he's just got to provide some energy with this new ball. He can get the odd ball to fizz through. As we've seen him today, he's provided opportunities all day today.
Oh, and that little break might have just done what you said, but it's gone past the keeper. Somebody said, oh no, it's gone into the car park again. It was 4 byes, it kept low. Harry Walker couldn't keep it, but that's the 300 now, up for Redlands, and it takes their lead out to 82.
As we said, Henderson does provide some energy and some opportunities. That one's cut back and kept almost a little low as well.
84, sorry.
Surprising he didn't edge it on. Baisley lucky not to play that one on, and Redlands bring up their 300, and that's a significant mark in this game.
I'll revise all of that. It's 74 the lead, not 84. 7 for 302 now, Redlands. Baisley now they're loving it, but he just ambles down the pitch after greeting it with the full face of the bat for another run.
You're definitely hearing the Redlands supporters at the ground as well.
They're enjoying
every run. Maybe they're a little bit cheerful after a longer lunch as well.
Oh, yes, we forgot about that, the 125-year lunch. Evan Bancroft was waxing lyrical about that earlier, and it looked like a fantastic effort. Of course, the young Queensland cricket staff ensconced themselves in there and got a free steak. Didn't bring us up anything, but never mind. Not even a piece of cake, Hamish.
I know, they must be going doubles next weekend, maybe.
Save the Mickey, they look after us.
Save the budget for the last round of the season.
Oh, they definitely look after us, the QCA guys. Yeah, that's a good delivery from Henderson again. Sinfield happy to let it go through to.
It's good that he's come around the wicket though. He's made that change. Mentioned it with the older delivery, with the older ball. Sorry, he had the angle across, and now he's coming around the wicket, trying to get Sinfield to play more deliveries. Ideally, he can just shape one or get one to nip away and catch the outside edge. But it's a little break and play. It'll be interesting to see how Sinfield plays. He had a lot of momentum before he hit the ball over the rope.
Nice bit of fielding there in the gully.
That's the example there, though. If that ball was delivered from over the wicket, as previously, he would let that go through the keeper. But coming around the wicket as a left-hander, you always feel as though you have to play at more balls than you actually have to play at. So shadows now, Pricey, they're getting pretty big, but they're almost missing the pitch, isn't it? Whoever's done the design the ground has almost done it perfectly for this time of year.
Nicely. It might not be a factor. He bent his back well on that one, Henderson, but Sinfield right behind it. So that lead up to 75. And Redlands be happy with their day's work after they resumed at 2 for 28. 275 odd runs for 5 wickets lost today. Yeah, the effort ball, and again, Sinfield, he's got himself in. It took him a little while to get moving. He only had about 5 or 6 runs off about 45 to 50 deliveries and accelerated a bit. But with this new ball, it has slowed up the run scoring a tad. And we'll have Sale coming in now from the Cat to Raymond end. Baisley, he'll be on strike. He's on 91 not out off 99 balls, so he's still got a strike rate of 92 odd. 11 fours and 2 sixes in that 91 runs. Sinfield, 30 off 89. He's got 4 fours as well. Not quite the strike rate of Baisley, but definitely pairing up with him and giving him a hand. So Sale. Oh, Boldy! Straight through. And it kept a little low, but that off stump is rocked back. And there you go. The century's out of the question for James Baisley, but he's top scored 91 off 99, and Sale gets his first wicket. He's got 1 for 37.
Yeah, disappointment there for Baisley. Great innings, though, 91. Just for that new ball for Sale. Just being able to see on the replay here. Ball's going to skid through, just with the hardness of the ball. Hasn't probably hit the seam. It's just gone through. It's just skidded through quicker. It just hit just below the top of off stump. Baisley's gone back to that, but he deserves a good round of applause. He's taken this game and he's put it in Redlands' favour. It's unfortunate not to see him get 3 figures. He deserved it, but he's played well. Redlands now 8 for 303.
He's a little disappointed. You saw him when he got out of camera shot. He just tossed the gloves away, but not in anger. He's just disappointed. You can see it, James Baisley. Beautiful bowling from Sale with the new rock. 91 for Baisley off his 100 deliveries. So that brings, it's going to be Tom Biggs coming in. So John Stimpson still carrying, obviously, that injury. He's listed it coming in a little bit earlier, but Tom Biggs is the new man in. So this is the chance that UQ have now. 8 for 303. The lead's at 75. They can restrict that now and attack these new batters.
Yeah, they've got to get someone under the lid here to Biggs. They've got to get another grabber or something, and they've got to focus on taking the pole. Also got word as well, Pricey. There can be injury replacements like for like. So,
but like for like.
Will Marnus open the bowling?
Ha!
He's opened before, bowled a bit of pace.
Well,
could he be a like for like for Stumps? Imagine, or would Marnus not want to come in at 11? Hurt the ego.
There's a big chance of that too. Now Biggs comes in and announces that he's going to be defensively minded.
We saw Biggs bowl, and he bowled with character as well. He wore his heart on his sleeve, and I assume he's going to do the same with the bat. He's going to bat with a lot of pride. And that one's actually bit. It's turned off the surface. Just that variability in the new rock. That's why they've got to get someone in on the offside or the leg side there under the lid. Just so Biggs can't come forward and just prod the ball. His main dismissal will be that bolder LBW as we saw. The dismissal of Baisley with that quicker delivery. And there it is there.
Got him going back and across there too.
Biggs has gone back and played that nicely, but that's his delivery. That's Sale's wicket-taking option here with the new seed. He's got to create 2 more chances here before the end of the day.
He's a long way forward there, greeting the pitch. So a wicket maiden so far, only the 1 delivery left in his 19th over for Nick Sale. 1 for 37 so far. And again, got him playing back and across, and a wicket maiden. 19 overs gone for Sale, 5 maidens, 1 for 37. So you've got Redlands now at 8 for 303. That leads at 75 still. Sinfield's not out on 30. Tom Biggs yet to score.
He deserved that wicket as well, Pricey. He's bowled well all day. He's tied an end up. He's done his job. He does deserve 1 or 2 here at the end.
Got an economy rate of less than 2 now, so 19 odd overs for 37 runs. Doing very well. You see those shadows extend to the right a little bit too, or along the where the batters are facing. Sorry, at the bowler's end, I should say. At the Hamilton end.
They're probably fortunate the Queensland cricket building isn't as high as the stands, otherwise we probably would be off.
So Henderson. He leans back on that, does Sinfield. That's nicely played through covers. Didn't quite get 100% of it, but he's going to get 2 at least.
It's good to see Sinfield still playing his shots, though. This is where you're not got to worry about occupying the crease. Got to worry about the lead. Take your runs when you can get them. Don't get that lead to 100. That is huge for next week.
So if they were to knock them over now with a change of innings time frame, that probably would mean Stumps. It'd be close to it anyway, if they can knock over these next 2.
I think that'd be the perfect result for UQ. They probably don't want to come out and bat an over or 2.
Not at all.
Then someone have to bring the supermarket bag next week.
Yeah, exactly.
Be a bit unfortunate. And you wouldn't want Street as well. Street's bowled a lot of overs. Yes, you wouldn't want him, in my opinion, you wouldn't want him opening the batting. You want him coming into next week.
Fresh.
Fresh, yep. And still being able to bat. The worst thing would be him batting after bowling 18 overs, coming in a bit tired, nicking one that he doesn't have to play at.
So it's only the 13th over with this new ball. Callum Henderson. Ooh. Nice shorter delivery and just ducked out of the way there. Swayed out of the way, did Sinfield.
Sinfield wants to bounce a call, but he's not going to get it. Just under the shoulders.
He is growing in confidence, isn't he?
Yeah, it's good to see, though. We spoke about East South's bowling, being able to play for Queensland, get a couple of first-class games under his belt, come back to grade level, show how much he's grown, show his skills off. That's what he did yesterday with the ball. And now he's just growing with the bat.
Oh, lofted, and that's it. Oh, he's dropped it. Was that a bump ball, a crowd catch?
Definitely out. Definitely out. A dropped opportunity there at mid-off. We're going to see it again. Henderson just pushing it across, looking to go leading edge. Sinfield knew as soon as he hit it, he thought that he was done. It's a second drop catch off Henderson today. Henderson makes things happen.
He does.
He's just got a canny knack of creating an opportunity, and that's something that UQ need to take. If they want to win this game, they need to be taking chances. The next 10 to 20 runs are going to be vital.
The old cliche, those half chances are the ones that win your matches, aren't they? Wow. And that was more than a half chance. That was dollied up. It probably fooled the fielder as well, the way it just popped up and floated towards. But there's another vital chance gone there for UQ. 8 for 306. Redlands, their lead now 78. And Sinfield, who should be back in the pavilions, not out on 33.
It's one of those things, at the end of the day, you can just drift a little bit in the field and maybe think there's not much happening or not much is going to come to you. You got to make sure when it does, when you're switching on, when the bowler is delivering the ball, to make sure you take those chances.
Now we can see on screen that fairly dull light, camera-wise. It's not quite as dark here. Oh, struck on the pad. Big shout. Gone. There you go. 9 for. And Henderson gets some reward.
God, he just makes something happen, Henderson. I know I keep going on about it, but Big says walking across the stumps. Just showed too much, slightly of his leg stump. And you can see there, we're going to see the replay. Brought to us by KFC. Henderson coming in. Has pitched in line. He's just walked across. It's just hit there. I think the umpire's thinking that's hitting top of leg stump. Doesn't matter what Biggs thinks. He's got to go. He hasn't troubled the scorers. Redlands now 9 for 306, and it brings in the big fella, John Stimpson. He had some knee issues yesterday. He looks to be walking out to the crease okay, but I don't know. We're going to find out pretty soon if he's interested in running or not.
Exactly right. I think with the shadows just hitting the edge of the pitch now, play scheduled to go for another 14 odd minutes. We'll see how it goes. That there's only one wicket to go. So with the change of innings and whatnot as well, usually the time allotted for that, depending on how long we can get these two batting through, that even if the last wicket falls, you might not get time to get back on the paddock. So it's 3.
We've also got 30 minutes overtime up our sleeves pricing.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, but I just don't think the light's going to be... As I can see the light now, that's actually significant since that last dismissal.
Well, you can see on screen now the shadows have come across the pitch now. So it's up to the umpire's discretion, I suppose. But all you've got to do is get one of the batters to say, nah, don't like this. And the umpire will probably take them off.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to have to be spin from both ends. I think the discussion's going to be after this over of Sale. If Redlands can get through that, then I think it's going to be a discussion for the other end. And if it is a discussion for the other end, I think UQ have to bowl spin now. They have to try bowl Redlands out tonight.
Well, we're getting some helmets and shin pads here, so we might get our wish for a couple under the helmet, or under the lid, I should say, with the helmet on. So. There's a couple of shin pads going on there.
That'll be for Stimpson, I would have thought, but he's coming in there for Sale as well. He's going to come around the wicket, it looks like, to the left-hander. Try and get it going across them.
So we're going to have a slip. And where's he going to line up after he gets his pads on? So it's chewing up a little bit of time as well. Jack Senfield's not out on 33. John Stimpson not out, yet to face a delivery. He's at the bowler's end. Just waiting now for everybody to declare they're ready. And he's going to change the angle here.
But it's funny, what we're seeing from UQ every day, all day, sorry, is it takes one half chance or a drop chance and then they get a wicket pretty close after.
They respond quickly. It's like they were stung into action. Oh, that's nice from Senfield. Just gets down on one knee and glides it through covers for a couple of runs.
Stimson does look to be hobbling as well with that second run.
Oh, yes.
You see it now on screen. He was all right at that first run. That second run's really hurt him. So,
and that wouldn't augur well for the fact that they've got to come. Well, at least he's got a week to have a look and see how he's feeling before they might have to pull in that substitute.
But I'd like to see him. Well, I guess he's going to be swinging. We could see some entertainment if he gets on strike.
Once again, Senfield picks the gap through covers. He'll come back for another couple. He moves to 37.
Stimson is going to be enjoying running these twos.
No, I bet to say the last thing you need with a knee injury is a bloke who picks the gaps and runs twos. Well, maybe threes. That'd be worse. But yeah, they've almost got the foot on the throat here, Redlands. 82 the lead. Make that 83 as Senfield ambles down the pitch to make it 38 off 97 for him. Impressive match for the young man so far. 7 for 83 as a bowler. Holding up his end of the bargain with the bat too. 38 not out. So we've got the helmet coming out and we're going to have another man. A very short leg bat pad for Stimpson. He's got one slip and there's a few changes going around. They think they have a fair chance to find an edge or get him popping one up.
Then that quicker ball's on. Try to repeat that ball that he bowled to Baisley.
Put that injured knee a long way down the pitch there to greet that ball.
Well, he's got a big stride, doesn't he? He's a tall man. He's got to try and use that stride just to try and support Sinfield here.
He does well there. Again, you can see that intimidatory factor of having somebody under the lid too. It's just, it changes your demeanour at the crease.
Yeah, it definitely does.
End of the over there, the 20th over for Sale. 1 for 42, Redlands 9 for 311. They're leading by 83. That's interesting on the mic. Yeah, have that one. You ran me out 2 boxes. I only need 1. It's something you don't hear every day.
That's good honesty, isn't it?
Good honesty. So 94 overs gone in this innings, 14 with the new ball. And Jack Senfield, 38 not out for Redlands. Their lead is 83.
We've got the shade covering the whole surface now, as you can see on your screen, and the umpires are happy with the light. I thought...
Well, there's no cloud cover, really. It looks a lot darker on screen than it actually does at the venue. But, yeah, there's some shadows there. I'm surprised if they let it linger for too long. And Callum Henderson now, a couple of vital wickets. He probably should add more. Well struck by Senfield, but straight to the fielder.
To be fair, for the good of the game, it's actually good that we keep playing in these sort of conditions.
Yes.
Let Redlands get bowled out, call it, come back next week.
Yep. I think sometimes the stoppages in play with like rain delays, little misty drizzle. And those hard and fast rules need to be more flexible with regards to allowing us to see more play when it's possible. Straight down the field from Sinfield. Nicely fielded though.
This will be here. This is the matchup here. If Henderson can go upstairs to Stimpson, test his bravery.
This is where the innings could be over in a flash.
He could almost stay around the wicket. If he likes, try get under that armpit. Just call something. Just see what Stimpson's going to do.
Little chat there from Jack Sinfield. Isn't that the youngster chatting to the absolute veteran?
Probably just saying to him, back yourself, play your game.
Yeah.
That's the way. If these two can just somehow, if they can nibble out another 15 runs, for me that is massive. That's one session in my mind almost gone.
We're very close to that. 84 the lead. So Callum Henderson now. Here's a chance. Well kept out by Stimpson. Straight up the pitch. No run.
We've done a little bit of night watchman work, Stimpson, for the Redlands this season. So he obviously can hold it back. Obviously occupy the crease bat a little bit of time. I was thinking these situations, Henderson just has to go upstairs. Just has to test him out.
Nine for 312 Redlands, and Stimpson leaves that one outside off. Their lead's 84. Now the ground completely covered in shadow. The sun's gone behind some clouds, so that really hasn't affected the lights. Just a little dull. Just a little dull.
Yeah, and the umpire's probably thinking it's number 11. Who cares?
Another 5 minutes of play with a provision for another 30. Oh, nicely played off the legs there by Stimpson for a single. Gets him off the mark. But he also farmed the strike to himself as well. So Sinfield has got to face one delivery from Henderson. Try to get back off strike to make sure he gets to face the next over from Sale. If in fact that over does get bowled.
Yeah, I hope it does. I hope they carry on playing, especially if you're going to call it off. At least give UQ the chance to bowl some more spin. Shot boy.
There you go. That answers your question.
Yeah, it's a great shot from Sinfield. Short delivery there from Henderson. Put away. Great cut shot. Just keeps extending that lead. Almost up to 90 now for Redlands. 9 for 317. So see that one of the umpires there talking to Clayton. Maybe it's about the light. Talking about Henderson bowling. Saying maybe he can't bowl pace bowlers with this light. Well, definitely the over from Sale. It'll be interesting to see what happens next over if the umpires come together. Or if UQ decide to bowl another spin option. Well played by Stimpson there, just straight into the ground. Looking to defend Sale. He obviously realises Sinfield's going to do the bulk of the scoring here. Another strong defensive shot as well. Oh, just a little half chance there. So just getting one to go on with the arm. That short leg there, nearly in business. Maybe even the run out, kick back onto the sticks. And that's an absolute seed. One that's just gripped, gone past the outside edge. It's unfortunate for Sale there. He does deserve another wicket. He's bowled well. He's done his job for his captain. dotting it up. It just misses the outside edge of Stimpson's bat. And well, if my commentary partner was beside me then, he just nipped off. He would have been very nervous. They say there's two types of leaves. And that one's a good one because that's extremely close to off stump. Stimpson will take the single there. Slight misfield at cover. It's actually a good over from Sale. A couple of opportunities created, but not be able to take one. Stimpson moves on to 2. It's 9 for 318.
Well, let's see what's happening out in the field. The shin pads are gone off, and so we're going to have a change of bowling here. It will be an interesting change as well.
Yeah, it's due to light. The umpire spoke to Jack Clayton at the end of the last over. The last over, Henderson spoke about the light, and they know they need to stay out there to take a wicket. So they've had to go with the other spin option.
So I just ducked out the back to find out exactly how long we'll be playing for. It looks like this might be the end of after this over. And so that leave was literally that far off, an inch or so off at the top of the stumps.
Yep, not that far off at all.
Oof.
It was a brave leave from Stimpson, but obviously knew where his Stumps wasn't. Now it looks like the skipper's going to have a bowl.
And Clayton. So Jack Clayton, the skipper of UQ, taking matters into his own hands.
It's the right move. They have to stay out there, Pricey. You have to stay there all. You try and bowl
As long as possible.
your quota of overs.
Stimpson will be just wanting to occupy.
Stimpson will be thinking to himself, I'm not getting replaced next week with my injury. I'll be not out overnight, over the weekend.
Not bad. Oh, he's nicked that. It's gone straight past the slip. And a Lamble through for a single.
Yeah, straight diving to his left there. Got onto his left paw. Would have been a great grab. Unfortunately for UQ, they've dropped another chance. But in this game, often, when they've dropped a chance or a chance being created, they've normally taken another one straight away. So it's going to be interesting. But Jack Clayton, they're unlucky. And Bryce Street still down on the one knee. Would have been a great grab to his left. Just flew off Stimpson's bat.
Now, the umpire,
and that actually looks like it's going to be time.
It is. The batters, I think, were just offered the light there after he swung and missed at that one. And the umpires have declared that will be Stumps at 5:33 with 12 overs remaining. But more importantly, Redlands, 9 for 319 and now 91 runs in front on the first innings. They've still got a wicket in hand. So they'll return next Saturday morning and be able to bat out with Jack Sinfield, 43 not out after 7 wickets in the first innings. And John Stimpson, gamely, coming out, obviously still a bit proppy and injured on that leg. And he's got 3 for 15, getting generous applause as Stimpson actually applauds his young teammate in Sinfield coming off with that 43 as well. But it's been a very entertaining weekend of cricket, and how good is next weekend going to be? It's set up very nicely.
It is set up beautifully, but it's been Redlands weekend. They've owned the 2 days. They're walking away with that lead of 91. It's a massive lead in the context of this game. UQ's going to have to come back next week, get that wicket early, and look to bat the whole day. Apply lots of pressure and try and get a lead of 250, 275. Put Redlands back in and put them under some pressure on the final day.
It's going to be very difficult. A lead of 91 to overcome before that. And it all comes about because Redland won the toss. They decided to bowl. And for UQ, the not-out batsman was Harry Walker on 58. Bryce Street out for 44. Matthew Willens 32. Clayton was 28. They only had the 150-run partnership, and that was between the tailenders of Walker and Willens. Sinfield had 7 wickets. Stimpson got a couple, and Biggs got 1. But then it all happened for Redlands in the batting lineup. 9 for 319 they are at Stumps. A 100-run partnership between Smith and Pearson, and then another 50 partnership between Baisley and Drennan, and another one between Baisley and Sinfield as well. Sinfield remains 43 not out. James Baisley, stiff not to get a century. He was 91. It was a beautiful delivery from Sale that bowled him and skidded off the pitch. So Stimps not out on 3, Sinfield's not out on 43. And next weekend will be the conclusion of the Queensland Premier Cricket Final. Looking forward to seeing that one, Hamish Bennett.
Definitely am, Pricey. It's going to be a great weekend. I think if you're in the area and you support either team, it's a good chance to come down and watch some competitive cricket because it's going to be game on. UQ going to have to take the game forward. They're going to have to try to find a way to get enough runs on the board to bowl on the last day. And as we've seen in a lot of test matches and a lot of 4-day games in the past, it's not over till the last session. So it's going to be a great game. And also it's going to be interesting to see what the wicket plays like next week.
Well, it's got a week. It's been up for a while, as you say, but it's going to have another week of being up. So it'll be interesting to see how that responds. But on behalf of Hamish Bennett and all the crew here, thanks very much for joining us. And we'll be back next weekend for the second half of this Queensland Premier Cricket Final between Uni and Redlands.